Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya dah boleh mula saya rasa ya. Okay, a very good morning to all of you. And this morning, I've been tasked to moderate a session on good governance. And together with me, I have two very well-known sociologists, I would say, Dr. WCIT on my left, and one that need no introduction is Dr. Danisen Jayasuriya. We have about 1 hour for our session this morning. And I think most of you are eager to wait for the next session. So it's a bit of struggle, okay? You have to bear with us. We're not young as the Minister Khairi coming on stage after that. But we bear with us for about 1 hour or so. So each of the speakers will have 20 minutes to present the topic, and after that we will open for question and answers. So, good governance, yeah? There is no single and exhaustive definition of good governance, nor is there a delimitation of its scope that commands universal acceptance. Good governance is the process whereby public institutions conduct public affairs, manage public resources, and guarantee the realization of human rights in a manner essentially free of abuse and corruption, and with due regards for the rule of law. The true test of good governance is the degree to which it delivers on the promise of human rights, civil, cultural, economic, political, and social rights. And from the Islamic perspective, the Holy Quran describes good governance as the law of justice, a just and principled order and compliance of rights and responsibilities in a society. The Quran declares those, when given authority in land, establish system of salah, give zakah, and enjoin what is good and forbid what is wrong. And further, in another ayah, O you who believe, stand up as a witness for Allah in all fairness, and do not let the hatred of people deviate you from justice or adl. Be just. This is closest to piety. So, looking at both Islamic as well as the normal definition of good governance, we can see they're both parallel. The questions that we will be discussing including what good governance is in the future world when we have very little certainty of what is going to happen. Yesterday, for example, I highlighted that the biggest country in the world is actually Facebook. It has nearly 1.6 billion population. And recent article also says that Facebook will be the biggest graveyard very soon. Currently, there are 400 deaths every day on Facebook. Interesting. So what's the future like for good governance in a world where our affiliation is not perhaps to nation state, but more for something that we not quite comprehend at the moment. So let me give a short introduction to both, and then they can go to the rostrum to present. Dr. Wee Ki Bang was born and raised in Penang, received his PhD in Sinology from Stockholm University in 2001. He is the Deputy Director of Yusuf Ishak Institute, formerly ICS, in Singapore, and editor of Penang Monthly, as well as visiting associate professor at Hong Kong University and adjunct associate professor at National University of Singapore. He writes extensively and received a few awards for his work. Dr. Dennison is a principal research fellow at KITA, Institute of Ethnic Study, UKM. He was a former member of Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Suhakam, and a member of Royal Commission of Inquiry on the Police to enhance the operation of management of the Royal Malaysian Police Force. Currently, he is the Secretary General of the PROHAM, Promotion of Human Rights Malaysia. His current research areas are in adopting a human rights approach to ethnic relations with specific reference to minorities and marginalized community. He too is a prolific writer and received several awards for his work. And last month, we have a conference on sustainability and inclusiveness, and he was there moderating the session. So I think today he's going to touch on how sustainable development goal tie with good governance. Dipersilakan, Dr. Dennison.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Dr. Mazlan, for the kind words of introduction. Dr. Uy, I also notice Professor Tansri Nordin Kadi, the rector of this university. And the theme I've taken for this discussion on the future world is good governance, adopting the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda for greater accountability and partnership for effective delivery. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals is a global document that was worked out by the governments of the world on September 2015. And these goals, and Malaysian Prime Minister was there in New York, and the governments of the world adopted this as a global benchmark and vision over the next 15 years. There are 17 goals, 169 targets, and this is a global development agenda, the world we want in the future. So the future world is our theme, and there is a kind of a development agenda that the global leaders have agreed upon. It's an idea of development from a human well-being or quality of life index. It is built on the theme of governance being responsible stewards of God's creation. So whether we take the position of Islam or Christianity or the theistic traditions of the religions of the world, then stewardship of the earth's resources are handed over to human beings to be responsible governors. And this framework of SDG has the theme, no one left behind, or we can also add on, no place left behind. There are 5 key values to the SDG goals, and this can relate to spiritual and religious traditions that we come from. First is the focus on people, second on planet, third on prosperity, fourth on peace, and fifth on partnership. These 5-fold values center around how human beings can develop themselves and the earth that they are in. People, planet, prosperity, the 3 P's, peace, and partnership. 5 P's that come out. There are 3 dimensions: economic, social, and environment for sustainability. Economic, social, and environmental. I think those of us here on the theme from the Islamic tradition or other religious traditions can add the dimension of spiritual as essential, mindset change, culture, these sort of things. The framework of the SDG is to address poverty and inequality. There is a focus on human rights from a very inclusive development model. Now, this is the global agenda. It replaces the Millennium Development Goals. Now, is this relevant to Malaysia? Is the Malaysian development plans taking this to not only the world we want, the Malaysia that we want, not just for ourselves? As I grow older and my hair is turning whiter, and as I begin to see my grandchildren, we want to see what kind of a world of Malaysia we leave for the next generation. The 11th Malaysia Plan emphasizes on inclusive development as well as sustainable development. But I think key to any society and its development planning is how society handles the poor amidst them. And Malaysia has an amazing track record on poverty reduction, but there is rising inequalities. So I want to make a few references to this global document. You can Google it. If you just key in SDG or Agenda 2030, and you would get it. Goal 10 brings this theme of reducing inequality within and among countries, addressing the bottom 40%, inclusion of all, irrespective of age, sex, disability, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, and economics. A lot of the contestation is because people feel excluded from development, and so that needs to be addressed. 10.3 is on equal opportunity and reduce inequality of outcomes. It's not just opportunity, but also outcomes, and an improvement on greater equality through social protection policies. So that is goal 10. But if we move on to goal 16, which is promote peaceful, inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access for justice for all, then the emphasis in 16.3, promote the rule of law at the national and international levels and ensure equal access to justice. 16.6, develop effective and accountable and transparent institutions. 16.7, ensure responsible, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. And key is also goal 17, which is on strengthening the means of implementation. And here the key would be multi-stakeholder partnership, partnership of public, private, civil society participation as key focus of the development strategies and plans. So what we have is a global document, a consensus document among all the major heads of government, whether they are OIC members, ASEAN members, whether they are part of South Asia, Europe, developing world, and so forth. So we have that framework, and the application of that framework within the 11th, 12th, and 13th Malaysia plans will ensure that, that we have a better world, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors and all. Let me focus on, if we take this kind of a development plan and apply it within our context, I would think there are 7 critical areas that we need to face on. Because this is an intellectual gathering, there is sharing of ideas and thoughts, we can look at governance, managing the resources that God's handed over to us, because at the end of the day, every politician and government official faces the people. That's one level of accountability in election. But the more serious accountability is when we face God on Judgment Day. 7 key principles. First, accountability. The resources that are given to us, whether public, private, how do we manage this? How are we accountable? Through audit, through transparency, that is key. Accountability. Auditor General's report, the serious accounting of it, expenditure, the rigorous checking of it, both by those in government and in opposition. These institutions need to be strengthened. Secondly, transparency. If data is not available, if data is a major problem for scrutiny by academics, if it is not available, free, transparent, for independent review and access, we have a problem of holding people in power in accountability. So transparency is key. Third, human rights compliance. If we do not measure our practices to a higher standard of accountability, if God's standards are the first level, then man's standards come. But if we are not able to account ourselves through laws and formal systems, human rights compliance to global standards become key for us. And that's a major question, because Malaysia is one of the very few countries that have not ratified some of the major conventions, such as Convention on the Elimination of Torture, Racial Discrimination. We are not signatories to the global countries. Many of the OIC members have actually ratified them, including ASEAN governments. Fourth, grievance mechanism. One of the key things we are seeing is people are unhappy and they want some solution to their problem. So you can talk in coffee shop, or you can have an effective mechanism for grievance sort. Suhakam could be one. Now police reports become another. But mechanisms where somebody is unhappy so that they don't resort to violence or unfair ways to address their grievance. Not only courts, but fifthly, mediation mechanisms. This is something one would say when I was a young boy back in Kuala Langat in Selangor. My father was a local community leader, and when they had problems, they would all get together and go to the DO's office or DO's house and sit down and talk to him and ask him to solve the problem. So credible local leaders who can help resolve conflicts among people, not through police reports, but mediation, because we have to live and let live. Sixth is independent mediating institutions for governance. How can you hold largely political leaders or people in high office accountable? You need independent MACC, independent Suhakam, independent enforcement agencies, independent commission. You need an election commission that is unquestionable in their decisions. You need a parliament that the separation of powers between executive, legislature, and judiciary are intact as promised in the Constitution. So governance requires this. And why does it require this? Because human beings are human and will fail, and they need check and balances in order to keep. Because those of us of men or women of faith, or men or women of God who fear God, need to live righteous lives on earth. And my final point in this context is increase bipartisan parliamentary select committees. I know this is a bit difficult for us to discuss, but it is important, because when a member of parliament is elected by the Rakyat and they go to parliament, whether they are in Kerajaan or Pembangkang, they have to sit down and think for the betterment of the nation. It's not just their political party, it's the betterment of the nation. And in this context, bipartisan discussions are necessary, because all the YBs are elected by the Rakyat, and we need to have an accountable framework. Those are some practical implications to governance. But governance so that every person will have a fair share of the resources of this earth, of this land. I spent the whole of last week in Kuching, and then I was in Kota Kinabalu. And I went up to some of the villages near Kudat in Sabah, and I met up with Runus villagers and found some of the poorest people around in the Pitas location in Sabah. And we then begin to see how we are so much more affluent and developed here as opposed to the people in a kampong out there, and then begin to see the lack of opportunities, the lack of employment possibilities, the difficulties ordinary villagers are going through. So the global agenda that I'm talking of is one that calls that no one is left behind. And it then becomes our responsibility, especially the custodians of knowledge from the university, to stand up, to speak, to be public advocates for the changes that need to take place. So in a sense, universities need to not only be the conscience of the nation, we also need to be the voice for the poor, independent, fearing only God, not man, so that our intellectual resources can ensure that there is a better future, not just for me, my family, my ethnic community, but a better future and world for all human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennison. It's great that he cut himself right for the 20 minutes time. That makes the session easier for me to handle. And what I'm hearing is that participatory development is key, yeah, to ensure poverty as well as rising inequality can be addressed. And he shared with us scenarios at the local scene. But what is it like beyond our nation? What kind of models that we have on good governance, interaction, participation between countries, between nations? So dipersilakan Dr. Wee.
Good morning, everybody. Hi. First, let me thank the organizers, USAS, for inviting me back to Perak. I really love coming to Malaysia, which I do quite often, of course. But this is not very often to Perak, so I do appreciate it. The last time I was here was quite recent, actually, when I was here for the Pangkor dialogue. Now, I'm a political historian, really. So what I have to say, I think, will be coming from that angle. And I see that most people in this crowd are actually students, which is very gladdening. So in many ways, I'm aiming what I have to say to the students here in the room. Now, the word, may I have the PowerPoint? Oh, yeah, it's there. Now, the word governance is usually used to denote what governments do. Now, however, it's quite a recently popular word, and the use of the word comes from a growing notion of looking at political control as a technical matter, and of an increasing tendency to think of the government and of governing of a country as the management and the managing of a country. So in this talk, I would, to some extent, like to deconstruct the word to show how complicated the issue actually is. We are all aware that the word governance seems more at home in the context of corporations. And in line with that, the word assumes the existence of the entity to be unproblematic, be it a state or corporation. For countries and states that are relatively new, like Malaysia, like Singapore, and that are still being built, the increasing usage of the word governance may actually be in reaction to the initial stage in nation building, where there was an excessive focus on the notion of nation building rather than state building. Now, governance as a notion, I'm sure most of you would agree, necessarily highlights rules and regulations, technocratic mechanisms, and corrective procedures. Except where security is a concern, it is also of great advantage that information is substantial and reliable, since policies have to be based on them, as are punishments. So I would like to ask the question, what constitutes good governance then, on the part of a national government? I would like to deconstruct the term into the following related processes. these are the points I made. Sorry, I didn't put that up earlier. I'll give you some time to read it, perhaps. Mainly, governance tends to think of governing a country or a corporation as something very technical. And therefore, we tend to think of governing today as a technocratic, bureaucratic process. Now, to deconstruct good governance, I would cut it up into perhaps 5 different points. I'll start with state building. Now, state building, it's about developing the power of the state, of course, as an apparatus, as a machinery, as a mechanism with many levers that are predictable to the Prime Minister or whoever is in charge. And of course, all that has a purpose. And that purpose could be for the good of some, or for the good of all, or for the good of certain groups. So that's largely a technical matter, and the mechanisms of that, I think, are quite easy to learn and can be transferred from country to country. Nation building, on the other hand, can be a much more complicated issue because it involves a lot of emotions and differs greatly from polity to polity. In the case of Malaysia, of course, managing inter-ethnic ties have always been an issue, managing interfaith ties especially too. Developing a sense of national belonging, this is especially true for countries that are new and that are perhaps put together from different traditional polities. Along with that, of course, nation building involves dealing with other nations as well, and of course that's done through the state. But nations too have relationships with nations that are quite different from state-to-state relationships. The third point I want to make, which is very much a part of governance, is national economy building. Now, this is something I've been thinking about quite a lot recently, especially in relation to Malaysia. Because if we go back to the 1950s, 1940s, Malaysia, as the region that now makes up Malaysia, consisted of many different types of economies. So overnight, 1957 and then 1963, the government had to suddenly create something that can look like a national economy out of very different types of economies. And I think the processes and the difficulties involved are usually not given enough attention. You put in a tax system and you have to integrate different types of workers into activities that are integrated and synergized into something that contributes as effectively as possible to a national economy and to the progress of that economy in relation to other countries and also in handling external forces. One important point about good governance is, of course, how the state relates to the citizenry, how the state relates to the rakyat. Yeah. We do all allow people to represent us, even if we're not thinking about it. And it's very often when we don't think that the government is doing a good job that we suddenly feel that we want to withdraw their right to represent us, right? So that is always in the background. And in the end, it is actually a democratic process in that the rakyat, in the end, decides if a government is doing good governance or not, right? And of course, the contestation is there, how many people should think so and how many should not. So security and justice, I think that's been mentioned a lot during this conference, are the given goals of any good system of good governance. Freedom from fear, meaning that we can rely on the law and we should know when we have broken the law and when we have not broken the law. And that is why certain rules are more contested than others. Certain laws are more contested than others because they seem to challenge our ability or capability to know if we are doing something wrong or not. So protection from what can be seen as arbitrary power has to be maximized under good governance. Finally, of course, it is about the income gap, about the distribution of resources as well. And of course, all these things are tied together. The final point I want to make, and that in the case of Malaysia, I think that is why the idea of Vision 2020 has been so very important. Good governance has to give a promise, and it must not be too clearly an empty promise of a stable and a better future. We must all feel that our children have a chance to have a better life than we have. And if that is not seen, that is not felt, then it's very hard, I think, for most people to think that they are living under good governance. One important point I would like to make in thinking about good governance is this, that we tend to think too much of it as a technocratic and technical issue. We have to be rather historical about things. We have to put countries and the job of any government into its historical context. And it is that historical context that, in the end, can fairly give us an idea about whether a government is practicing good governance or not. It cannot be decided in a vacuum, is what I mean. Now, a discussion on good governance often focuses too much on the government and not enough on the capacity of individuals and groups at lower levels in society to arrive at their own solutions, to understand their own problems, and to know what is the common good. That is an important point to remember, I think, when we talk about good governance. We tend to give too much credit and too much blame to the government. It is also up to society, up to each one of us to contribute to what good governance is. Now, yes. So let me now talk about those 5 points that I mentioned earlier. I will try to, in a very generalized fashion, use certain countries as example for what I mean. I'll start with state building. Now, building a state, of course, is to make things predictable, to make things comprehensible to the rakyat of what the state is and how the state is there for their good and how the state keeps law and order. So there are all sorts of things that have to be done. There has to be a power hierarchy that is clear to people, a process for transfer of power, and that's why we have general elections. Checks on power, that is why we have the police, we have the Attorney General, all about the rule of law. Education, of course, is always very important. It's one of the soft issues, right? So they tend to not be central to things. I'll try to talk more about that later. The court system, something that we have to rely on because otherwise we wouldn't know when we are committing a crime and when we are not committing a crime. The civil and public service is usually what we think about when we think of government. And if we have a civil service that works well, then we tend to think that governance is good in that country. The civil service and the public service are also what gives us transition between governments, right? And more advanced countries tend to have civil service structures that do not change very much when the governments change. But in certain other countries, usually in developing countries, the government itself and the civil service tend to be very mixed up, so that any change in government will seem like a catastrophe. It could be Singapore, this could be Malaysia, I think. Countries where changes of power have not happened tend to have that sense. Armed forces, of course, because building a nation is also building a nation in relation to other nations, right? So that's why the first thing that any country does once they become a nation is to apply for membership in the United Nations. That's the kind of global structure we live under today. The police, of course, is to make sure that the law is followed. Health system is also one of those soft but very central issues that actually decides what good governance, whether a country has good governance or not. Now, I put at the end example Singapore. that is, I think, to some extent, to contrast it to my next issue, which is to talk about nation building. And there I use Malaysia. I'm not trying to polarize the two countries too much, but to show that these two countries, in how they have developed over the last 40 years, have been caught in different paths, as it were. In the case of Singapore, I think they did focus more on state building than nation building. And that's what they've been doing the last 50 years, 51 years now. And so it's about a very strong state. They built up a civil service. I think most of you know how Singapore works. So very clear rules, a lot of cameras in the country. I think it's got the most cameras per capita outside of London, from what I hear. It's part of this very hasty process of state building, of course of control, but also of law and order as well. Of course, Malaysia does that too. But I think in the case of Malaysia, in contrast to Singapore, the focus, for historical reasons and for reasons of demographics, the focus has been more on nation building, meaning identity issues, more than on the state apparatus itself. Of course, that state building happens at the same time, but very much influenced by the priorities that have been given to nation building. In nation building, you follow the nation-state idea of having a nation becoming a state. While the Singapore case, I would simplify as a state being started first, and then the nation will come along as the state is built. So in the case of a country like Malaysia, you would have issues of the type that I mentioned here. Inter-ethnic policies become extremely important. Language policies are an eternal area of contestation. National identity and definition, how we relate to the rest of the world, freedom of worship, and of course constructing national history. That's very much a part of nation building that state building does not necessarily have to work too much on. Nation building always goes into a national history discourse, trying to decide where that country came from and what the legitimation for power structures can be. Now, my third point is national economy, and I think this is actually more important to focus on, really. This is how you create an economy. But even in the case of Singapore, when Singapore was built, their first finance minister, Dr. Goh Keng Swee, very famously said that building Singapore had to be about the primacy of economics. You get the economics right, the rest will follow. But of course, getting the economics right in the Singapore case also meant building a very strong state. But I think that idea, in many ways, was picked up by China, if I overstate the case a bit. To build a state, to build a nation, you actually have to build a national economy. So the focus shifts, right? Now, I think the case of the People's Republic of China is an important one to illustrate what I want to say. Now, all those points I won't go over. I think they're quite obvious. All those laws that you need in order to make an economy grow and to function well. Now, in the case of the People's Republic of China, if you allow me a few minutes to talk about its recent history. Now, when China came into being, the People's Republic of China came into being in 1949, it was at ground zero. The economy was a shambles. Everything had been broken down after the war with the Japanese that went on for decades, really. And then the civil war with the Kuomintang. And the Chinese Communist Party took over in 1949, and the country was in shambles. So there's no manual for building a country like China. And that could be the case in many other countries as well. So what did Mao Zedong do? He decided to follow as much as possible the Stalinist project, meaning you use ideology in order to direct the dynamics of society, to direct the dynamics of the people. And so we see the 1950s and the 1960s in China, where ideology was what was supposed to create the institutions. So we had the communes and all sorts of systems, like the Tanway system that controlled the flow of labor. And you tried to build up society based on that. As we know, that didn't work in the end. It led to chaos, and it led, in the end, to a breakdown. From 1978, 1980 onwards, luckily for China, Deng Xiaoping survived the Mao chaos. Now, a new manual was taken in to build the country, and that was to what we call the opening up of China. What that meant was that the way to, you have to choose a simple dynamic, right? So for China to develop, the idea was that it needed the outside world. It couldn't do it by itself because it had tried that. It had tried for zero income gap. China is one of those few countries that actually tried to have zero income gap. That failed. So you go the other way. So Deng Xiaoping says, let some get rich first, and any cat can catch a mouse, no matter what color it is. So we had experiments like Shenzhen and certain other cities that were opened up to the West, opened up to the rest of the world. Now the idea here is that China was going to use international trade and all that was demanded by international trade and how the rest of the global economy worked to decide how China's institutions were going to be built. And that's why you had all these experimental areas next to Hong Kong, for example. And that's what we've seen since 1980. And that model, in many ways, has succeeded, right? So China has certainly a flourishing national economy. I think it just passed the US in pure sum as the largest economy now. That doesn't say very much about how society itself is working. But that's the simple manual that was used to build the country. So you have different ways of governing a country. And that's what I wanted to, that's what I meant by saying that one needs to deconstruct the idea of governance into certain bits because it's a very complicated process. It's not technical. But having said that, of course, we do notionally have some ideas about what good governance can mean. And I think I've listed a few here. I've mentioned most of them earlier. How much time do I have? Yeah.
About 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. The two other points I wanted to as takeaways for the students here. This I've said earlier. Now, just to end, since this conference it has future worlds as one of its themes, so I thought I should try to speculate and look forward and seeing where the world is at today. What can we expect of governance, and what would be the major aspects when we think of governance in the future? Yesterday there was a session where we talked about the nation state and whether or not it's going to survive and in what form is it going to survive. My suspicion is that I think there's a Hegelian process going on. Before nation states came into being, humanity was largely organized into imperial systems. And all that fell apart, and we had the nation states now. So it's a thesis, antithesis, and I think we will probably move into some kind of synthesis where the nation state, I think we're there already in many ways, where you may have your nation state, but the nation states are dependent very much on other forces that look more or less like an imperial order. We might call it regionalism, we might call it Pax Americana or Pax Sinica or whatever, but we will have to live with the nation state within a de facto imperial order. And how those imperial orders are going to work with each other, of course, will be what I mentioned in my fourth point, the institutionalizing of the multipolarity of global power. It is no longer a simple single superpower or two superpowers. We're going to have multipolarity. I think most people agree with that. But then, what do these superpowers do? How are they going to interact with each other? And I think in that, small countries do play a very important role as long as, like in the case of Malaysia, if we can work in the context of ASEAN. So you certainly can punch way above your weight and act like one of the poles of power as well. Mega city management, I think that's discussed a lot today. We seem, all over the world, we're urbanizing. And although when we look at Malaysia as a whole country, if we look at that country economically, we see that there are certain centers where most of the economic dynamism happens. And this is not only Malaysia, this is happening all over the world. So you look at China and what do you see? You see Shanghai, you see Guangzhou, you see Beijing to some extent. That's going to go on. And you look at London, look at England, and what do you see? You see London, which is for the EU, and the rest of the country not for the EU. So you have that kind of trouble to deal with. Human migration, I think, is going to be a big problem. I think that was discussed yesterday because of global warming, environmental degradation, that will lead that will cause economies to fail. And once economies fail, you have civil war, and then you have civil war, you have migration, and the problem is exported. I think I better stop here. Yeah, I've taken too long. Thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uy. We have about less than 10 minutes. We'll open for Q&A. If there's any. I think there's a microphone in the middle. You can come to the mic and post your questions. But before that, I think it's very interesting. You touch on the future world at the very end. In the way we see it today is that a lot of concepts, a lot of ideas that are mainstream are being challenged and requires rethinking. And you know, things like, what is education? What is education doing to us? What are these technology that making you know, the younger ones are less observant of the world around them? So similarly, what government and governance was very much interrelated, as we were saying, but with the new global order, would governance still be in the hand of government? How far government knows all will still rule? We know it's not, but how far will it go, Dr. Uy?
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Maslan. There were 2 points at the end that I did not put into the PowerPoint, which is, one is the cyberspace itself. Yeah, we cannot deny that. It's so obvious that we sometimes forget it, right? All of you have a phone. I know you can't live without it. The worst thing to happen is to lose that phone, right? Now, from what I understand, when the internet started, and then it might have been started within the army or within the university world and whatnot, but I think the impulse was an anarchistic one, or democratic, if you like. It was meant to break the control of power by governments and by corporations. And I think the most extreme cases we have seen in WikiLeaks and Eric Snowden and whatnot. So there is something anarchistic in the whole thing that is, and what is it anarchistic against? Of course, it's anarchistic against power that has been too centralized, perhaps, within states and within superpowers. And that, I think, we're living with, and the governments do hit back. So in the case of China, most obvious, they can close down Google, they can close down Yahoo. So I don't know what you do when you're in China and you need to find out what a word means, you know. You have to know Chinese. So that I think is very important. The second is, I think it's not clear yet what it's going to look like, but we do face a revolution in education, I think, because of cyberspace, because of the possibilities of, because of the access to knowledge. We can actually, nowadays when you lecture, and I pity any lecturer nowadays, you stand in front of the class and you're giving whatever it is you know, and your students are sitting there checking if you're right or wrong, right? And you're probably 80% right, 20% wrong, because your knowledge might be already outdated by the time you give a lecture. things are moving really fast, and the students have become a big challenge to the lecturer. And somewhere that also undermines authority, the way we understand authority now. So there'll be a flattening out. Teachers may no longer have the kind of authority that they have today. Schools might not be needed the way they are today. Investments in schools might not be the wisest thing to do. Perhaps we should just have community halls full of computers and powerful Wi-Fi. I don't know.
Is it exciting or is it scary? I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Dr. Dennison, realizing that's the scenario in the future, and currently, if you look at government, the implementation, people that implement policies of government, I don't think they quite grasp of this new power that people have over, quote unquote, their destiny. So they are demanding a lot more, they're wanting a lot more, and yet I think agencies are stuck in the way they did their things, they do their thing. So how would we handle that problem? How do we make sure that at least, people who are delivering activities on behalf of the government realize that they need to change? How do you do that?
I think I would agree that in many ways there is this contestation between those who are really focused on the development agenda, which is welfare, jobs, roads, infrastructure, which is largely a rural focus and in some areas a very strong agenda, and the aspirations of the middle class, the aspirations of communities in the urban area that want greater participation, greater accountability, mechanisms of dialogue. I think the difficulty we are having is much of the civil service is unable to interact confidently with people challenging them. And I'm not blaming the civil service, it's also partly political in our context, because politicians sort of control ministries, control the public face of government, and they are not entering into public dialogue. Opposition tends to be in people's dialogues, questioning, forums, discussions. Government tends to give taklimat. They are not willing to sit down and listen and then interact, justify, explain. So we are in this clash, and largely it's also because of the global community. We have access to data, what happens in a meeting. Even this hall could have been telecasted through their iPhone, on their Facebook, it might be out there. So accountability, people's demands are much more. So the global standard setting, and that's why I made reference to the SDGs and commitments. For example, both Prime Minister of Malaysia and the Deputy Prime Minister spoke on SDGs only in New York. They have not spoken in Malaysia about what they committed in New York. Now, all of us listened to the speech of the Prime Minister. I also listened to the much criticized speech of the Deputy Prime Minister, which is all on YouTube. And so we can. So the commitments there, lack of commitments here, promises there, promises here are different. Then people want to discuss it, tapi tidak ada peluang untuk soal, berbincang, then they get frustrated. So part of governance is, and I think government has the answers, is actually to sit down with people and talk to them because they have questions, and invariably people are open to listen at the district level, town hall meetings, discussions, and themes of this sort. Engaging people face to face, or more open to even TV dialogue. We don't have that. TVs are more propaganda tools. They are not open to multiple ideas. Like what Dr. Oi did just now, is to give us different models, scenarios, and then ask us, Do we want China model, a Singapore model? Should we change it? Is there a stronger Islamic example that we can draw on and things like that? Thank you.
Thank you. There's two questions I can see there. But even if you have dialogue on TV, no one's watching TV nowadays, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
All right. Name, please, and...
My name is Hamzarul. Thank you, Dr. Mazlan. Good morning, Dr. Dennison, Dr. Uy. I have a question, in particular maybe to Dr. Uy. You were talking about the approach on good governance with respect to state building and nation building, right? I think for Singapore, it's not really a matter of choice when Singapore opted out of Malaysia back in 1965 to focus on state building. But in Malaysia, it seems that every day we talk about politics, right? The politics dominate the news, you know, all the mass media. And it seems that in terms of the government of the day have no time to address issues in a more objective manner. Right? So do you think that, I mean, when in Singapore, in the States now, in US, you only talk about politics when election is around the corner, right? So the political issues are being raised when elections are around the corner in Singapore. But in Malaysia, as I mentioned earlier, it's all year round, you know. So is it because of the approach on nation building, the points that you mentioned under the nation building approach, you know, all requires a form of political will when you talk about inter-ethnic relations, yeah, language barriers and all that. So I just would like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's a very good, very central question, really. Now, although I love history, although we can always point to historical factors affecting certain things and why Singapore might not have any other choice and whatnot, there's always human agency. It's one of those factors that historians find trouble with, right? They look at historical patterns and then, would Singapore have been different without Lee Kuan Yew? That's the million-dollar question. But if I try to answer your question as easily as possible, I think in the Singapore case, because it was a small island and it became a country very suddenly, it probably felt that it couldn't afford politics. And so it very quickly, through very strong measures, got rid of the left wing, for example, in its own party, right? And then it got down to the real business, which was building the economy, right? So from 1959 already, really, they started doing the EDB, the Economic Development Board, the Housing Development Board, all the apparatus of states. And these people seem to think that way. They were technocratic from the very start. So my usual way, it's half a joke. My usual way of comparing Malaysia and Singapore is that it's actually not a joke. I think it's quite to my mind on the spot. In Singapore, you depoliticize everything. So even things that are almost clearly political will be formulated into a technical, legal problem. And then you set the civil service on it. And then it gets done. And that's why in the 2011 elections in Singapore, the main analysis was that politics has returned to Singapore because the people were speaking out, you know. So that tells us that up to that point, where was politics? There was almost no politics. Not because, I mean, you cannot not have politics in human life, but it was depoliticized through the way the state building took place. In the case of Malaysia, for historical reasons or maybe the demographics, and because Malaysia has always been a much more complicated region, right? We seem to have a problem depoliticizing anything. Instead, we do the opposite, right? As you say, it's elections every day. So when people say, oh, there's going to be a snap election, so what's going to change, you know? the newspapers will be talking the same thing, but more so. Yeah, but if I compare states with people, then, you know, you can, of course, like a country not having certain choices. When we're born with certain parents, we don't have a choice, and we grow up a certain way. But part of growing up is to look at your neighbor, right? And see how come he's different. And then you learn from his conditions and how you don't have to be a captive of your own conditions. I think states can do that, and like Dr. Dennison was saying, one way is to look at models, and then you can pick and choose. You don't have to be a victim of whatever demographic, historical forces you were born with.
Can I make a small
Thank you.
comment?
Okay, I cannot entertain another questions, unfortunately. I cannot even let Dr. Dennison answer to that one.
Okay.
Yang Berhormat KJ is on his way. So thank you very much to both panelists. It's been a great time having them. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So over to the organizer.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good morning. Let me begin our special session today by recitation of Surah Al-Fatiha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah. Once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good morning. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma arini nafsi fi aini saghira wa fi a'yunin nasi kabira. Thank you and welcome to our special session today. Yang berhormat Khairi Jamaluddin, the Minister of Youth and Sport, Pak Din, Vice Chancellor Datuk Syarul, Exco members of Perak, State Perak, Pak Din, Vice Chancellors of USAS, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, and the most celebrated young people. A round of applause to all of you. I'm Julfitri Johar, the Vice President of Malaysian Youth Council, representing my President Muammar Gaddafi, the current President of Malaysian Youth Council, not the former President of Libya, but the current President of Malaysian Youth Council. His name is Muammar Gaddafi. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to welcome all of you to our special moment with YBKJ today. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, ikhwah and akhawat, welcome again to this special session. We are fortunate indeed to have YBKJ as the guest speaker for today. For this special session to enlighten us on subject matter, young leadership of Malaysia. I hope that you will feel released after we have a long session, a serious discussion before. As you can see from the color of the stockings of YBKJ, you feel relief. And his green in color. And you will feel relief that this session is very informative and very interactive session, especially with our young people today. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed an important topic to be discussed extensively, as we notice that Malaysian is comprised of 40% of the young people. And even after the new definition of young people in Malaysia, 15 to 30 years old, we still have a significant numbers of the young people. Especially, I think, also including Perak, we have a lot of young people. And also the population of ASEAN, most of the, I think half of the ASEAN population is dominated by young people. Out of 630 million plus ASEAN population, half of them is young people. And I still remember when Brother Ahmad Hendawi, the special envoy in advising the Secretary General of Ban Ki-moon, he once said that our world also been dominated by young people. 65% of the world population is young people like all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, this is a great asset that Malaysia have. Then we need to unleash all this potential and of course, some of them to be prepared as the national global leader. Not only a Malaysian leader, but we want to prepare our young people to be a global leader. I still remember when Prime Minister Datuk Sri Najib once said that Malaysians wish to be a middle power. Even though we are small countries, but we have a big dream to be a global player that bring about peace and prosperity to the rest of the world citizen. So to fulfill this, we have to prepare all aspects of the young people to be a global leaders, regional leaders, and of course, to be a national leaders in the long run. To prepare them is not an overnight project. We need more time to prepare our young people. So we need a lot of time and strategic plan to materialize it. Hence, we believe that YBKJ is the right person to offer his views, knowledge, experience, critical appraisal, to give a perspective to this subject matter. YBKJ need no introduction. I believe that you can flip and read from the profile given by the organizer inside the program book. I believe that based on his experience becoming a Minister of Youth and Sport for almost 4 years since 2013, and the success story of youth development program which related to produce young leaders such as Youth Parliament, Perdana Fellows, Malaysian Young Volunteers Leader will certainly help him to illustrate on this subject matter. So without further delay and without further introduction, I would like to present it to you YBKJ for 1 hour.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wa bihi nasta'in. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam satu Malaysia. Thank you very much, Saudara Zulfitri, for that very kind introduction, and thank you very much for noticing the color of my socks. It's coincidence that I chose the color green for my socks. My tie is red, which is my political party. Green is another political party. It shows maybe our increased cooperation in the future. I don't know. Yang bahagia Tan Sri Nordin Kadi, Vice Chancellor of University Sultan Azlan Shah. Yang Berhormat Datuk Syarul Zaman Yahya, Youth and Sports Exco Member for the State of Perak. Saudara Khairul Azwan, Deputy Leader of Barisan National Youth. Ladies and gentlemen, first, let me express my appreciation to the organizers of the Third World Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization for their kind invitation for me to share my thoughts with all of you today on the subject of young leadership in Malaysia in the context of the Conference on Islamic Thought and Civilization. It is extremely appropriate that the overall theme of this third conference on the Islamic thought and civilization is the future world and the challenges that are lying ahead for Muslims, for Malaysia, and in particular for young people. The road ahead offers tremendous opportunities for those who are bold enough, and tragedy for those who are inadequately prepared, for those who are not imaginative enough and innovative enough to change. We all know that Muslims have played an important role influencing both the world and also the localities in which they decide to call home, whether there are Muslim majority countries or Muslims in non-Muslim majority countries. For more than a millennium, Muslims have contributed to the advancement of knowledge and global civilizations, enriching and enlightening humanity, pushing the envelope of human progress. We were, after all, the Muslim civilization, after all, were the bridge between the intellectual traditions of the Greeks and the European Enlightenment and Renaissance. In the future, Islamic thought and civilization will continue to influence and affect the world as it did since the start of the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him, in the early 7th century. This will be more so in the future. But let me give you some perspectives as to the position of Muslim community in the world currently and in the next 3 decades. The numbers that I will be quoting from the study conducted by the Pew Research Center. There are now approximately 1.6 billion Muslims worldwide, 23% of the global population of over 6 billion people. Islam is the second biggest religion in the world after Christianity, but it's the fastest growing. It is estimated that from 2010 to 2050, the global population will increase by 35% to 9.3 billion. At the same time, the number of Muslims are projected to increase by 73% numerically, bringing the Muslim population to near parity with the Christians. The increase in the size of the global Muslim population is, of course, the result of a relatively high fertility rate amongst the Muslim community of 3.1 and a more youthful demographic with a median age of 23 years old. So the median age of the Muslim population is 23 years old. 62% of Muslims live in the Asia-Pacific region, with the most populous Muslim majority country being Indonesia. On the global stage, the OIC was established in 1969 as a vehicle for Muslim nations, and it's now the second biggest non-intergovernmental organization after the United Nations with 57 members. Of course, 9/11 has changed the world that we live in. There are those who refuse to admit that it was the start of a new and a more dangerous age for humanity, more so for Muslim communities around the world. Post 9/11, Muslims still face challenges that are making them both question the justness of the world order and agonize at how they are being treated around the world. On the one hand, they are being faced with the threat of terrorism perpetrated in our name, in the name of Muslims, and on the other hand, they suffer the vicious backlash from it, from those who view it as synonymous with Islam. Since 9/11, there seems to be a narrative of a looming, inevitable clash between Islam and the rest of the world. And this is fueled by politicians around the world who choose to use this as a convenient point for securing support. In that narrative, Islam is being increasingly and continued to be portrayed as an extremist religion seeking domination and hounding the world with violence. This situation is not getting any better, and in fact, it is spiraling out of control and resulting in reactionary political developments around the world. In this never-ending cycle, every action perpetrated by terrorists and extremists who claim that they act on behalf of Islam will result in reactions from their victims and from people who choose to identify Islam as the enemy. These reactions, more often than not, are outside the bounds of proportionality. The collateral damage inflicted results in resentment and hatred, becoming the perfect recruitment poster or cause celeb for the perverters of Islam. Through it, they are able to perpetuate the mentality of victimization among Muslims. In reality, both Muslims and non-Muslims are the victims. Muslims cannot take the attitude that violence in furtherance of a viewpoint is in any way acceptable. It is never acceptable, for violence begets more violence. What they, the terrorists and the extremists, are doing is not self-defense. It is murder, pure and simple. There is nothing heroic or noble in their conduct of taking innocent lives, and it can never be justified by religion. Non-Muslims, on the other hand, should be careful to calibrate their responses so as to not get caught into the narrative of the terrorists. They will win if security authorities worldwide start to profile and treat every single Muslim as a potential terrorist, reinforcing further the cycle of suspicion that exists between us. What is happening begs the question, is the clash between Islam and the rest of the world inevitable? Is the worsening relationship between Muslims and non-Muslims unavoidable? The answer is, of course, an emphatic no. But for this to happen, men and women of goodwill from both sides need to come forward, and they need to engineer a new paradigm in the relationship between our civilizations, from one beset by suspicion and fear to one of understanding and celebration of differences. This is the challenge of our times and the challenge of this generation. Let us stop this unfolding tragedy right in its track and start reversing it. If we fail to do this, then the future will be bleak for generations to come. Humanity cannot afford any clash of the major civilizations. What the world now needs is the cross-fertilization of civilizations, where we learn to come together to solve our common challenges, where we draw on the best of all civilizations to see how we can solve common man-made problems that we are confronted with today: climate change, terrorism, economic inequality, the challenge of equitable access to health, sanitation, education, housing. And these are challenges that are being faced not just by Muslims, but for many of us around the world, regardless of our religion. We need to build more bridges across civilization through dialogue, through cooperation. Moving forward, all stakeholders must take responsibility to shift the world away from falling into an abyss of more violence, more reaction, more populism, more jingoistic nationalism, and more biased attitudes towards Muslims. Leading in the front lines of this battle against global terrorism should be our young people, for it is they that are the future of all nations, they that carry the torch of idealism that can defeat these entrenched attitudes. They are now the ones that are being targeted for recruitment and exploitation by the terrorists, precisely because they are those who are seen to be easily influenced, precisely because they have this high sense of idealism, and precisely because they are at the formative years where they can be influenced with dogma and ideology. We must win the battle for the hearts and minds of our young people. We cannot lose this battle for their souls. They must have hope for the future, and they must never be made to feel marginalized. This is where our war for the future starts, and it must start today. If the governments of Muslim countries lose this contest, then the extremists and the terrorists will win. Failed states are a breeding ground for extremism. Muslim nations must take the lead to ensure that they do not become failed states, and thus create a fertile ground for the ideology of hate and fear to take root. The gap between the haves and have-nots amongst member nations of the OIC must be continuously narrowed. We must not blame the West for our own shortcomings. And I noticed earlier that before my session, there was a session that spoke on good governance. I think this is a tremendously important topic to discuss amongst Muslims and amongst Muslim nations. One of the key and most important ingredient for us to fight extremism is ensuring that Muslim nations, Muslim countries, and Muslim governments uphold the ideals and practice good governance. Without good governance, without attention, and without commitment towards accountability, integrity, ensuring that Muslims in Muslim countries are not marginalized, are not denied the freedom, and not denied the opportunity to be able to choose their own governments and hold their governments accountable to development, to education, to eradicating poverty, then this creates the perfect breeding ground for extremism. Yes, of course, the West is not free from blame for what woes the world, but it is the responsibility for Muslim governments to put into place policies that will create sustainable, equitable, and inclusive growth for our citizens. We cannot blame other people forever. We have to take matters into our own hand and hold our own governments accountable and ensure that good governance is also something that is being practiced across the Muslim world. It is ultimately our task to create an environment for our people to optimize their God-given potential. Muslim nations are blessed not only with an abundance of natural resources, are we not the biggest producer of oil and gas in the world, but also possess a human capital base that are relatively young, coupled with a high fertility rate. We want to see Muslim countries emerge and not just be reliant on our traditional sources of growth, commodities, oil and gas. We must ensure that the human capital potential in Muslim countries are realized, because that really is the key to development in the future. In Malaysia, 60% of the population consists of Muslims, 46% are in the youth age group, and nearly half are women. We are fortunate that the government since independence has provided every opportunity for our youth to contribute towards the process of nation building. The Malaysian government, through my ministry, will continue providing the mechanisms necessary in tapping the potential and advocating Malaysian youth to push forward in the future. Some of the things have been mentioned by Saudara Julfitri just now, where it's very, very important for us to give focus to young people and leadership amongst young people. For young people to be part of nation building, for young people to be part of formulating government policies, giving constant feedback to the government so that attention is given in fulfilling the potential of every single young Malaysian. I call upon the young Malaysians to cast aside an apathetic attitude when it comes to national development. Take an interest in your country, participate and contribute. It is your country as much as it is anyone else's, as much as it is the older generations. In fact, it is more yours than it is the older generation, because in years to come, you will inherit this country, and the future trajectory and the future arc of this country's trajectory will be molded by you. If you want to see a better Malaysia, it will require your participation and being present to make a difference. Your voice matters, and it is not insignificant. It is important to this country. Do not blame others if your apathy impedes you in making positive changes and from taking part in shaping the future trajectory of this country. We are also having trouble in Malaysia with our young people that have been radicalized. To date, through the vigilance of our security forces, we have been able to stay on top of things. Yet for me, whether it is 10, whether it's 15, whether it's 20, young Malaysians who have been co-opted or recruited to join terrorist, extremist, radical organization is one too many. We have to ensure that we continue to be vigilant. We have to ensure that we continue to shape opportunities and narratives for young Malaysians so they do not feel tempted to join groups that subscribe to violent terrorism, extremism, and radicalism. Alhamdulillah, no incidents of domestic terrorism, major incidents of domestic terrorism has occurred, though not for the lack of trying on the part of terrorists. Recently, we had an attempt, and recently we had a small incident that took place in Kuala Lumpur, and there have been plans, many other plans, which have been foiled and defeated by the security services. In Malaysia, our problem is not that Malaysia is a fertile land for terrorism. The issue is rather the lack of a coherent narrative to counter the radicalized group's vision of Islam. We have defeated the communists when others said that the domino just could not be stopped in Southeast Asia. It could be done, and we must do it again by presenting the narrative that will be able to fight the narrative of the extremists and the narrative of the terrorists. Malaysia, as you all know, is one of the most successful Muslim nations in the world. Our success stems from, of course, our considerable natural resources that we have invested and continue to invest in other things: education, skills training, entrepreneurship, healthcare, infrastructure since independence. And this precisely was the formula and foundation for us winning the hearts and minds against the communists. And this must be the foundation for us creating the narrative that can defeat extremist groups today. It is also the result of our progressive policy stance concerning gender. Malaysia realized early on the importance of educating and optimizing the potential of every single Malaysian, notwithstanding gender. As a result, nearly half the Malaysian workforce today are women. More than 50% of universities, including yours probably, are women as well. There is still room for improvement for the future participation of women in all sectors of the economy. The government under the current administration is committed to realize these objectives. It is important that Muslim countries realize that co-opting young people, and in this case, women as well, into the process of national development will only increase the level of national prosperity. We must put into place policies that allow women to prosper, for they constitute half of the population. If we exclude them from receiving education and from joining the workforce, then the country, the people, will be poorer for it. The next challenge for Malaysia is to ensure a sustainable tempo of national prosperity, where development is both equitable and inclusive. The government in its development policies has started to target the bottom 40% of the income bracket. It is a move in the right direction and laudable. We must move more people into the middle class from the bottom 40% through the cultivation of development, entrepreneurship, education, and skills training. And this really speaks to winning the hearts and minds. We have to ensure that the bottom 40%, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of religion, are moved into the middle class. The more the economy thrives, the more education we give our people, the less opportunities there are in people being marginalized, feeling marginalized, and being exploited by those who want to exploit them. Malaysia and Malaysians must always take cognizance that we live in a global environment that is super competitive. In the quest for a better tomorrow, Malaysians must not and cannot afford to rest on our achievements of the past. Our national position is, of course, not set in stone. We could again fall into the middle income quagmire if we lose sight of the need for efficiency, productivity, and the right level of growth. We must strive to be ahead of the curve and increase our competitive advantage. Moving forward, Malaysians must be bold enough to pioneer new areas of growth. Malaysia has no qualms in learning from the best when it comes to furthering national development. We have looked to the west, we have looked to the east. We are not a dogmatic nation. We have learned that in nation building, looking into what works is always the best option. Nevertheless, it does not mean that we are willing to embrace mediocrity, and it doesn't mean that we should not aim for the stars. We have transformed Malaysia from a farming, agrarian nation into a modern industrialized country within 50 years of nationhood. Our next stage is achieving the status of a high-income nation by the next decade, and therefore we must continue to be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. In the final analysis, whether Malaysia succeeds or fails depends on the quality of leadership, for it is an essential factor in deciding success or failure. And in speaking about the youth leadership of Malaysia in the context of Islamic civilization and thought, I cannot underline this point even more. We need good leaders. We need leaders who understand not just parochial concerns, not just the concerns of their immediate community, not just the concerns of their own religion, but the concerns of all Malaysians. We need leaders who understand what inclusivity is about. We need leaders who understand the true message of Islam, which is compassionate, which is progressive, which is committed towards science and progress, which of course wants to see a society that is built upon a moral fabric, that is committed towards goodness, that is committed towards empathy, that is committed towards compassion. Malaysia has been blessed with good leadership since independence, but for the nation to continue to prosper, every generation must be prepared to receive the baton of leadership to bring the nation forward to great heights. But that baton of leadership comes with it tremendous responsibility, and accountability. The true tradition of Islam, we must hold that accountability as something that is sacred. For the accountability that is given to us by the public, in fact, is accountability that God speaks about. And it's accountability that we must hold to ensure that we continue to speak with the interest of the public at heart. I'm sure that young Malaysians are ever prepared to step forward, to continue this national struggle, to continue building this nation. We must bring Malaysia into a safe and secure harbor for birthing and a sea of increased uncertainty in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, YBKJ, for his enlightened and powerful presentation just now. We can excerpt some points from his presentation just now. He began with an overview about the Muslim population, the fastest growing religion, Islam, and the challenges faced by the Muslim nowadays worldwide. And he did also touch about the role of the Muslim, and specifically the young people. And he did invite all the young people to join the mainstream and in order to contribute towards the nation building. Instead of you join the underground movement, then you should join the mainstream movement in order to contribute towards the nation building. And furthermore, he did touch about the quality of the leadership is an essential ingredient to be a success nation. So I believe that you can excerpt many points that can contribute toward our discussion, and we have ample time to have interaction and Q&A, and if you have any critical appraisal, you have any comments, views, ideas, so we have at least half an hour to pose a question, comment, and so on and so forth. So please introduce your name and your affiliates, and please be brief in order to give others to participate as well. Please, welcome. So we have one on my right side. We have another one on the left side. In the middle, we take 3 questions, YB, and then we can open for the next round. Okay, please introduce yourself and your affiliates.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I'm Abdul Halim bin Bistamam from Brain Science Research Center, Ipoh. My question is, we know that the empire of the future is the empire of the mind. So I would like to know how much your ministry spent to develop the young's mind. I think that will be the only question for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Halim, asking about a portion or budget on developing young mind. Okay, can we have, yeah, please. Yeah. Introduce yourself and your affiliates, if any. Something problem about the technical of the microphone. Can somebody assist? Okay, thanks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable yang berbahagia Datuk Hairi Jamaluddin bin Abu Bakar, Minister of Health and Sport, and happy audience.
Thank you for giving me a Datuk-ship. I'm not
Datuk serious.
Thank you very much.
Soon to be, inshallah.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. With this opportunity, I will introduce myself. My name is Miftahur Rahim from Hashim Ashari University, Tubuyureng Jombang, Gustur. University Gus Dur, Surabaya, Indonesia.
Sorry, from which university?
Hashim Ashari University.
Hashim Ashari, okay, thank you.
Jombang, Surabaya, Indonesia.
Surabaya, yeah?
After I listen for you speak, I think you information about young in the world, but you done solution conflict in the world. If we think situation in the world, is a conflict all aspect in education, civilization, economy, and conflict between West and East, Islam, Jewish and Yahudi, Sunni, Wahhabi, Shi'i, radicalism and liberalism. So how value divinity and humanity, it is inspiration and source all aspect in education, in politics, in civilization. Because we think in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Muslim, in the world, problem. So as for you, yang berbahagia Datuk Hairi Jamaluddin Abu Bakar. So I hope there is international association of young generation. So I support for you. Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
If I'm not mistaken, he did ask about the problem within our Islamic teaching about radicalism, Sunni Shiite relationship. Yeah, you got YB. Okay. Can we have the last one for the first round? Can we have on my? Can I see?
Can I ask?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Morning, Assalamualaikum, YB Khairi Jamaluddin. If we look around the world, you see an so-called uprising of young leaders. You look at Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. You see Matteo Renzi, Italy. The young leaders in Turkey. When we come back to Malaysia in terms of the young leadership in Malaysia, we tend to focus a lot on popular issues. When we try to group the youth into a cause, it's always about sports, right? So major issues like housing affordability for the young people, young professional, job opportunities, abuse of recreational drugs among young professionals. These are just examples of issues which I feel in general not really being addressed coming from the youth leadership in Malaysia. Maybe YB, you can touch a bit about that. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get your name again.
Hamzarul, I'm from YB Holdings Perak.
Okay, thank you very much. So can we have for the first round 3 questions? And before YB answer all those questions, I would encourage our young people for the next round to ask the question. Take this opportunity to ask any question that you have in your mind. So this is the opportunity. And because this conference is co-organized together with Kementerian Belia, Malaysian Youth Council and Perak State Youth Council. So take this opportunity to ask YB. Please, YB.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Jufitri, and thank you very much for the first round of questions. I'll do my best to answer as clearly and as succinctly as possible. First question from Encik Abdul Halim correctly pointed out that the empire of the future is not empires of weapons, not empires of money, not empires of resources, but actually it's the empire of the mind. Innovation, creativity, scientific breakthrough, these will be what will increasingly be defining the future and also countries that succeed in the future. And the specific question was how much my ministry spends on developing young minds. roughly speaking, we spend about half of my ministry's allocation on developing young minds. Half of it goes to sports, but half of it goes to youth development. And within youth development, most of it goes to developing young minds. I sincerely and profoundly believe that investing in youth leadership, investing in, my motto in my ministry is that we want to fulfill every young Malaysian's potential. That sounds like an obvious motherhood statement, but actually it isn't that obvious, because that recognizes that each young Malaysian has different potential to fulfill. Not every young Malaysian can go through a singular pathway to success. So we try to increase the pathways to success so that young minds can fulfill their potential. I'll give you an example. One of the biggest areas in which we invest in my ministry is in technical vocational education and training, or TVET. We run part of the government's technical vocational education and training. The others, ministries that are involved, of course, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Human Resources, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Rural Development, but part of TVET training is under my ministry. And I came to the realization very early on that not every young Malaysian, not every Malaysian should or must or can go to university. And university is not the only pathway to success for young Malaysians. We have to create, we have to develop, and we have to improve alternate pathways to success, like vocational training institutes, like training institutes, which teach vocational skills, technical skills to our young people. The empire of the mind is not just in ivory towers, universities. The empire of the mind can be created and can be developed in vocational training institutes as well. Because you must recognize the potential of every single young Malaysian is different. Not every young Malaysian has the potential or should take an academic course to success. Some of them need training in skills and technical developments because they're better with their hands, they're better with hands-on training. So that's what we're doing today. We've transformed our Institute Kemahiran Belia Negara, National Youth Skills Training Institute, over the last 3 years. When we came in 3 years ago, the employability rate at our National Youth Training Institutes was less than 80%. Today, 93% get a job within 6 months of leaving IKBN, because we brought industry in, we brought companies in, we've made sure that the linkages with industry is so much closer with our Skills Training Institute. So now people come out of the Skills Training Institute with jobs that are commensurate, or with jobs that are, the Malay word is setimpal dengan kelayakan mereka, that are commensurate with their qualification. The other thing that we concentrate on, Cik Alim, is youth leadership. We spend a lot of money on youth leadership, of course in cooperation with NGOs like the Malaysian Youth Council, where we try to unearth leaders of the future through programs run by Majlis Belia Malaysia, through programs like the Youth Parliament of Malaysia. We are one of the only countries in the world in which our youth parliament is elected. A lot of other countries in the world, they have appointed youth parliamentarians, but our youth parliament is elected by peers. And they spend 2 years as youth parliamentarians discussing, debating issues, and this is part of developing the empire of the mind. Because you want leaders who understand the legislative process. You have leaders who put the national interest at heart. You have leaders who are committed towards nation building for all Malaysians, as well as having that moral fabric in them to ensure that society in Malaysia is developed with a very, very strong spiritual and moral foundation. Our friend from Hashim Ashari University, thank you very much for your intervention just now. Your question was, how do we overcome conflict? And how do we ensure that at a national and international level, we can overcome conflicts between civilizations and even within civilizations and religion as well? Of course, I think the best thing to do is to expose ourselves to one another. You cannot replicate, and you cannot replicate the strength that comes from dialogue, the strength that comes from empathy, that comes from understanding one another. I've always been a very, very strong advocate of the politics of empathy. Before you say anything, before you take any particular position politically, You must always put yourselves in the shoes of other people. And that is very, very difficult to do because we always come from a very parochial perspective. We always look at where our source of political strength comes from. And that usually in Malaysia, where we have a politics of consociationalism, where politics comes from strength from our respective ethnic communities, traditionally, we always tend to favor and we always tend to take positions that speak to that political support. You must not try to do that. You must try to speak on behalf of everybody. You must try and understand that maybe your support comes from your community. Maybe parochial politics is the easy way out. But the right thing to do would be to advocate a politics of inclusivity, compassion, and empathy for everybody. And that's what our religion teaches us. Our religion teaches us to respect other faiths. Our religion teaches us to respect other people so that they will respect our faith as well. So in that same fashion, overcoming conflict will have to and require a great deal of commitment towards dialogue and commitment towards empathy as well. Now, I don't want to speak in abstract. I want to give you concrete examples. Like the first question, I gave some examples about what we do in our ministry. Now, I want to tell you something that we do in our ministry as well to overcome conflict and overcome young people around the world being attracted to groups like Daesh, or some people call it ISIL or ISIS. A couple of years ago, when Daesh became a threat around the world and in Malaysia, I had a discussion with other young Muslim leaders and thinkers. I remember one discussion I had with Brother Noman Ali Khan in New York. We had lunch together. And Noman was telling me how we need this narrative. We need this narrative, and more importantly, we need action that comes from a narrative that can fight Daesh or Islamic State's narrative. For them, the narrative is very simple. We don't like the world order. We don't like the Shias. We don't like the Western world. We don't like the Western powers, and we must fight them to establish an Islamic State at all costs. That is a simple narrative of the Islamic State, which makes it, which legalizes murder, which legalizes terror, which legalizes you blowing yourself up and killing other people, innocent people. So we need to come up with a compelling way of overcoming this. And it's not just a narrative, because Numan told me that it's not just about the thought, it's not just about the intellectual narrative, but it's actually also about doing it. So I thought to myself, okay, young people in Malaysia, there are many reasons why 30, 40 young Malaysians have already been to Syria, have already been to Iraq. Some of them have blown themselves up. Some of them have been arrested at the borders. And why do they do this? So we've sat down together with all the agencies, the security agencies. My ministry is leading this survey and study that we're doing right now as to what the trigger points are for radicalization of young Malaysians. While this study is going on, to see where that switch was that turned them from ordinary young people to becoming those who have been recruited by Daesh, I realized that one thing we need to do is to understand that young people, whether they become radicals or not, young people, most young people around the world, they have this burning desire to change the world. If I ask young people, especially university students, whether or not they want to do something that is greater than just the pursuit of self-development, individual development, most of them will say, yes, I want to do something. I want to volunteer. I want to volunteer for a cause. I want to do something for my society. I want to do something for my community. Young people in university are driven by that fire of idealism to try and change the world. Now, people who go to Daesh, they want to change the world as well, but in a bad way. They want to change the world in a bad way by blowing themselves up, by killing people. But at the heart of it is that desire to change the world. Young people who join Daesh, they may do it for ideological reasons, they may do it for socioeconomic reasons, they may do it for a multitude of reasons, but at the core of it is that desire to change the world. So we must do something to offer Malaysians the opportunity, young Malaysians, the opportunity to change the world. Now, to shorten my story, 2 years ago, we set up an international volunteer program called MyCorps. I sent officers from my ministry to the United States because they have one of the best international volunteer program called the Peace Corps, older Malaysians will remember Peace Corps volunteers came here teaching English in rural Malaysia, and have very fond memories of English teachers from America. So we created MyCorps, where now we offer the opportunity for young Malaysians to go and change the world, but not by blowing themselves up in Syria, not by killing people in Iraq, but by building latrines in rural Cambodia, by going to Syrian refugee camps in Jordan, in Lebanon, in Turkey, by helping the refugees there. Change the world for the better, changing lives, but for the better. So it's not just about the narrative, it's also about making the narrative into action. So my answer to you is empathy, dialogue, but also trying to act on creating this narrative and the opportunities for young people to change the world positively and in a better way. Saudara Hamzah, he raised a very important issue. He said that young people are dominated by discourse which is not serious. I agree with him. I agree with him because the discourse seems to be quite petty. Yesterday I spoke at University Technology Malaysia. I said the same thing. I said if you look at social media today, young people talk about the most petty things in the world, especially in Malaysia. We do not talk about serious things. National discourse in Malaysia is very, very seldom about serious issues. We talk about very petty things. Very petty things are trending every day. Very petty things about celebrities, very petty things about who's getting married to who's divorcing who, which celebrity put hijab on, took hijab off, you know, which celebrity has hijrah to hijab and then hijrah back, you know, that's just crazy. This is not important in life, you know, this is not important. And then we all become judgmental, or we all become holy, you know. We all become very, very suci, you know, oh, we judgmental, this, that, this is not right. Come on, I mean, you know, who made you God? You know, nobody made you God. You know, so we have to focus on serious things, you know, serious issues. I'm not saying that you can't enjoy life. I'm not saying that you cannot talk about your favorite celebrities. We're all young people. You know, we need to be able to let loose from time to time. But then we need to have a committed discourse on serious matters, yeah? And I think, although Hamzah raised an important point, I think it'll be unfair to say that we do not discuss about education, housing, entrepreneurship for young people. I chair the National Consultative Council on Youth, Consultative Majlis Perundingan Belia Negara, twice every year with the Malaysian Youth Council, representatives for young people, Youth Parliament. The issues that they discuss about, not about celebrities. They talk about serious issues. They talk about housing, they talk about health for young people, they talk about employment opportunities for young people, and it's very serious. Maybe it doesn't get the coverage that it does because it's not sensational. Malaysian social media only covers sensational issues, not serious issues. But these issues are being discussed. And just one last point for Hamzah. When we created the new Dasar Belia Malaysia last year, my ministry and the Malaysian Youth Council, we sat down together, came up with a new Malaysian youth policy. It was one very important change that we brought about, which was an intergovernmental approach to youth. Now I told the cabinet, I said, youth concerns are not just the responsibility of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Because the Ministry of Youth and Sports neither has the resources, nor the power, nor the jurisdiction over housing, over employment, over education and training, over entrepreneurship, over family planning. These are things that are important to young people as well. If all the ministries do not have an approach to young people, then Dasar Belia Negara National Youth Policy cannot succeed. You must have a whole government approach to young people. It cannot just be Kementerian Belia, Youth Ministry, handle young people. Because the concerns of young people are multifaceted and it's across government. So now today, every minister has something for young people. And every minister is responsible for coming up with policies to ensure that the serious issues that you raised are addressed by the government for young Malaysians. Thank you.
Thank you, YBKJ, for enlightening us on several questions posted by the attendees. We are running out of time, so we have to stop before 11:30 to allow for the next third session. So we
Assalamualaikum.
have another 15 minutes.
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah.
Ini soalan tambahan ya.
Oh,
Yeah.
ini macam parlimen pula, soalan
pasal
tambahan.
soalan tambahan. Sebab saya rasa macam
Minister
berada
time,
di parlimen.
Okay.
Saya berasa macam berada di parlimen sekarang ni.
Ya.
Ini soalan tambahan. So, do you have any
Peraturan berapa tu?
brain tadi? Do you have any specific thinking module to create the people's brain so that we can bring to the highest level of thinking? So I got this thinking module on my own. If you want to know my thinking module, you should buy one. Okay. And how you encourage our students to read all kind of books like Brain Supremacy. I have this book on brain supremacy. So how many students will read? And I got this one on the organized mind.
Ah.
So I don't think our youngsters like to read all all kind of books.
Sir, thank
And
you.
when I look at this from Datuk Najib, follow your dream. So how to bring the young mind's dream? Okay, that's all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Thank you very
Brother
much.
Halim.
Thank you.
Can we take 3 last questions? So please identify yourself.
Hello,
Prof.
Assalamu alaikum.
Can we have, okay, you first and then Professor Azizan. Okay, please.
My name is Muhammad Muniruddin from University of Sultan Zain Al Abidin,
Brother
Terengganu.
Moinuddin, yeah?
Yeah, Muniruddin.
From?
From UNIS,
Okay,
Terengganu.
please proceed to your question.
Yeah. Because you made a pronouncement that about your dressing today, your tie representing your party, and your socks representing the other one, and you said perhaps in the future there will be a very close correlation between two. The leaders, why vying for position, most especially during the elections? So the youth's mind, because of their admiration and aspiration for the future, tends to be divided across the diversity, religion, race, tribe, and so on. So very simply and directly, what is your ministry doing to make the youth see unity in diversity? Thank you.
Sir, you are from which country, sir?
Originally Nigerian.
Nigeria, okay.
Yes.
Okay, Prof, please.
Yes. Thank you for talking about the pericleness of our Malaysian, and not only Malaysian youth, but Malaysian overall. Because outside there, you have 2 big problems. One is the problem of climate change, which is a very global problem that needs the Malaysian youth to engage into a global narrative, no longer a national narrative. How much are we equipping our youth to that? And of course, the other one is in terms of the geopolitics, because the hegemony that's going to happen with the growth of China, which is another superpower, in which is basically in our doorstep. I don't think that Malaysian can no longer be complacent and think that we are not going to be the center of the flashpoint of a potential what you call hegemony between the old hegemony and the new hegemony. So it means that our youth must not only look parochially, past UMNO or something like that, but it has to look into the global, because whether we like it or not, the globe is coming to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for your contribution. We have to start talk about Arctic and Antarctica as well. Prof, thank you. Can we have these last 4? Maybe can we take the last 4? Short and sweet, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Asman Omar from Student Representative Council of University Sultan Azlan Shah.
Congratulations, Usas. We have reps.
Firstly, I'm very glad to ask the question to the YBKJ because I'm nervous now. My question is, what is your ministry provide? A platform of youth leadership after university graduate.
Youth platform after graduate.
Yes.
Okay.
My second question is.
You have many questions. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Can I ask? Okay.
Okay.
What is your solution of Hinduism culture among actually young people.
What culture, sorry?
Hedonism culture.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You feel relief now, yeah? Okay, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Izzuddin Haris bin Buhari.
Muizzuddin.
Izzuddin,
okay.
You can call me Izzuddin, okay?
Izzuddin.
I'm from Majlis Perwakilan Mahasiswa USAS University.
USAS, okay.
Okay, can I ask a question in Malay?
Boleh.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Malay.
I can understand. YBKJ can understand as well.
Okay, all understand, Okay. Sorry. Okay, soalan pertama yang saya nak tanya kepada YBKJ. Okay?
This is a national language.
Okay, national. Okay. Apakah penyelesaian yang boleh, apakah penyelesaian ataupun jaminan pada pihak belia kepada belia tentang pelajar yang menganggur selepas graduasi? Macam kami, macam saya akan graduasi pada tahun depan. Apakah jaminan ataupun perancangan pihak belia kepada belia-belia selepas graduasi? Itu je soalan saya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Din. Terus dua terakhir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cakap Perak pun boleh, Oh, Ustaz.
So my name is Amirul from University Sultan Azlan Shah.
Amirul, ya.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw this question. How do we overcome the allergy or concept where the youth isn't given any chance of being highlighted as leader? For example, for an instant, most of the leaders right now are kindly more senior, and I've seen in the Chinese race where they put this youth as their first line. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Hanan.
Sinan.
Hanan.
Hanan, okay, Hanan.
Yes,
Please
I am
proceed.
from volunteer team, University Sultan Azlan Shah. I have one question, just one question. Can you share with me and other how you develop yourself to be as a leader, as we know you are one of the Minister of Youth and Sports Malaysia. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Tahniah Pak Din, ada 4 reps from USAS asking question, and we have 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, can we have last two?
Only
sorry.
one question.
Only one. Okay, please. Ladies reps. Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera kepada YB Khairi Jamaluddin. Saya Nur Ashikin daripada Universiti Sultan Azlan Shah.
Ashikin,
Yep. Oh, I supposed to talk in English. Okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You can talk in any language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Arabic as well.
Okay.
Fadal.
It seems that you have bundle of programs for the youth to participate. What moved you, or what have made you to have these ideas involving youths and to make them understand the nation's target to develop them? How do you make the youth to join and have interest in looking into a bigger scale youth program? As we can see, it's not an easy task for the elders to get into the youth minds and mentality that your programs will help them and all, because there's a lot of program outside that they got other programs lah, but not youth they will join. Not all youth will join, but YB Khairi Jamaluddin program will encourage all the youth to join. Maybe you have your own way in making it a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashikin, for the last question. So we have 10 minutes, YB, to settle all the questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. Thank you in particular to the students of University Sultan Azlan Shah. Very, very great questions from the students. I'll try and answer as many as possible within the time that's been given. Brother Muhammad Mohidin, originally from Nigeria. The question was, how do we encourage young people to see unity and diversity, and what are we doing to try and encourage this? It's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing because, as I said in my speech, I think one of the greatest challenges that is confronting Malaysia is to be able to overcome parochialism and to be able to celebrate diversity. I always try to ensure that there's no specific program per se that can achieve this, but it must be reflected in everything that we do. Everything that we do must be committed towards celebrating this diversity. We do have specific programs that the government runs to ensure that we encourage national unity. But as with any government programs, these are very structured and very rigid. Some of them work, some of them have less success. We tried national service, where students who finish their SPM examination at the 18 years old will spend time at national service camps for 3 months, now 2 months. And one of the objectives of national service, it's not military national service, it's more community-based national service, was to foster the idea of national unity. It worked partly, not fully, because having people come together at 18 years of age is already too late. Their formative years have gone already. So it's very difficult to force them together in 3 months and to recreate that national unity that should have taken place much, much earlier on. We have programs that are less celebrated, which to me are more effective. So for instance, we are going to try to give more money to a program that's run by the Ministry of Education, where you take students from different schools, national schools, Chinese schools, Indian schools. You don't force them into one school because we respect vernacular education in Malaysia, but you encourage them to do co-curricular activities together, do sports together, do uniform bodies together, do after-schools activity together. So at least every week they are meeting. Unlike today, national school students, mostly Malays, they don't interact with Chinese school students, they don't interact with Tamil school students. So you already have divided Malaysia where they cannot celebrate that unity in diversity. The other thing is to have a change in the way we approach diversity. It's not just tolerance anymore. We must celebrate it. Because to me, the biggest strength of Malaysia is diversity. The diversity of our culture, diversity of our religions, diversity of our thinking should not be a liability. It should be an asset. If we don't treat it as an asset, it becomes a liability. So in whatever we do, we must continue to celebrate that diversity. And I've continued to promote that through action. No silos, no programs that are run just for one group of people, but everywhere, trying to ensure that we create that, that unity and diversity. Second point from a professor just now about a global perspective to young Malaysians. I think this is such an important point because the challenges that we face today are no longer localized challenges. Malaysia, is one of the most internationally exposed countries in the world. We are, whether we realize it or not, dependent on the rest of the world. We are one of the most trade-dependent countries in the world. More than 100% of our GDP, that's the worth of our total trade. Without trading with the world, without opening our borders, our doors, our skies to investments, to tourists, to logistics companies that come through our country, we will not survive into the future. For us to survive in this very, very open environment, we must have an open perspective. If we do not understand the challenges of climate change, if we do not understand the challenges that are being brought by geopolitics in this region, by rebalancing between old hegemony, the United States, new hegemony, perhaps China, then we will not survive in this world. And I'll just give you a very concrete example. The government has played a very, very, very strategic and fine balancing act between our relationship with the old hegemonic world, the United States, and new emerging powers, China. We are one of the only countries in Southeast Asia to enjoy a principled but friendly relationship with both, where we are able to negotiate on our own terms agreements like the TPP. And at the same time, we are able to diffuse tensions in the South China Sea, where there are overlapping claims between Southeast Asian governments, countries, and of course China. We are the only country that can do that because we realize that Malaysia has to play that role. We are strategically placed, whether we realize it or not. One of the biggest assets that we have is our geographic location. Malaysia and Indonesia together, we straddle the most valuable trade route in the world, which is the Straits of Malacca, without which you cannot trade from east to west. So this is a region of the world where, although we are small, we continuously punch above our weight because we are extremely strategic and we must be open to the different developments that take place in the world. the 5 questions that came from the students. I'll answer it as best as possible. First one was youth leadership after graduation. Precisely what we do. We do youth parliament, we do MyCore, which is sending you guys overseas. We have Perdana Fellowship Program, where you apply to become an assistant, an intern to ministers, cabinet ministers. We have these different programs for you after you graduate or while you're even still at university to take part in youth development. This is the best way of developing you. My Perdana Fellows and Perdana Fellows to ministers have a front row seat to decision making. They literally are with the ministers every day, listening, learning, absorbing how we make decisions, how difficult it is to balance competing interests to make the best decision that we can make as a government. So many programs under my ministry, and I look forward to one day maybe having you on board one of the programs. Hedonism. I mean, it's such a loaded word, hedonism. Of course, we are concerned about hedonism. Of course, we're concerned about lifestyle which is completely out of control. That's why in Malaysia it's important, not just for Muslims, but for all Malaysians, to have that moral foundation. We believe, that's why our national principle first is belief in God. Belief in God for all Malaysians, because it's a belief for fundamental moral principles that will guide this nation. We cannot become a country that is torn apart from a spiritual foundation. And there are many ways to overcome this. Of course, we can stop it from happening. We can make sure that we reduce the number of hedonistic concerts and things like that. But more importantly is education. More importantly is personal choice. You don't want the state to always tell you what to do and how to live. You don't want the state to continuously intervene in your private lives, because ultimately it's up to you to decide how to live. That God has given you that choice to make that decision on your own. And we, of course, we have laws and we have religious laws which are regulated by government departments, which are regulated by the state. But as far as possible, we want to reduce state intervention in how you live. We want that to come from you, from education, from family, from having the right values from young, to ensure that you have that strength to ensure that you live a proper and good life. Saudara Izzuddin bangkitkan isu mengenai pelajar yang menganggur selepas keluar daripada universiti. Walaupun kadar pengangguran kita di Malaysia sangat rendah, tetapi kadar pengangguran untuk recent graduates, siswazah yang baru saja tamat di universiti agak sedikit tinggi. Antara sebab dia adalah siswazah kita mungkin tidak mempunyai kemahiran dan juga tidak mempunyai apa yang dikehendaki oleh industri. Sebab itu selama 4-5 tahun yang lepas, kita cuba kurangkan mismatch, jurang antara keperluan industri dan juga apa yang dibelajar di universiti dan juga di IPT. Sekarang ini universiti sedang melihat kepada kurikulum mereka supaya kurikulum dan juga fakulti-fakulti ini dapat melihat kepada keperluan industri juga. Tetapi pada masa yang sama, saya berpendapat bahawa universiti tidak sepatutnya 100% memenuhi kehendak industri, because there's also a room for the pursuit of knowledge. That is, after all, what universities are about. So it's a balancing act between fulfilling the needs of industry, but also that pursuit of knowledge, which is what universities are about. Tapi pada masa yang sama, kita harap bahawa siswazah yang keluar daripada universiti ini dapat menambah nilai kepada kelayakan mereka sendiri. Semalam saya bersama dengan pelajar-pelajar di UTM. Soalan yang hampir sama ditujukan kepada saya. Dan saya jawab bahawa majikan-majikan ini melihat kepada seorang bakal pekerja mereka bukan hanya kelayakan, tetapi aspek-aspek lain juga. Mereka nak melihat sama ada pemohon itu mempunyai sikap yang baik untuk menjadi sebahagian daripada organisasi. They want to see that you can fit into that organization. If you have not just the scholastic aptitude, but the attitude to fit into the organization. Kita nak melihat bahawa pelajar kita bukan hanya mempunyai kelayakan, tetapi apa yang dipanggil sebagai soft skill, keterampilan, menguasai bahasa, bukan hanya bahasa kebangsaan, tetapi bahasa Inggeris, bahasa Mandarin dan sebagainya. And the government has even been forced to intervene to ensure that graduates are properly trained. We shouldn't be doing this, but we've had to do this because of graduate unemployment. So, a few years ago, kerajaan telah memperkenalkan satu skim baru, skim latihan satu Malaysia, di mana kita ambil graduate ataupun siswazah yang susah mendapat kerja selepas mereka tamatkan pengajian mereka, dan kita hantar mereka untuk industrial attachment 6 bulan dan sebagainya di syarikat-syarikat kerajaan, GLCs, Tenaga Nasional, Telekom Malaysia, Khazanah dan sebagainya, so that you are trained again. We shouldn't have to do this, because after 4 years of university education, you should be employable. But because some of you are still unemployable, kita terpaksa latih semula. And that's what the government does, because we not only have given you education, almost fully subsidized education at IPTA, tetapi terpaksa latih semula melalui skim-skim sebagai skim latihan satu Malaysia. Tetapi my advice to you is not just focus on your studies, tetapi ensure that dapat menambah nilai kepada diri anda sendiri dari segi bahasa, komunikasi, keterampilan, the ability to think rationally, logically, but more also importantly, that you are able to fit into an organization. Saudara Ahirul tadi sebut bahawa young people not given the chance. I agree with you, and I want more young people to be given a chance. In the government today, in cabinet, dalam Jemaah Menteri, saya ahli Jemaah Menteri yang paling muda sekali, and I'm 40 years old. Your standards, that's ancient already. Yeah, we need more people. We need more people to come through. That's why in my party, I've been trying to push for more young people, peremajaan dalam parti. But of course it's very difficult, because when we speak about rejuvenation, peremajaan is essentially rejuvenation. Then the older guys in the party, they get upset. Oh, you are after my position. You are going to take my position. You know, you want to become candidate. You want us to retire. We don't want all the position. We just want a little bit of opportunities. We just want a little bit of opportunities. So I've been continuously pushing, because my motto for this year, for young people, for Hari Belia tahun ini, is the future is now. We always talk about young people, kata, oh young people, the future is yours, you know, the future is yours. How long are we going to wait? You know, the future is now, you know. Don't tell me we have to wait for you all to, you know, don't tell me we have to wait for you all to retire, you know. We must have the ability to encourage young people to be given that opportunity now. Or people like myself, we should not be regarded, you know, when people say, oh, government doesn't have young people, then people say, oh no, we have KJ. Well, KJ is no more young, I'm 40 years old, you know. Or Perak State has young people, who do they have? Datuk Syarul, look at him, he's got grey hair, he's got umpan. He's not a young person anymore, he's old. You know, so we need more guys, you know, more young people to come up, and I hope that happens at the next elections. I hope we have more young people coming up both sides in the next elections. Yeah. Dua lagi, secara ringkas, sebab kita kena berhenti sekarang. Hanan, you asked the question, how do I develop myself? This is going to be a long answer, but I'll give you a short answer. Is never stop learning. Never stop learning. One of my mottos in life is to learn something new every day, because you don't know everything. You have to be able to accept and be humble enough that you do not know everything. And it's impossible to know everything. Nobody is smart enough to know everything in life. So every day, you must make sure that you learn something. Open the book. You know, there's what our brother Abdul Halim just now, you know, who was introducing his thinking module, you know. That's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say, learn something every day. I try to learn something every day in something that I'm not familiar with. So recently I've been reading a lot about artificial intelligence, about science, because this is something that I didn't study. I studied economics. So I have to try and learn something new every day, because if I just go through the same thing again and again, saya tak menambah nilai kepada ilmu saya sendiri. Read a verse of the Quran every day, you know, and try to understand the hidden meaning of the Quran. And I think that way you'll continue to develop yourself, if you understand that and humble enough to accept that you can learn something every day. The last thing is from Norashikin just now is how do we encourage young people to be interested? I think we have to speak the language of young people. Now, a lot of people they didn't understand when I first became the minister why I did things a little bit differently. It wasn't because I wanted to do things differently, but because I understand that in order to reach out to young people, you have to think like them, even if you're not young. You know, I've done things which were never done before. You know, I've acted as a taxi driver, I acted as a Bangladeshi sanitation worker to get certain messages across. Because I know that if I rely on traditional means, young people will not, I can't reach young people. Young people don't read newspapers. They don't watch mainstream news anymore. I have to be on social media 24/7. I have to be on Twitter, I have to be on Instagram, I have to be on Facebook. I have to be as authentic as possible. Did you know that only 20% of young people are members of youth organization? Kalau dulu, previously, the Minister of Youth can control young people by engaging with Majlis Belia Malaysia, GPMS, MAYC, Pengakap, St. John's Ambulance, all the youth organizations. But today, only 20% of young people belong to an official youth club or youth organization. Almost 80% are free agents on their own. So I have to reach out to them. Of course, I deal with youth clubs and organizations, MBM, we work together. But we have to reach out. We have to deal with individuals. So the new Dasar Belia Malaysia, we recognize that youth is multifaceted. Not just youth organizations, but young people who do not belong to anything. Individuals, special interests, special groups on their own. And we have to reach out to them. Today, you can come to my ministry without being part of a youth organization and ask for funding. Because we believe that young people, regardless of where they belong, who they belong to, deserve a shot and deserve to be supported. So I try to change things around, because if we do not accept that young people have changed, and if we do not change along with all of you, then it's not you that's going to be irrelevant, it's government that's going to be irrelevant. So we try to stay as relevant as possible.
Thank you very much, YBKJ. Once again, a round of applause to all of you. Thank you for the participation. It is not an easy task for me to host a tall, dark, and handsome figure. So I'll thanks to the organizer for allowing me to be the moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to the organizer.
little bit of Assalamualaikum, short announcement. We're going to start our next session at 11:30. So I hope you can take your places so that the moderators and the speakers can take their seats. And I hope everybody can move a little bit up front to fulfill the seats up front. Thank you very much. For Usas and others, IKBN's invitees, please stay in the room, yeah? And please fill in the chairs up front. So without further ado, I invite the moderators and speakers to take their places, please. Dato' Jamila, how are you? I'm Hussein. Yes, I will call you. Can you selalu call? Okay. And Dato' Merah, please.
No, this is my water. I just found it.
I think this is not. Organizers for those are already out. Can we? Ada gelas and give water. Nanti kan kita terminum.
I think it's start good, huh?
shall we?
Yeah, yeah.
MC.
They already pass it to you.
Oh, okay. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. And a very good morning. Still morning or afternoon now? Okay.
Still morning, yeah.
This, I must say, is, well, the topic is wide-ranging, but the session is a bit tough. The reason why it's tough is we're sitting between lunch and after the inspiring special address by the young minister that we had just now. So I think half of the audience in this room has actually gone out to send him off, mesmerized by him. So that leaves us here, the not so young, to address the young ones. All right. I know that Tan Sri Nordin is not here. However, I still would like to thank him for having us here, and especially me, and to the organizers, of course. The topic that we will be discussing is economic and finance. As I said just now, is wide-ranging. However, we will still try and keep it towards the topic, which is the future world. Yeah. And I'd like to do this. I'd like to first introduce the two panelists. We'll let them have about 15 to 20 minutes each. And we'll have the question and answers session just after that. All right. All right, it is indeed an honor for me to be able to introduce the panelists today, the two distinguished panelists. Sitting on my left is Datuk Zaitun Muhammad Hassan, and on my right is Professor Dr. Ahmad Kamil Maidin. Long name. Okay. Datuk Zaitun, by way of profession, she is actually an accountant. I asked her just now what has she been doing these days, and she said she's been involved in education. We'll let her explain to that later. I've known her for more than 10 years. She used to work in institutions like Maybank, PwC, Mark, which is rating agency, and I think, of course, she is definitely well positioned to speak on the subject matter today. And on my right, Professor, he currently is the MD of MD, right? Of Z Consulting Group. He was a professor in UIA under the Faculty of Islamic Banking and Finance. He has authored a few books. I think you can read his resume in the handouts. And his focus is on Islamic perspective. Right. As I think you are aware that in any conversation these days, we are very concerned about where the future of our state of economy is, and whether the economy is actually sustainable in future. Okay. We have this mounting concern about whether we are competitive in the world economy. Just now, the first session that we had, which is on governance, did mention about how the culmination of various state economy actually turned into one nation economy, and that we are only talking about Malaysia. But now, the world as such, it has evolved, and we are talking about one world economy. I'm sure you guys are familiar with what is TPP, and now China has come up with an initiative of Belt and Road, the Belt and Road economy, which is starting from Europe, from Germany, right to Africa, which covers 70 nations. And most of those countries, if you notice, are part of Central Asia, which is where the growth is, which is where the Muslim populations are. So, and one of the other things that we also notice that, you know, when we speak about economy, we speak about finance, we are talking about a changing environment, we are talking about technology transformation. As a banker, you know, we used to write checks. We no longer write checks. is all towards a technology platform, online banking. And we also have new platform of creating business, like that of fintech, like that of the P2P and crowdfunding. That actually is what we call, we like it or we don't, we need to include them in our financial landscape. That makes, perhaps in future, not in the long future, that bankers like me may just be redundant. And the challenges ahead, of course, for the regulators. So I think I've said enough. Without further ado, I'll pass this topic to Datuk Zaitun to address you with and share with you her experience. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pertama sekali, saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Vice Chancellor and the University for inviting me just to share my thoughts today. I have been an accountant and a banker for a good part of my life, and the topic we have is very wide-ranging, economic and finance, but I always choose to stick best to what I know, and that is in the realm of the finance industry, banking, as well as in the accountancy world. And today, we are in a setting where we have a lot of university students with us. I'm going to target my message more to the students, because I believe the rest of us, we are already up to speed with what's happening out there. And it is an eye-opening message to the students today. If you look at the future, what our Madam Chairman has said is absolutely right. Everyone in every profession is asking this question, will I be relevant anymore in the new world? There's also already a view that accountancy functions can actually be overtaken by machines. You can get machines to produce balance sheet, profit and loss, why not? You just program it. So where do accountants fit in? And therefore, especially my message to the students, basic knowledge is not enough anymore. The basic knowledge has already been taken over by technology, or will be soon. So the only way to stay relevant is for you to continue getting more and more knowledge and making yourself more and more qualified. Now, the accountancy profession, to me, is a position where if you ask any company, if you ask the CEO and the board, if they want to know the true picture, what is happening to the company, most of them will say they will ask the accountant. They will not ask the marketing person, because the marketing person will give a lot of marketing talk. Everything is good, everything can sell ice to the Eskimos also. But it is the accountants who will actually tell you the truth. And that puts a very heavy responsibility on the shoulders of the accountant. We are in a position of trust. And being in that position of trust makes this profession a very noble one. This profession actually is counted upon to keep order in the financial world. And therefore, I'm also the Vice President of the Malaysian Institute of Accountants, take a lot of concern and effort to make sure that it remains just that. Accountants are in a position of trust. How many of you are taking accountancy and finance? Can I have a show of hands? Higher, please. Please, higher. Why are you shy? I just said accountants are in a position of trust, so you should be proud of what you're doing. Yeah? Now, for the students, I think what is important is for you to look forward and see in this competitive world, how are we going to continue to remain relevant? Now, when you look at the topics that Yang Berhormat Khairi said just now, unemployed graduates and so on and so forth, it's because kita ni adik-adik, if you are looking for job, you must have a package. And that package employers are looking for is this person going to add value to my organization? Kita ni selalu malu. I think majority of us, if not all of us in this room are Malays. Malays are by nature malu. Sometimes you don't speak up because you segan. Nak tanya soalan pun segan. In this competitive world, you can still sifat malu tu kena ada, tapi you have to basically put yourself forward. Because if you don't put yourself forward, no one will notice you. It's becoming a very competitive world. When I say put yourself forward tu, it doesn't mean you tayang-tayang yourself, no. It means in a positive way. Put yourself forward, what is special about you? Why should I employ you? And that's the part that people don't understand. Because employers have a lot of choice. So why should they choose you over the other 200 people who come for the interview? What's special about you? Now, the project that I'm doing now is called MyPack. And that project really, I'm also working with the university. That's why I'm here. We are having ongoing discussions to equip our accountants to take up professional accountancy programs. I am also a member and a council member of ACCA, which is the Chartered Association of Certified Accountants UK. And we are also promoting Bumiputra to take up this profession. Why? 32,000 accountants registered with the Malaysian Institute of Accountants. 19,500 of them are basically professional accountants. Out of 19,500, only 1,500 are Bumiputra. 1,000 now is increased a little bit, 1,600, hardly 8%. For those who are taking accountancy degree, how many of you have heard of ACCA, ICAW? How many of you have heard? Put up your hands. Three, four. What does ACCA, ICAW mean? ACCA itself has 185,000 members worldwide, only worldwide. Worldwide ada berapa? 9 over billion people, 86,000 only qualified. Out of that, Malaysian members, we have 12,800. Worldwide, ACCA has 450,000 students who sit for the ACCA exams on the same day, at the same time. They manage the time according to the world time. So they make sure you cannot compare the questions. So as the students in London, as the students in Malaysia enter the exam hall, the students in London will then, just before you exit, the students in London will enter the exam hall to take the same paper, the same exam. Why did I do MyPack? Why did we start this? My chairman, Datuk Faiz Azmi, who's chairman of Pricewaterhouse, because we want Bumiputra to be part of that 450,000 students sitting that same exam. That's the ultimate, compete on the world stage. Be able to pass that exam according to the world standard. That's where we want Bumiputra to be. We can talk all we want about global economy semua, tapi if we are not prepared to compete at that level, then what are we talking about? We still feel, oh, that is too difficult. But I can tell you, we now started this. We work with the International Professional Accountancy Center, which is part of UITM Holdings. We now have 1,000 students who have taken up that challenge. And next year we'll have 1,002, and then it just multiplies from there. Students who from degree, some of them we had to fix the English, never even thought of doing professional accountancy programs. Come this December, About 46 of them are taking the final papers. I hope to get our first batch of graduates. 6 have already graduated because they only have 1-2 papers left. The big difference of being a professional accountant and just having a degree, from the eyes of the employer, the professional accountants are a lot more marketable. If you have a professional qualification, getting jobs is a lot easier because they already have attained a certain standard. Now, when we talk of economy and finance, people must be wondering, it's supposed to be economy and finance, why is she going on and on about this accountancy thingy? It's economy and finance is intertwined. You need to be able to compete. In this new world, don't think that just by having a degree, tak apalah Malaysia ni buat apa pun kerajaan akan bantu kita. Kerajaan cannot bantu anymore. Okay, the world is coming here. Right? Countries have to compete. How many of you follow the developments in Indonesia? How many of you know how rapidly the economy is changing? You have to rise up to the challenge and look at this global view. We bankers, Datuk Jamila and I have been friends a long time, we've been bankers, we've been in the finance industry. We are renewing ourselves and we are studying new things every day, just to stay relevant. I'm on the board of Bank Islam. If someone asks me, fintech, how many of you here have heard of the term fintech? How many of you have heard of, put out your hand lah, that also scared lah. Fintech, how many of you have heard of fintech? One, you better look it up. Okay, because fintech is the next wave. How many of you have heard Uber? Uber tahu, dah pakai dah, service. Okay, Grab car. Kenapa, you know taxi driver marah kan? Bila Grab car dengan Uber tu datang kan? Marah kan? Sebelum datang kenapa tak buat sesuatu? Bila datang dah nama dia pun Grab. Dia Grab lah you punya opportunity yang ada tu kan? Tapi sebelum dia datang, kenapa kita tak buat sesuatu? Untuk memperbaiki their service. When the Grab car come, oh marah, demonstration. Lepas ni saya naik taksi, habislah saya kan. But we cannot do that anymore. We have to look at ourselves. What is our inadequacy? That is the new economy and finance. That is the new world order. We cannot say, oh, dia boleh lah. Kan? Dia gini, excuse. Tapi kita tak nak pandang diri kita sendiri. Kenapa I am so passionate about helping people to avail of this education? Because I always say this whenever I speak. My father was a cab driver. Tapi masa ayah saya driver taksi, nasib baik belum ada Grab car dengan Uber ni. Bolehlah juga cek rezeki. To see me through school. Saya tak ada harta benda bersaka ni semua, tak ada. Whatever I have today, I'm not rich, but bolehlah I boleh hidup comfortable. It's due to this qualification lah. It's through education. And nak mengubah ekonomi, nak mengubah, I don't want to use big terms lah, destiny, anak bangsa, all this stuff. You know, these are very big terms. But I believe strongly it's education. It's equipping yourself with knowledge. And now, for you all, it's so easy because knowledge is so available. You can just tap your phone, you're into a world of knowledge. During my time when I was studying, I had to queue at the library to make sure we go there early enough that we get the books we want, go photostat the books and all that. You all don't have to do that. It's at the tips of your fingers. And if it's the tip of your fingers, and if you tell me you don't know what is fintech, I'm a bit disappointed. Because this is something that you need to know in order to remain relevant. Don't just say buzzword, banker je tak. Everybody must know. And that's why professional exams ni is more valued by employer, because professional exam, they ask all these questions. They ask, as an accountant, they ask you about integrated reporting, they ask you about sustainability, they ask you about ethics, they ask you about all sorts of new things. And you need to know. So I think in this, I don't want to belabor too much. I suppose the next speaker will be talking about what will be the new economic order. But I want each and every one of you, the students, to think through how are you going to equip yourself to face this new economic order and challenge and remain relevant. Most of our graduates, when they come out, they get a job. Dah lah, dah dapat kerja. Lepas tu kahwin. Kahwin. Siapa yang plan lepas graduate je kahwin? Ada tak? Ramai je. Lepas tu happy kan? Is that enough? I will tell you, one of my students under my pack, dia ambil professional exam, dia tinggal 3 paper je. Dia try a few times to take the exam, dia fail, dia give up. Dia ambil 3 paper. So, dia datang jumpa saya, dia nak ambil. Dia kata, saya kata kenapa you datang? Dia kata sebab kawan saya yang dah complete semua paper tu bawa kereta. Saya, sebab 3 paper ni sangkut, saya bawa motor. Anak saya dah 3 orang. Saya tetap bawa motor. Don't laugh. This is not meant to be a funny story. This is meant to be somebody who finally realized he has to do something. And I tell these graduates, new order, I tell these young people, government GST, barang mahal tak? Tahu, itu you tahu. Tapi by saying barang mahal, everyday kerajaan gini-gini tak buat. You think anything will change? Nothing will change. The only way to change is what? Siapa boleh jawab? Change yourself, enhance your earning capacity so that you can cope with these prices. That's the only way to change. It starts with you. So I told him, welcome, it's good. So now he's taking the exam already. Kita pun doakan dia pass, better for him, better for the family. I have one couple, suami isteri. Suami tinggal 2 paper, wife tinggal 1 paper. Ambil a few time, give up. Now they're under our program. They're going to finish the program, insyaAllah. So basically, all we are doing, and it's all government funded. It wasn't easy, but we got government funding. We work very closely with Yayasan Peneraju to fund all this. Inshallah, we're working with the university, Prof. Suhaimi. We are working together to try and see what we can do together with the university. And I've done a lot of things in my life. I've been in audit, I went into banking, I've started and run a rating agency, I've been in financial advisory, but now I've turned my sights on education as my way of giving back. I think we as a profession have to do something. Tak boleh tunggu kerajaan aja. What we are doing is we are coming forward, we are engaging with the universities. Madam Chairman, how's my time?
You okay? You maybe have 5 more minutes.
Okay. We are engaging universities to see how we can work together to prepare our graduates for a more competitive world. How many of you will be coming out soon? Dah nak habis dah. How many of you coming out soon? I want you to check a website called MyPac, M-Y-P-A-C. Okay, MyPac. Check out the website and see what are the opportunities there in terms of professional accountancy. Are you accountants? Are you taking accountancy? No. Whatever that you are taking, if you're in engineering, finance, business, look at how to better equip yourself. It's becoming more and more competitive. And don't be shy to speak English. In the new world order, economic and finance, cakap orang putih ni bukan action dah. Cakap orang putih ni mesti. It's the language of business. I speak English a lot. Does it make me any less Malay? No. Otherwise, I wouldn't start my pack. My pack is only to assist Bumi Putra. Specific, because number kita ni sikit sangat. So we had to do something about it. Yes, we have our challenges, but as long as we know what we are doing, our objective is clear, we are helping, and but don't be shy, brush up on your English. Because I've heard students, when they go for interview, dia tanya interviewer tu, boleh tak kita interview dalam bahasa Malaysia? Interview kita tak boleh, we run our business in English. As much as I want to, cannot. Business is run in English. It's a language of business. People in other countries, they master 3-4 language. Kita kat sini nak master 2 je, bahasa Malaysia and English. And it's not difficult. We've taken, students from university brush up their English, 3 months, 6 months, they pass ACCA, okay. It doesn't take that much effort. You know who is our biggest enemy dalam kita ni? Perasaan malas. Perasaan cepat cepat puas dengan apa yang kita ada and not wanting to go further. But no one can force you to do this, In this new world economic order, no one can force you to do this to better yourself. It's up to you. The more you put effort, the more knowledge you have, you will go higher. Itu saja. But if you're prepared to not go high, to just biasa-biasa, kahwin, happy, okay. Nobody is forcing you. But is that the sort of life you want to lead? Right? So I think it is important because government have invested a lot in education, and we want our product is something that we can be proud of. And that's why we are bringing students to compete at that global stage, be able to take a global exam, pass, and then be very proud of themselves, be the pride of the family. I have one girl now, one student, bapa dia security guard. Dia ada 11 adik-beradik. Dia nombor 6. SPM 8A 1B. She's doing our program through duit zakat. Alhamdulillah, duit zakat boleh to assist in education for asnaf. Why we're helping her? If she gets through this program, dia ada lagi 5 adik-beradik yang dia boleh tolong. Hopefully, it's a game changer for the family. And that's what we're looking for in the Bumi Putra. Sorry, I'm just going to conclude now. I didn't exactly go into these big items of economic and finance because I don't do that. I bring things down to the ground level. Basic. Kita fikir ekonomi and finance kita sebagai individual. I want all the students here, lepas saya keluar universiti ni, ekonomi and finance saya ni macam mana? Macam mana saya nak manage? To make sure that I can lead a good life. And that's what the thought that I want to leave you with. It's a very competitive world. You have to equip yourself. Biasa-biasa aja is no longer the norm. It is no longer business as usual. It is business unusual. What used to work in the past does not work anymore. So equip yourselves. I'll be more than happy to take questions. I think I should pause here and let our next learned speaker take the podium. Thank you very much.
We'll let our Prof to lead us to the new wave of finance and economy.
All right, thanks. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and thank you, Chairperson, for introducing us the speakers. Okay, I'll give a very quick 15 to 20 minutes presentation. Yeah. The title given to me is this, The Future of Islamic Banking and Finance. Probably it was given to me because even though I'm now running a consultancy firm, I was the Dean of Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance in UAE for many years before I left the academia. So you all know, okay, I need to press this. All right. So as you all can see, Islamic finance has been growing very fast the last 3 decades. If you remember, now the total wealth of Islamic banking has become like something like $2 trillion. $2 trillion, the size of the Islamic banking market, yeah? The industry itself. So you can see even countries like even Hong Kong, they try to become the hub. London is trying to become the hub of Islamic finance. Kazakhstan, Japan has issued sukuk, you know. So it is kind of becoming popular. So you might be asking why Islamic banking is becoming popular. So you can see that it's becoming popular because of, one is because of global monetary meltdown that is happening here. Let me go quickly because I've got only 20 minutes. It's not moving. What am I see? But I've already gone few. Okay, this one. The global monetary meltdown has taken place from 2008, if you remember, right? In 2008 it started. Then it has caused a lot of problem for globally until today, even including this, even the Brexit. When Britain left the European Union, it's actually part of all this global meltdown that is taking place. So even as a response to that, even the Pope was mentioning that the Islamic says that Islamic finance may help Western banks in crisis. So even the Pope in Vatican is asking, perhaps the conventional system should look towards the Islamic finance. Yeah? So what I would like to show you is, I would like to take you to a higher level. Is Islamic finance truly an alternative? People are looking for sustainability. If you remember the Panko dialogue right in this place, the last 2 years, the theme has been on sustainability. So can Islamic finance contribute that sustainability? The present model, that's what I'll be looking at, yeah? So let me take one of the reason, or even the main reason why the Western system is, in a way I see it is collapsing, is because the riba, the riba, the base, when the system is based on riba, it has a lot of implications for economy, for politics, for society, for environment. In fact, we can actually discuss each one of them actually. How interest rates, riba system affects economy. How it affects the environment, for example, how it contributes to global warming, climate change. We can actually discuss one just specifically on it. All this I've written, all this is the effects of riba. So it is unsustainable. The ribawi system is unsustainable. That's the reason why Europe is collapsing, America collapsing. You can see even Japan is no longer an economic power, it is reducing. For the last almost 30 years, it has been in a recession, right? So that is the thing. But today I would like to show you one of the main important unsustainability effect of riba, which even our Minister Khairi Jamaluddin mentioned. The population, the fertility rate. Remember he said the Muslim world has the very high fertility rate, 3.1, isn't it? So I'll show you why the ribawi system will create a shrinking of population. That means in the future, the population, if you are dealing with a riba system, ultimately your population will shrink, the people become old people, that means there will be an aging problem, and then you'll have a labor problem, and ultimately the economy will be in jeopardy. Why? If you see here, you see if we divide our life into three components, I cannot show because it's the light there, right? So if you divide by 3, the childhood, the working age, and the retirement age. The working age is when we produce goods and services. Kita pergi kerja, then we produce goods and services, right? So that goods and services will be computed into the GDP of the nation. When you're childhood, we just go through education. Our parents will pay for all our expenses, our food, everything. We just go through education and then get ourselves skilled, knowledge and skill, acquire knowledge and skill. Then once we get old, we become retired. So retirement age is also consumption. Age, a period of consumption. So childhood and retirement is the age of consumption, working age we produce things. But because of the ribawi system, the cost of everything is going up. The cost of childhood rearing, having children is going up. The cost of retirement is going up. The cost of the living cost is also going up. All right? So people in the living working age, they are making a decision that the childhood rearing, cost of childhood this thing and the cost of retirement, they become opportunity cost to each other. So if I want to retire comfortably, I need to have less children. I should have only 1 or 2 children so that I can have some money. Or maybe some people, they don't want to have children. Or some, they may want to marry late, postpone marriage. Maybe, I don't know, if that was, right? Postpone marriage and things like that. But all this, it has implications for the economy, and the macroeconomy, and the overall. Why? Because when majority of the people make similar decision, majority of the population makes similar decision that we need to have less children so that we can retire comfortably, then the population will start to shrink. So this is, I would like to quote what even, this is a Malaysian. In Malaysia, you need to save 20% more so that you can retire comfortably. That means most of the Malaysians, when we retire, when we take the EPF money, the 5 tahun habis dah. 5 years only the money can last. Then after that, you tend to live another 10, 20 years. So who will support you, right? So you tend to, the money of what we save is no longer enough in the present system. Then you can see, this is for Singapore. I just show Singapore because Lee Kuan Yew, our mantan the Prime Minister, in his book, he mentioned that the #1 problem for Singapore is the shrinking population. Now, I think he's intelligent because as a Prime Minister, he can foresee the thing. He said, that is the #1 problem, he said. Then this is the graph for, the blue lines are the male population, the red ones are the female population, yeah? So you can see as you go on by 2050, okay, I need to show because our, this one, this is the graph, right? You can see by 2050, you see the graph it becomes like an inverted triangle, the number of population, the demographics. When it becomes an inverted triangle, that means as the whole population ages, the number of youngsters are becoming smaller and smaller. The replacement is smaller and smaller, right? So this is a dangerous trend for any country. A normal trend will look like this. Normal trend will look like this. You see, this is for Nigeria, like a triangle, macam ni. A lot of youngsters, and then the old people are small. But when it's problematic, it becomes an inverted triangle. Dia mula-mula nampak macam layang-layang lah, like a kite. After that, it will become an inverted triangle. Once it becomes an inverted triangle, the country is basically it is problematic. It cannot be reversed. You see? So once it becomes problematic, then you will have one is the aging problem. Most of your population will be old people. And second is you will face a labor problem, and then your GDP will tend to shrink. Tak ada orang, young people to work, yeah? So you see, if I may quote what Mr. Lee Kuan Yew was saying, sorry, you see, this is what if I may quote, is there a country in the world that prospers on a declining population? If I had to identify one issue that threatens Singapore's survival the most, it would be this one. You see? I cannot solve the problem, and I have given up. I have given up the job to another generation of leaders. Hopefully, they or their successors will eventually find a way out. You see? So he says he also given up already, that he could not solve the problem. But is this problem only for Singapore? No. Even Japan is the same. The entire Europe is the same. The population, the replacement rate now over there is 1 point something only. Our minister said Muslim world is about 3.1. The replacement rate is 2.1. So long the replacement rate is 2.1, then at least the population will stay put. But we should have more than 2.1 so that we can rise a bit. So that's why I always tell our Muslim couple who are about to marry and so on, you must have at least 3 children. Otherwise, you have not contributed to the Ummah yet. All right? You must have at least 3, okay? Otherwise, you are contributing to the shrinking of the population. All right, so you can see that is the reason why Europe is inviting all the Syrian refugees. Why? It is because they, okay, some of them maybe they may be inviting them, but they actually need them. Singapore, they invite people from immigrants from all countries, those with money and skill. They invite them. And if you go to Singapore, they give you a durian party. You know, they give you a durian party just to invite you into Singapore. But Japan, they cannot see other races living among themselves. They are not like us, you know, we have a lot of multiracial population, isn't it? But they cannot imagine other races living among themselves. So what do? They are speeding up their robotics. So you go to this restaurant, a robot will come and serve you. You know, there's one hotel in Japan entirely run by a robot. You go to the counter is a crocodile. The crocodile will welcome you, take your passport, photocopy your passport and give you. And then two muscular looking robots will be standing by to carry you back to your room. So entirely a robot. But today you see, yes, the robots are saving people, but as time goes by, the robots will be saving robots, isn't it? So it's not the real problem. So why I'm showing you all this, this will be a serious problem in the future, as you can see, as you can see, by 2030, most of the countries in the world will face labor shortage. So if you ask me why, it is because of the system of riba inside. If you want to solve this, you want to reverse this trend, you need to solve this ribawi system. And what system is talking about the ribawi system is none other than Islamic financial system, right? So we need to move forward. People can see only the Islamic financial system can ultimately save this world from sustainability of this even population. I've not even talked to you on all the other effects, because normally I talk about the other effects. Today I decided to talk about this population, right? So the thing is, but there's one more element that is necessary if you really want to make Islamic finance an alternative to the current system and contribute to this sustainability thing. What is that? The thing is, it is the problem of convergence. In finance, if you have done finance, if you give in anything that is imbalanced in finance, they are not in balance, you can make money from the difference. You can make money from the difference. We call that arbitraging. So arbitraging also exists between Islamic finance and conventional finance. All right? So when people make money from the difference between conventional and Islamic, dua-dua akan bergabung, slowly they will converge and become equal. So today if you ask me, is Islamic finance almost similar to conventional? I would say yes. Maybe our practitioners may say no. I will say yes, that is what my understanding of finance tells me. We say we want to be riba free, isn't it? But until today, the riba rate or interest rate is the benchmark for the profit rate of finance. Why? Why that the interest rate is the benchmark for the profit rate for Islamic finance is because of this convergence. Even if all our scholars can say, no, it's okay, no man, can we be not to take the interest rate as the benchmark? You cannot. You cannot move away from it. The interest rate will be the benchmark for you. Why? Because of this convergence. So ultimately, dua-dua jadi sama. Alright, dua-dua akan jadi sama, right? So how do you then detach Islamic finance? How to make it detached? There's one more effect that is missing in our Islamic finance. That only if you understand economics, you will understand the thing. If you do not understand, if you just go to Islamic, you may not understand. Sorry to say that. What is that? The hikmah behind. Why the Sharia principles of muamalat, zakat, hudud, mahar dan semuanya, why are they based on gold and silver as the standard? The gold standard, the silver, the dinar is important. Only when you use the measure of value, which is real, measure of value becomes real, then the Islamic finance will become a true alternative and that can contribute to the sustainability of the global system. Right? But of course, then you'll ask, how do you do it and this thing? You see, today, the derivatives bubble, because of the paper money system, the derivatives bubble is now 1.2 trillion. No, sorry, 1,200 trillion. The derivatives bubble is waiting to burst. And you know what is a trillion? Just now I said, the size of the entire Islamic finance in the world is only 2 trillion. Itu pun kita rasa dah besar kan? Right now, 2 trillion. The entire size of Islamic banking. But the derivatives bubble. Derivatives is the futures market, options market, forwards market, semua ni lah. Where the paper pricing paper. Paper pricing, paper we call it derivatives market, yeah? So it is 1,200 trillion. Just to give a perspective of how big 1 trillion, huh? I've done this many times, but some of you, especially the students, may not have listened to me earlier. How many of you have never listened to me earlier? Can you put up your hand? Tak pernah dengar ini. So many of you have listened, so then I don't have to do it lah, huh? All right? Otherwise, I like to show you how big a trillion is, yeah? So, okay, so then what is the issue here is, what is missing in the present monetary system, in the entire present monetary system is, there is no measure of value. You see, when we do trade, kita jual beli, bila kita jual beli barang, kita export barang, import barang, right? We are actually exchanging values. We are exchanging values. Nilai, yeah? I give you something, I take something from you. I produce something, I take something from you. But what is missing in the present global system is that there is no measure of value. To understand, I'll show you from accounting perspective, yeah? Prof, you may, I'll give you what I mean by this measure of value. A measure is a standard. We need something to measure the standard. For example, if I say 1 feet, I say my height is 5 feet, right? So my 5 feet must be same as 5 feet in China, 5 feet in America, 5 feet in Malaysia. Then we are talking same thing. If 1 feet in China is different from 1 feet in Malaysia, what will happen? Then I will say, yesterday I was 5 feet, but today I'm 3 feet only, right? Isn't it? So my height will be changing, moving up and down. Sama dengan weight. The weight gram, a gram in Malaysia, gram in America, gram in China must be the same. And gram 1,000 years ago and gram today must be the same. Then it's a standard measure. So what we do not have in the present monetary system is that we do not have a standard measure of value. All right? So to give you an example, I see you the balance sheet. Look at this balance sheet. Huh? You look at this balance sheet that I'm showing. It has a cash 1 million and it has a land of 1 million. So I asked the accountants, the land is 1 million, cash is 1 million. You are saying both have the same value, right? He said, yes. But one is real, one is virtual. Banking system creates 1 million just a stroke of a pen. Today, 1 million is created by just a stroke of the keyboard of a computer. So you just create the 1 million like that and the 1 million land same value? In accounting, yes. But one is real, one is virtual. We are adding virtual, real, semua campur dengan we are showing is balancing. Alright, let's assume it is the same, never mind. Then you ask one question, you say the value of the land is 1 million ringgit, right? He said, yes, 1 million ringgit. But what is a ringgit? Can anyone tell me what is a ringgit? If I say it is 1 million grams of gold, you know, yeah, I can see, I can imagine what is the 1 million grams of gold. But if I say 1 million ringgit, what is the ringgit? 1 ringgit, I always say, today, if you're lucky, you can get 1 roti canai. But when I was a young boy in 1970s in Penang, Pulau Pinang, 1 ringgit can buy me 10 roti canai. Right now. So what is it, the ringgit then? Nobody, they just say it on a piece of paper, inilah wang kertas Malaysia, 1 ringgit, yeah? So it's undefined, the value is not defined. So when we say, that's what I'm meaning, there is no standard measure of value in the global monetary system. The moment the link between gold and currency was removed in 1971, when the Bretton Woods collapsed in 1971. So since 1971, we do not have a standard measure of value, okay? So our scholars, who are, if you are those who are doing finance, I would strongly recommend you to get this book. You will understand a very good explanation of what riba is using classical scholars. Using classical scholars, he nicely defined what riba is. You'll understand beautifully, right? And he said, the truth is that if strict legal position of Islamic law is adopted, all transactions in paper currency will become invalid. You see, if you go by the traditional scholars' way of getting all these rules of Sharia, and if you apply it in today's terms, all our transactions in paper money will become invalid. He is a very well-known scholar in, if you are taking law and Sharia, you will know him, Professor Nyazi. Yeah? Right? So you see, so this is another expert in Bernard Leiter, is the future of money. He says a society of sustainable abundance is achievable, but only if we are willing to reinvent our monetary system. Kalau tidak, today the way the global system is collapsing, the price of things that you're buying, everything rising, I tell you, you will keep on rising. If you understand economics, you will know the current rise in inflation that is happening, it will continue because of the ribawi system. Because a lot of money from the derivatives market is coming down to the real market. Dia turun dari atas ke bawah. So it will just push up the price levels. So it will continue, right? So how are we going to solve this? Yeah? So so this is what we need to go back. But I'm not going to propose carry gold in your pocket. That was the previous thing. But we are going to use fintech. We'll use fintech because the solution to the global system is now fintech, financial technology, using mobile phones, mobile information system to solve it. So gold-based electronic credit system is what I say, it can solve a lot of problems. Interest-free, gold-based electronic netting systems. But technically it's this. Dulu dinar macam ini, this is the original dinar of the Muslim world, this one, the first dinar. The picture of which you can see in the Riyal of Saudi Arabia lah. So from Riyal, dia jadi gambar aja. Dari now sekarang dari gambar kita tukar balik itu Riyal. Okay? So that is the thing. So I'll quickly okay, the time's up already. So quickly, let me just quickly say something on the. Hold on, I don't know why it's doing it. Okay, let me quickly go through this. What you need to do, for a Muslim world. For the future of Islamic banking, if you want to do a really thing, you send some of your students. We need to go for real money base. There are many real money systems, not only gold. Then you have Islamic asset management. We mobilize the real savings of people, and then you invest. That means the present banking system, it has to evolve. It cannot remain like this. If the present Islamic banking system remains like this, they will be replaced by the fintech. So to counter these things, they have to become fund mobilizers and invest in real businesses, just like fund management. So they have to use fintech, like crowdfunding, just like crowdfunding. And then investment and trade financing based on risk-sharing principles, using QRAD, using musharaka, using mutanakisa, gapaga, financial services, and so on. Move into risk-sharing principles plus financial services, So, and you can see that I put gold-based interest-free electronic netting system is something that I do in my consultancy. We create payment system to solve that, Then housing cooperatives, Islamic housing cooperatives. Islamic housing cooperatives, if in like the one that is existing in Canada, you can own a home dalam masa 7 hingga 10 tahun aja. 7 to 10 years, you can own a home already. But in the present paper money system, you go to conventional bank, even to Islamic bank, you akan bayar sampai 35 tahun ini. Soon, it will be 40 tahun. Soon, 2 generation. When I first took the financing 15 tahun aja. My father, when he took his financing, 10 years only. So sampai time you all is dah 30-40 tahun. So you go into housing cooperatives, then you can own your house faster. Islamic real estate investment trust, and then we need to develop quickly the wakaf and zakat, the wakaf system. Alhamdulillah, you can see a lot of work is being done in wakaf currently. So education wakaf, and utility wakaf, or other health wakafs and things like that, we need to revive them. Then you will make the complete Islamic system that is sustainable. So let me conclude. The Islamic system that we inherited from even the times of the Ottoman Caliphate is actually a very sustainable, complete system. Apa yang kita perlu buat, it is simply to take the same principles, tapi we use modern technology to implement. So we go back, same principles, but modern technology. So if those days people used to take the unta and then they baca doa untuk perjalanan, so today we drive car, we baca doa yang sama. Similarly, Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof, for the your inspiring what do you call that? Presentation on Islamic finance, because I am myself, in Islamic banking, but I'm now realizing that what you said now, we really need to revolutionize the thinking of our Islamic bankers and the Islamic regulators, actually. I think most of the regulators. Okay, we're actually running out of time. We have like 5 minutes, but can I perhaps, because I've got one accountant here and one actually who professes in Islamic finance, and I have one very, what do you call that, question that I want to ask is this. You know why? Because you said it correct. The practice of Islamic banking right now is a convergence, or if you may, it's not an Islamic-based product, but it is an Islamic conversion product. The reason for that is, I think, our regulators, the laws, the accounting system, the standards that we use are very much based on conventional. And because of that, also I believe that, you know, we need to put in proper guidelines for this new era of finance, which is a fintech. Fintech basically is exactly what Islamic finance actually professes, which you bring the wants of the investors and the people with the money together into a platform, and they actually exchange. So that's what it is. So with that, yeah, I have a question here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Soalan saya ni ringkas saja pasal masalah masa sekarang ni. Saya tak nak menggunakan bahasa Inggeris, takut saya ditegur bahasa Inggeris saya tak ada berapa baik sangat. Sebab orang dah pernah tegur timbalan Perdana Menteri kita bercakap di United Nations baru ni. Jadi soalan saya begini. Saya pernah terbaca satu artikel menyebut tentang science is religion, not economic is religion, not science. Jadi kalau kita melihat ayat wa may yattaqillaha yaj'al lahu makhraja wa yarzuqhu min haitsu la yahtasib. Saya tengok dalam kedai-kedai India banyak dia tulis ayat tu. Kadang-kadang dia jadi sebagai tak tahulah apa maksud dia. Jadi bagaimana cara kita melihat ayat itu dengan isu semasa dalam perkembangan akhir ini tentang ekonomi dunia ni. Jadi melihat pada ayat itu, kita hendaklah yakin bahawa barang siapa yang bertakwa, Allah akan buka jalan-jalan. Jadi bisnes kita ni mungkin tertutup kerana tak nampak jalan. Jadi wahyu diturunkan, itu sebab kita ada reveal and acquired knowledge, betul tak? Bila dua ni bergabung, reveal and acquired knowledge, maka hebatlah benda tu. Hari ini kita melihat reveal, knowledge, acquired, tetapi melupakan reveal. Maka Allah tutupkan ilmunya. Jadi saya mintalah supaya kita bercakap dalam konteks the meeting point between reveal and acquired knowledge itu perlu ditekankan balik. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, I guess thank you very much for the statement, Lan. So basically, it's actually two different things, your question and what I presented. What I presented is basically for how to attain, when you move away from what is this thing, from the ribawi interest free thing, if you are in that kind of thing, you get unsustainable situation that you need to solve. Yeah? But that one is, that is something I always follow, the verse that you are telling, that I will always put confidence in myself that whatever happens these things, if you are sincere, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will always come and open a thing for you. So that I have, alhamdulillah, I think that is something all of us, we can emulate, that, in whatever situation you're put in, when you think that it is most, a situation that is hopeless, you will find that if you put your faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the help will come. I tell my students, like when I teach my students, I always give the example, like even Nabi Musa alayhi salam, when he was going, taking the people of Fir'aun, when Fir'aun was coming after them, they come to Sungai Nile, Nile. At that moment you see
you're finished already. The army is coming. Behind you is the river. So you will find at that moment hearts will split. There will be some hearts will still have faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Some will collapse. And then when it collapses, they will say, look, this thing, you're finished and that kind of thing. But people who put heart in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you'll find in any moment, He will still give you a way out. So he asked Nabi Musa alayhi salam, just hit it with a small tongkat, then the entire water can open, right? So similarly, you also see that when Peperangan Khandak, you see that. Peperangan Khandak, when you saw the army is coming, they're already camping ready. You thought the trench is not completed yet, right? The trench is not completed yet. You think the time is done, ready, they're going to finish you off, right? But at the moment you see, some hearts are still with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, have faith, some will collapse. The mushrikeen, the munafiqeen, what they say, they use the word, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had already turned the name of, the Medina, is already called Yathrib to Medina already. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, they use the term Ya Ahlul Yathrib. You see, those guys, those who use the term Ya Ahlul Yathrib at the moment, they are people whose faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has collapsed. You see? Right now. So you see, these are the things at the last moment, if you put the trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it will always open for you. You will never borrow money from anybody if you put the trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Okay. I can't say much, but I think that's of course when we decided to go into Islamic banking, there's a lot of things that we have actually got to face, but I think we are moving slowly, inshallah, one day. Like what the slides that is being shown by Prof just now, the right way of doing Islamic banking will be, I think, hopefully will be, instituted with us. Yeah, Puan? Sorry, Dato'.
I just want to add a little bit of flavor to this. I'm a board member of Bank Islam. This is a journey. We are moving towards the investment account platform that is using FinTech. But as we move towards this, I think we have to take our responsibility seriously. The thing about venture, when you invest, you can lose money. You can. So we only invest because we think we want to make money, but risk sharing means what? There is every risk, you can lose your money. And as far as our depositors are concerned, that's why we always use this term, displaced commercial risk. Because the Islamic banks are subsisting together with the conventional banks. If you put your money in an Islamic bank and you lose your money compared to the commercial bank, that is giving you a fixed deposit rate. Are people ready for that? So this is where it's also partly education. We have started this journey, we have started the investment account platform. We are putting projects on the investment account platform for people to come forward to want to invest in the project. But we do it carefully. We look at the project, we don't simply put projects there because we are sponsoring it. Would we ourselves have funded this project under our normal risk acceptance criteria and guidelines? If we are, we satisfy ourselves, we put. The products that we put also on the financing, there are a lot of consumer loan. Like Bank Islam, we are a consumer bank. We have a lot of consumer. So consumer financing take many forms. It can be personal financing, it can be house financing, it can be vehicle financing. Very different risks. Nampak memang semua consumer, but the risks are different. So which one do we reshare with the depositor? So yes, we want to move forward, but when people start losing money, that is the real test. So as we move forward, we do it carefully, we do it responsibly, because we have a fiduciary risk. Have a fiduciary risk, people are depending on us. Going back to my point about accountant, the question of trust, and we take that very seriously. To amanah. So in wanting to move this, there is the developmental part, there is also the education of our investors, because we want to move and we want to move safely. Kita tak nak, a situation where people start losing money and then there are problems, you know. So yes, we are moving. Bank Negara really wants to see this done under the introduction of the IFSA, the Islamic Financial Services Act. That's happening, but at least at Bank Islam, the board, I chair the board risk committee. We view these things very seriously. It is a heavy responsibility even for us to migrate this and bring people along so that we can move safely. So memang lambat development, but I for one believe that biarlah lambat asalkan selamat. Everybody, like at the end of the day, feel that this is the right move. I just wanted to say that, to bring that element of, it's not that easy, so there's a lot that we need to do, and we take it very seriously, our responsibility.
I think because I used to work in Kuwait Finance House, the ideology of Islamic banking to the Kuwaitis is quite different from what the ideology of Malaysians are. However, safe to say that I think the risk assessment and the palette, the appetite of the investors in Kuwait and the investors in Malaysia is two different things. Because Kuwait Finance House is actually run like an asset management company, where the investors actually, or the depositors actually are investors, and they find assets. Like for instance, when they came to Malaysia, the first project that we did was Pavilion. And we didn't do it via financing. We did it via investment. We set up a fund, which is called Baitak Funds, and the investors in Kuwait actually puts money, and we invest in Pavilion. And they got their return at a rate of 37%. So that is what, of course, they took a risk. If, for instance, the project didn't take off, still they will lose the money. So it's actually profit loss sharing. It will be a time when I think when we will educate the Malaysian public to be able to actually understand the concept of Islamic banking. And I think we have to start off with the regulators first and the accounting standards. Okay, we should come to an end because lunch is actually waiting for us. Thank you very much. Oh, okay.
May I have one more question, please?
Okay.
No, we can
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Yang berbahagia datuk-datuk. Nama saya Adam dan saya student ijazah sarjana muda kewangan Islam. Jadi soalan saya, tadi Dato' Zaitun ada mention yang basic knowledge is not enough anymore. So based on the experiences of your experiences, and if Professor Dato' experiences, what is the fastest way or cheat sheet to become successful in Islamic finance in the future? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of acquiring knowledge, you never stop acquiring knowledge. There is no shortcut. But at the end of the day, you must know what you want. Knowledge memang banyak. But to get the relevant knowledge, to get you where you want to be. So you ask yourself, lepas you habis your degree, you nak buat apa? Kan? Kalau you nak kahwin, you acquire lah knowledge ilmu berumah tangga. But if you basically want to be a professional, accountant for example, you pursue that. You want to be in Islamic finance, you pursue that. So at the end of the day, you be a master of your destiny. You kena tahu apa you nak. And if you don't know yet, you can research. You can look up a lot of information, apa is of interest to you. And then you pursue that. And if once you pursue that, macam saya sekarang in accountancy, what is relevant to me is accounting standard. Dan Datuk Jamilah katalah, Islamic accounting standard tu is still work in progress. There's still a lot to be done. But it is accounting standard. Because to remain relevant, saya ni audit committee sana, risk committee sini, kena tahulah accounting standard. So at this age, insyaAllah bulan ni I turn 60, I'm still learning. For accounting standard tu dia berubah je. Every time you understand satu, dia keluar lagi satu, lagi dua, dia tahu kan? Macam Islamic finance is equally evolving. new research is being done, new pronouncements are being done. So you kena tahu itu. So that bila you put yourself before people, be it employer, you engage everywhere, people know whether you're relevant or not. Kadang-kadang kita ni, kita segan nak bercakap sebab kita tak tahu sangat topik tu. Tapi sekarang, bab tak tahu sangat ni tak boleh berlarutan. Kita kena tahu. We have to take the trouble to know. Tapi knowledge tu memang banyak. Saya nak pilih apa kan. Jadi you kena ada you punya matlamat. 5 tahun you nak jadi apa? You nak jadi banker, you look up banking punya knowledge. Macam tu ya. So it is, shortcut tu memang tak ada. Cuma sekarang you only senang. You all kena internet, through phone dah boleh dapat knowledge. Macam kami dulu kena photostat, cari buku. Yeah? But of course, there's a lot of knowledge. Some knowledge not good for you pun ada. Yeah? I don't have to go into detail. Tak semua knowledge good for you. Some knowledge is not good for you. So don't go there. Yeah? Look for knowledge which is useful and can be helping your future to become a better person. Huh?
Okay, so I think we're really running out of time. Yes. Lunch is waiting for us. So I would like to thank the two great panelists here with me and for you all as well. Thank you.
Is that? Hey, masuk hey. DI ni DI.
Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Okey. 3. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Test mic. Test mic. Okey, dua-dua. Test mic 1 2 cubaan suara 1 2 3. Kuat tu. Test mic 1 2. Test mic 1 2. Okay. Pas.
Hey, 1 2 3, sound check, hey 1 2. Hey, test mic 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Hey, test mic, cubaan suara 1 2 3. Hey, hey. Hey, 1 2 3, test mic. Hey. Berdengung. Hey, test mic 1 2 3. Hey, sound check, hey 1 2. Hey, 1 2 3, test mic 1 2 3. Hey, sound check 1 2. Hey, 1 2 3, test mic. Hey, test mic 1 2 3. Hey, sound check 1 2. Hey, 1 2 3, test mic 1 2 3. Hey. Assalamualaikum. Hey, salam tengah hari. Salam sejahtera. Salam Perak Aman Jaya. Hey, 1 2 3, sound check.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Masud bin Putih. I'm the moderator for this forum on media and international politics. And we have 3 members on the panel who are from different countries in Southeast Asia. On my left is Dr. Abdurrani Usman from Universiti Islam Negeri Aranri in Banda Aceh. To his left is Tuan Haji Izlan Basar, who is the CEO of TV Al Hijrah, based in Kuala Lumpur, which I'm sure you are familiar with the station and have followed their programs closely to know what it's all about. And it's not a station which is comparable to the others that we have in this country and also in this region, maybe also in the world. And to his left is Dr. Zafri Arif, who is from the University of Brunei Darussalam, but he had lived in Kuala Lumpur for some years while he was working on his PhD at the University of Malaya. My major is film, and I studied film at Columbia University in New York City. Maybe that's not the reason why I'm here. The other reason might be because Nordin Kardi likes to see me wearing a jacket. Otherwise, I'll be wearing a t-shirt. When I was given the title of Media and International Politics, I was wondering whether the title would be better if it's International Politics and Media. Then I realized that the former title, the original title, was better because international politics, as we know it, could not have happened in the way that we know it now without the support and the misuse of the media by the West. The reason why I'm saying misuse is because they had the audacity, the evil intentions of using the media as the main platform for them to promote their ideologies, mostly political, military, and others. And in this context, we, or I, can charge that it is not their problem that they are able to know this, as the problem could also be blamed on Muslim leaders, those whose countries are now in shambles, being destroyed by those countries in the West that had used the media to promote their agendas, whatever they may be. And in this regard, without wanting to blame further the leaders of the Arab and Muslim countries, we, or I, would like to propose that we too can use the same media for our own good, because the media can be one that we create from zero, or we can use whatever media that have been introduced to our benefit. And in this regard, we do not have to be lakers of the West. We do not have to be parasites of the West. The we I'm talking about is the Muslim world, whatever that is. Although the Muslim world is not a formal grouping, but we can create it as a grouping, which encompasses all aspects of life and others, so that as a group, which comprises of 57 countries, Muslim countries, and those other countries that have sizable Muslim populations, especially those in Europe and America. And in the end, because of our size, because of our vast population size, which is like from 1.5 billion to 1.6 billion, we can overshadow the media that the West have been using, so that they, in turn, become our subsidiary. So this is hopefully something that the authorities, the government, OIC, can seriously consider. And one of the proposals that I had given out in my paper called Muslim Cinema as an Antithesis to Hollywood, which I presented in the first International Muslim Conference, Filmmakers Conference, held in Tehran in February 1994, whereby I proposed the establishment of the Malacca Film City, which I thought would be good as the Hollywood of the Muslim world, entire Muslim world. I introduced a new term called entire Muslim world, which means that it is beyond the Muslim world and which includes Muslims living in other Muslim, non-Muslim countries, because they are also part of the Muslim world. And in wanting to shape or reshape the profile of the Muslims so that we can decide what image we can trust to the world without having to wait for the West to tell us that you are terrorists, you are extremists, you are not moderates. These are their definitions. The problem is we do not have the medias that we can use to define our own identity and image. And in this regard, this forum is held at the right time, and it is quite also fortunate that we have 3 people from the same region, Melayu Muslims, who I'm sure we as the grouping of Malays in Southeast Asia or Nusantara Melayu can lead in this effort to create new media platforms, new institutions, new systems, new networks, new relations within the Muslim world, so that the more we know each other, the less the others can look down and belittle and make fun of. And somebody talked about Islamophobia. To me, Islamophobia is a tool of Islamic propagation. There are positive benefits that we can get from this thing called Islamophobia, which the West call, but to us it's called Islamic propagation, because the fact says the more they talk about it, the more people get to know about Islam. And the more people get to be interested in religion and, in the end, want to revert to the religion, and thanks to Islamophobia. And to start the discussion, I would like to introduce Dr. Abdul Rani Osman to present his paper. And by using PowerPoint, I'm sure it can be entertaining as well as enriching. So I would like to introduce Dr. Abdul Rani Osman to the podium to give his speech. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, right now I want to speak in Malaysia because yesterday all of them speak in English. If you don't want to speak in Bahasa, I want to speak in Chinese. I want to speak Chinese or Malaysia. Okay, no problem. Jadi, thank you for Mansur, for Azlan Basar dan Jeffrey, and for Sultan Azlan Shah invite me in Malaysia. What can I do today? All of us right now student and lecturer. Jadi saya hari ini seperti mengajar mahasiswa saya di Aceh kalau boleh. Ini karena saya lihat banyak yang muda-muda. Media jadi adalah sebagai alat. Ya. Kalau dulu ada merpati, dia bawa berita. Media adalah bersifat komersial, commercialization. Bagaimana media itu sebagai komersial? Media harus menjual cerita. Dia bagaimana dia menjual cerita satu dengan lainnya? Bagaimana cerita dan berita itu dijual? Dan bagaimana fenomena dan fakta yang bernilai berita? Ada actuality, proximity, dan sebagainya. Jadi kalau ada nilai berita baru laku. Kalau misalnya hari ini atau kemarin dibuka oleh tuanku tentang seminar ini bernilai berita atau tidak, tergantung kepada media. Disitulah media sebagai politik. Nah, bagaimana memaksimalkan informasi dan pendapatan mereka melalui informasi tersebut? Kita di mana-mana kalau dulu radio, kalau kami di Aceh itu mendengar Datuk Hussein On berbicara. Jadi bagaimana Datuk Hussein On berbicara di situ kami bisa dengar di Aceh. Nah, berita yang ada di sini kita mendengar di Aceh karena nilai berita yang diperbicarakan di Malaysia ini sangat bernilai di Aceh. Makanya dia mencari yang benar-benar bernilai. Yang selanjutnya adalah organisasional. Bagaimana terbentuknya hubungan yang saling membutuhkan antara politikus dan jurnalis. Wartawan TV Al-Hijrah, begitu Obama datang ke Malaysia, komunikator politik agung dunia langsung berebut. Karena itu, bagaimana hubungannya antara wartawan, juru warta atau jurnalis membutuhkan satu nama lainnya antara politikus dan jurnalis. Kalau tidak ada jurnalis atau wartawan atau reporter, bagaimana politikus menyampaikan informasi? Siapa yang menyampaikan dan bagaimana disampaikannya? Oleh karena itu, kedua pihak dapat memperoleh keuntungan. Jadi bagaimana keuntungannya? Seorang politikus menyampaikan pendapatnya, menyampaikan pemikirannya, menyampaikan kebijakannya yang tentunya harus dipahami oleh masyarakat itu sendiri. Dan media disalurkan melalui media secara baik dan benar. Ya. Yang selanjutnya harus kita lihat bahwa ini nanti dekat kalau waktunya lebih ya. Jadi seorang jurnalis, ya ini TV Al-Hijrah misalnya, kalau dia tidak haus cerita, dia tidak akan didengar, tidak akan ditonton, tidak akan dibaca. Utusan Malaysia misalnya, kalau dia duduk aja wartawan itu, dia tidak akan berkembang. Maka dia harus cari berita, dia haus dengan informasi, mencari dan bagaimana mengolah, bagaimana meninformasikan sedemikian rupa melalui opini maupun pictures atau sebagainya, investigasi dan sebagainya. Kemudian yang selanjutnya media harus dikelola secara profesional. Dengan kata lain, profesional terhadap objektivitas, yaitu pemisahan antara fakta dan opini. Mana pendapat seorang wartawan misalnya? Kalau dia mengemukakan sesuatu menurut pendapatnya, dia bukan seorang wartawan. Dia adalah menulis dan melaporkan seperti yang diucapkan oleh politikus atau komunikator politik. Kecuali memang dia tulis opini. Ini kalau opini ya terserah. Ini media. Nah, bagaimana kalau ada perbedaan pendapat, kemukakan perbedaan pendapat itu. Jadi harus transparan. Kalau tadi masalah ekonomi, dia harus mengemukakan apa adanya seperti yang dia ketahui, tidak ditutupi, akan tetapi berdasarkan investigasi. Oke. Kemudian yang selanjutnya, media sebagai institusi politik. Sebagai institusi politik, suatu bentuk kesatuan susunan permanen dan stabil mengatur perilaku kelompok berdasarkan peraturan. Tetap media sebagai institusi adalah seperangkat standar memproduksi berita politik. Ya. Kenapa saya katakan begini, kita katakan ini begini, Benson ini, apapun cerita, kalau sudah dipolitisir, itu sudah menjadi politik. Tapi kalau memang berita yang sebenarnya dibalut dengan fakta, dikemukakan dengan yang secara resmi, itu sangat bagus dan sangat berharga. Tapi kalau ada berita saya berpidato di sini, mungkin ingin kampanye, itu dibalut sedikit sudah berbau politik. Makanya di sini media sangat berperan menginformasikan bagaimana dia balut berita itu, bagaimana dia kondisikan, bagaimana dia menyalurkan kepada masyarakat dengan bahasa yang dikemukakan, dengan angle yang diangkat dan sebagainya. Ini permainan oleh media. Nah, produksi berita oleh media memberi kerangka yang tetap sama dengan di mana dan bagaimana aktor politik bekerja. Bagaimana aktor politik bekerja? Kita melihat sekarang semua orang di dunia ataupun banyak orang tahu bahwa saat ini calon presiden Trump dan Hillary Clinton sedang mempersiapkan diri untuk untuk dipilih, sudah kampanye dan sebagainya. Nah, dia berkampanye sedemikian rupa dengan nilai dan etika yang ada di negara mereka, berbeda dengan kampanye di Indonesia, apalagi di Aceh di sana. Ya, itu misalnya. Jadi media adalah pemain politik utama dalam suatu negara. Bila wartawan menangis, dunia ikut menangis. Bila wartawan tertawa, dunia ikut tertawa. Wartawan ratu dunia. Tuan-tuan dan datuk-datuk sekalian, setelah tsunami datang di Aceh, waktu itu seperti diceritakan oleh Surin kemarin adalah konflik. Setelah tsunami datang, ada wartawan. Salah satu wartawan foto-foto biasa, dia kena tsunami. Setelah lari 2 hari, dia kasih rekaman itu ke Metro TV. Akhirnya itu dibeli berita itu miliaran rupiah oleh Metro TV. Dan begitu dilaporkan fakta di lapangan tentang informasi yang ada di Aceh, dunia menangis. Karena wartawan sudah menangis dan media menangis. Makanya media atau wartawan ratu dunia. Dunia ini ada sama media. Kemana media dibawa, itulah dunia. Sekarang kalau kita melihat, ibu bapak atau tuan-tuan sekalian, bisa meramalkan enggak siapa presiden Amerika? Saya tanya, gender. Apakah ada seorang presiden perempuan dari Amerika enggak? Dari Indonesia sudah ada. Kalau di Aceh sudah lama sudah ada. Ada enggak? Kenapa tidak ada? Pernah enggak kita terfikir kenapa tidak ada presiden perempuan dari Amerika? Pak Azlan. Kita akan berpikir, karena sering menampilkan adalah perjuangan kampanye adalah struggle, war, perang, perjuangan dan sebagainya. Makanya dia terkesan gender akan tetapi tidak gender. Masyarakat Amerika merindukan seorang presiden perempuan, misalnya. Siapa tahu nanti, kenapa? Karena Hillary Clinton ini adalah seorang ibu negara yang berpengalaman dan seorang diplomat. Kenapa? Karena kenapa tidak terpilihnya presiden? Ini menurut pendapat saya ya, ini baru pendapat nih. Jadi kenapa tidak pernah jadi seorang perempuan jadi di Amerika? Karena dia waktu perdebatan kampanye dan sebagainya itu seperti perang, perjuangan, boxing dan sebagainya. Itu berat sekali, tapi tidak bersifat keibuan dan sebagainya. Ini pendapat yang kita baca-baca ini dan sebagainya. Nah, sistem media memberi peta hubungan antara lembaga negara, partai politik, masyarakat dan sipil warga negara. Ya. Media ini adalah dapat menjembatani jalurnya informasi. Bagaimana informasi yang datang dengan media? Makanya apabila wartawan menangis, dunia ikut menangis. Dia menjembatani informasi. Kemarin kalau kita melihat informasi yang ada, tuanku berpidato di sini, dia kita baca di utusan Malaysia, kita tonton di Al-Hijrah, kita tonton di TV yang lain. Dia adalah jembatan jalurnya informasi. Nah, kemudian media berperan sebagai penengah dan mengawasi. Ya. Jadi media ini jangan memihak. TV Al-Hijrah memihak. Ini pengalaman dengan TV Al-Hijrah saya ini. Begitu datang ke sini, Datuk Zaini utusan Malaysia mengundang kita ke TV Al-Hijrah, kata talk show masalah cerita tsunami dan sebagainya. Ya. Kenapa berkembang? Karena dia mengungkapkan apa adanya. Kadang-kadang kenapa ada media yang mati, tidak dibaca, tidak ditonton, tidak didengar dan sebagainya? Karena adalah mereka kadang-kadang memihak kepada, bukan kepada bangsa dan negaranya. Nah, kita lanjut. Media mengidentifikasikan fungsi politik utama dalam demokrasi. Media sebagai forum publik. Kita ingin menulis di Malaysia. Bagaimana forum sebagai publik ini, kita menyampaikan pendapat, kita menyampaikan surat pembaca, kita menyampaikan hal-hal yang lainnya. Ini adalah sebagai forum, sebagai corong, sebagai podium bagi kita. Dan media sebagai penggerak, a mobilizing agent. Bagaimana kita menggerakkan? Kalau kita melihat ya, perubahan reformasi di Indonesia, andai kata tidak diliput oleh media, itu tidak akan terjadi. Maka media ada di belakangnya. Mungkin kenapa? Karena media terlalu lelah tentang informasi yang sangat tidak populer, sehingga dia mahasiswa informasi menyampaikan informasi melalui media, meliput, mengembangkan dan sebagainya, sehingga rezim waktu itu runtuh. Karena sebagai forum dan media sebagai pengawas. Bagaimana kita sebagai watchdog? Bagaimana kita mengawasi pemerintah? Makanya kerjasama antara media dan pemerintah itu harus harmonis. Seandainya tidak harmonis, maka dia akan pincang dalam suatu negara. Nah, kemudian karena ini media sebagai institusi politik, laksana institusi politik, maka ada komunikator politik di sini. Komunikator politik memainkan peran penting terutama dalam proses opini. Ya, bisa enggak dilihat? Saya tidak tahu sebelumnya. Begitu datang kemari, raja adalah PhD, gubernur adalah PhD, komunikator politik yang sangat hebat. Mungkin coba cari di tempat lain di dunia ini yang satu provinsi dipegang oleh 2 PhD, ada enggak? Kemudian coba lihat wajahnya. Ini non-verbal communication, orangnya tinggi. Saya kemarin ini, maaf ya, saya tidak orangnya tinggi, berbicara tegas, berjalan lembut, hatinya lembut, wajahnya lembut. Tidak seperti wajah-wajah yang lain. Tapi begitu berbicara, dia tegas. Bagaimana young people next time in Malaysia? Jadi apa yang dilakukan oleh generasi muda di Malaysia? Ini komunikator politik. Nah, komunikator politik profesional, seorang maklar simbol yang menerjemahkan sikap. Beliau inilah yang menerjemahkan sikap dan pendapat masyarakat Ipoh atau Perak ini untuk dikembangkan. Beliau tahu bagaimana keinginan Sultan Azlan ini. Beliau tahu bagaimana keinginan rakyat Perak ini. Kenapa tahu? Karena beliau sebagai ilmuwan, sebagai raja dan sebagainya. Ini adalah contoh komunikator politik yang sangat bagus untuk diteladani bukan saja di Malaysia bahkan di dunia. Nah, adik-adik, ibu bapak, tuan-tuan, maaf ini terkesan saya sebagai Malaysia. Nah, Ini kalau kita melihat bagaimana komunikator politik di Indonesia. Komunikator politik adalah makelar simbol, artinya dia mampu menerjemahkan sikap dan harapan masyarakat itu sendiri untuk masa depan. Fashionnya how we do next time. What can we do next time? You know Soekarno. Marilah kita bersatu sekarang untuk mengembangkan bahasa Melayu, kemudian baru menguasai bahasa asing. Waktu itu, bagaimana diterjemahkan ini menguasai bahasa Melayu dulu, mempersatukan Nusantara dengan bahasa Melayu karena semua bahasa Melayu berbicara dalam bahasa Melayu. Tapi semua suku berbicara dalam bahasa suku mereka. Kalau berbicara dengan bahasa suku tidak akan nyambung. Setelah bahasa Melayu ini berkembang dan bersatu, otomatis bahasa Belanda sudah terkurangi. Begitu tidak minatnya belajar bahasa Belanda, otomatis tidak senang kepada Belanda. Akhirnya apa? Ini salah satu simbol makelar yang diterjemahkan oleh Soekarno untuk memerdekakan Indonesia waktu itu. Komunikator politik sesekali berbeda pendapat. Saya tidak tahu di Malaysia apakah berbeda. Konferensi Asia Afrika ini Mukhtar Lubis tokoh PES ini Indonesia meliput keramahan perempuan yang disediakan oleh panitia konferensi untuk para tamu. Indonesia menentang menyediakan perempuan untuk penghibur. Dan setuju tamu pergi ke rumah bordil. Itu yang ditentang oleh kedua tokoh politik. Kenapa ditentang? Ini bisa dibaca dalam buku Hill itu. Karena memang harga diri membela kaum perempuan walaupun berbeda pendapat tapi tetap dilakukan. Bayangkan perjuangan seorang wartawan luar biasa. Kalau TV Al-Hijrah sedang jalan-jalan, wartawan TV Al-Hijrah jalan-jalan, begitu ketabrak mobil, prap, terantuk. Syuting orang kecelakaan atau menolong orang kecelakaan. Hanya menolong. Berarti tidak ada nilai kewartawanan. Nilai berita di situ, begitu orang mau mati di syuting, itu nilai berita bagus sekali. Tapi begitu menolong, orangnya sudah mati, berarti nilai berita tidak ada. Nah, itu wartawan hati nurani. Nah, ini yang ceritakan tadi. Bagaimana media Amerika menampilkan maskulin, Amerika menampilkan berita dalam perebutan presiden dengan perjuangan, pertarungan, game dan sebagainya. Lihat, komunikator politik. Apakah bagaimana dia? Sama dengan Soekarno atau sama dengan Pak Mansur? Ya. Kalau Pak Mansur bicara tadi sama dengan Hillary. Sama dengan orang Indonesia atau enggak? Ini adalah komunikator politik. Bagaimana dia simbol-simbol Amerika ada sama dia. Simbol-simbol orang Ipoh ada sama tuanku. Tidak mungkin tuanku berbicara seperti Hillary. Value. Tidak mungkin. Karena apa? Karena itu komunikator politik adalah dapat memaknai isi hati nurani dari masyarakat. Lihat bagaimana nonverbal yang dimainkan oleh komunikator politik dari Amerika ini. Yang satu menjatuhkan yang lain. Bagaimana ini seorang Hillary, dia tidak siap dalam mental dan kurang sehat sehingga tidak layak jadi presiden. Seorang Trump adalah orang yang sangat rasis sehingga tidak dan sebagainya. Tapi kalau kita, apakah? Tidak ada kan begitu. Tapi bagi mereka bisa menemukan nilai sebebas-bebasnya. Kalau kita tidak boleh dan sebagainya. Tapi inilah komunikator politik yang dapat membawa dua orang ini Amerika 5 tahun yang akan datang. Apapun cerita, setuju atau tidak setuju, nanti kita bertarung. Setelah tanggal 8 siapa? Hillary atau Trump? Hari ini kita bertarung. Jadi siapa yang bisa menebak untuk jadi presiden, nanti calling saya ke Aceh nanti. Nah, komunikator politik yang dari Aceh. Kemarin Surin menceritakan bagaimana pahitnya perjuangan diplomasi yang terjadi di Indonesia. Yang satu mau pisah, yang satu sampai kapanpun tidak mau pisah. Bagaimana dimainkan komunikator politik ini adalah memberi aspirasi, menuntut keadilan, menuntut kemakmuran, menuntut kebahagiaan sama dengan orang lain. Hanya itu tuntutannya. Kenapa? Karena dia tahu bahwa komunikator politik ini mampu menjembatani, mampu menerjemahkan ide dan konsep masyarakat dan disalurkan melalui media. Ya. Ini kenal. Kenapa saya katakan salah satu contoh? Mahasiswa, saya dekan 4 tahun yang lalu, baru habis 2 bulan. Ada suatu kasus, ya, ada suatu kasus. Jadi di sana kan ada nilai-nilai yang berbeda dengan di Jakarta, di Papua. Ini kan manusia ini unik, spesifik dan khusus. Kasusnya apa? Ada mahasiswa berdiskusi di gereja ingin buat perbandingan. Akan tetapi itu menurut nilai-nilai budaya di sana belum diterima. Akhirnya tersebarlah di Facebook, tersebarlah di media massa, tersebarlah di mana-mana. Saya sebagai dekan ribut, orang pondok ribut, orang LSM membela, orang kampus, orang university ini rasional. What can we do? Padahal orang sudah hampir panik. Nah, di sini politik media bermain, komunikator politik bermain. Kita bekerja sama dengan media mengemukakan apa adanya, seraya mengindahkan nilai-nilai yang terkandung dalam masyarakat dan nilai-nilai etika jurnalistik. Di sini politik media juga kompromi demi persatuan, harmonisasi, perdamaian dan keadilan. Ya, ladies and gentlemen, inilah yang dapat saya sampaikan. Woman wo puhui suo yingwen, tan sư suo malai mewenti. Jadi nanti kalau ada pertanyaan, soalan-soalan bisa dipertanyakan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Abdul Usman. Dr. Rani kebetulan berada di negeri China semasa tsunami berlaku dan dia tidak tahu apa yang berlaku pada rumahnya yang mujur terselamat. Dan mungkin daripada jauh daripada negeri China dia dapat lihat, baca dalam koran sahaja, berita dalam akhbar dan di televisyen saja tentang apa yang berlaku di negara dia. Jadi kalau kita bercakap tentang media, inilah peranan media yang kita boleh harapkan kalau kita ada mengalami bencana. Saya cakap Melayu pula dah. Dah terlupa dah. Boleh cakap juga, jangan main-main. Tapi itu ya juga peranan media yang bagusnya sebab dia merapatkan orang yang mengalami bencana di keluarganya di Aceh dulu. Dan tanpa berita, bayangkan, tanpa media, bayangkan kalau kita mengharapkan guna telefon, Telegram. Masa dulu saya buat permohonan ke universiti, saya pakai Telegram untuk dapat maklum berita paling cepat. Kalau tidak, kena hantar surat, dalam masa 2 minggu baru dapat jawapan. Dan untuk menyambung forum, saya jemput Tuan Haji Izlan daripada TV Hijrah untuk buat persembahan beliau. Dan kalau selepas itu siapa ada soalan, kita boleh mulakan sesi soal jawab selepas ahli panel ketiga. Sekian, terima kasih.
Anyway, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini ke Islam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Semua nak kena push. Semua nak kena push. Baik. Tuan Mansur yang saya hormati, saya mengenali Tuan Mansur when I was at Astro. I was handling the channel called Astro Oasis, and he came to me for a proposal to do a documentary, and that's how I knew Tuan Mansur. Dan Dr. Rani, I will explain to you antara kemalangan dengan bahan berita. Saya masih lagi nak menyelamatkan kemalangan nyawa, dan saya akan ceritakan kenapa. Dan Dr. Zefri, seorang scriptwriter yang very hebat. Dan paling tak lupa tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Saya perlu tepuk, orang TV ni perlu tepuk, boleh semangat sikit bagi. Allah, letih kuat lagi. You know why? This is happening everywhere. Saya bagi taklimat presentation because lepas lunch. Lepas lunch ni mengantuk. Senang. And saya akan share why kita kena semangat sikit bila time-time lepas lunch ni. Sebab perut kita menggunakan tenaga yang banyak. Jadi bila di TV tu ataupun kita tengok TV, confirm susah nak tengok TV kalau tengah-tengah hari ni lepas makan. Dan inilah bila kita cerita tentang TV, bagi saya ruang sikit untuk establish ya. Bila kita cerita tentang TV, waktu ni lah paling sukar nak dapatkan rating. Inilah waktu yang sukar yang dapat rating sebab the mainstream audience of TV is working. Itu sebab waktu ini kalau tengoklah semua TV station worldwide menunjukkan program-program sinetron, tak galak nak layan pembantu rumah yang menjaga anak-anak kita. Itu reality. Itu sebab waktu inilah paling sukar nak tarik orang tengok TV. Inilah kebetulan dia, inilah fakta dia, waktu inilah yang susah. Ya. Kedua, saya nak ucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada USAS. Sebenarnya inilah satu usaha yang murni, mengumpulkan orang. Kalau dari sudut agama, Allah selalu sebut jemaah. Jemaahlah kamu, jemaahlah surau, jemaahlah subuh, jemaahlah apa. Sebab Allah suka kepada berjemaah. Dan pada bahasa kita, Allah suka kalau kita berkumpul dalam membuat satu-satu keputusan. Because Islam is inclusive. Islam is not exclusive. Jangan kita lupa bahawa Islam itu untuk semua. Kalau Islam inklusif di Malaysia, then it's only 14 million Muslim, and the Muslim out there in the world, which is almost 2 billion people, will not be able to be a true Muslim. Ya, jadi Islam itu inklusif. Sebelum saya pergi kepada presentation saya, perbezaan. Saya 2 tahun di Singapura, membuat program-program agama di Singapura, dan di sana paling tough because you are not supposed to promote religion program in Singapore. And the beza ialah di Singapura, bila saya buat presentation ataupun taklimat ataupun persembahan, di depan ini, barisan pertama ni penuh dengan pemuda dan pemudi. Berlainan di negara-negara lain. Itu perbezaan di Singapura. Sekadar perkongsian. Kenapa di Singapura the principle in Singapore, pemuda, penggerak bangsa. Di Malaysia, pemuda, harapan bangsa. Macam YB Kari cakap, harapan sampai 50 tahun, ujung usia pun masih harapan. So, you all must change that pemuda, penggerak bangsa. Can you do it? Allah, tak keyakinan. Can you do it? Much better. Baik. Moving on. It's not moving. Okay. This is my 5th month in running TV Hijrah. Prior to joining TV Hijrah, I was in Astro for 14 years. Astro is a pay channel TV. People pay to watch. So the challenges are even harder. TV Hijrah, you can watch if you want to. If you don't want, it's not an issue. But for us in Astro, if people don't watch us, then it's a big challenge because people pay to watch Astro, and that includes Astro Overseas, which I was leading the channel for almost 11 years before I joined TV Hijrah recently, baru 5 bulan. But prior to that, I was TV di Jakarta, Pak, 2 tahun. 2 tahun juga di Singapura. 6 bulan di India. 2 tahun di Portland, US. 1 tahun setengah di Iqra TV di Saudi Arabia. And they put me in Hijrah to make sure that Hijrah can go beyond Malaysia shores. Now, the first thing I masuk TV Hijrah, there must be a new slogan. And when I masuk TV Hijrah ni, magic happens. So many magics happen in TV Hijrah sejak 5 bulan yang saya terajui. Macam-macam slogan. Satu petang asar, saya di surau saya berfikir, apa slogan nak bagi TV Hijrah ni? Selepas solat asar, tak ada solat sunat, saya sandar kat tiang, ya Allah, bagilah satu slogan ni. Tiba-tiba timbul, Islam is first class. Tak ada tepuk, tempat lain saya cakap macam ni semua tepuk. Rasa macam nak duduk balik. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, pada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ladies and gentlemen, memang Islam first class tak berapa mungkin, tak berapa kesan. Tetapi bagi kami, saya dan tim TV Al-Hijrah, apabila kita memperkenalkan Islam first class, secara tidak sangka seorang orang putih, Western, Christian, Jews daripada LA terbang datang ke TV Hijrah jumpa saya personally just because Islam is first class. Seminggu saya masuk, sekumpulan remaja dari Singapura datang ke TV Hijrah nak tahu apa itu Islam is first class. Daripada Indonesia, produksi house, Dreamwork, wakil yang terkenal di Amerika, pengurusan datang ke TV Hijrah nak tahu apa itu Islam first class. Dan kita tidak ambil tahu pun tentang Islam itu first class. Dan saya nak bagi tahu, apabila saya memperkenalkan slogan Islam first class, automatic manpower, mindset, pekerja-pekerja, petugas-tugas TV Hijrah, semuanya jadi first class. Dan senang kerja untuk saya. Alhamdulillah. Bila saya minta sesuatu daripada warga kerja TV Hijrah, kalau tak kena, senang saja cakap, tak first class lah, automatic dia ambil balik, dia buat besok, kemas apa yang saya nak. Kesan daripada Islam first class. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, semalam Dr. Zakir Naik berjumpa saya. Dia akan pulang 29, inilah trip yang pertama, dia datang ke Malaysia, tak ada preaching, tak ada seminar, tak ada taklimat. Dia datang jumpa saya, okey tak boleh cerita, itu teaser dia. Tak boleh cerita. Tapi dia datang jumpa saya, dia tanya, Islam first class. Saya cakap, are you sure you want to make Islam first class in Malaysia? So I told him, Islam first class will be worldwide in no time, Dr. Zakir Naik. Now, dia tanya saya, what if everybody accept Islam first class and your slogan will last only a few years? What will be the next question for him? Dr. Zakir Naik threw the question to me, what will be next? Your slogan after Islam is first class. Agak-agak apa jawapan? Siapa boleh angkat tangan? Oh, rahsia Okey. Tak rahsia. Saya jawab dengan dia, tak tahu Allah Ta'ala bagi sikit aja, saya jawab kat dia. Kalau Islam first class, semua dah Islam first class, the next slogan, Islam is the only class. Terima kasih. Itu, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, boleh buat tesis tentang tajuk je, slogan Islam first class. Now, bila saya jadi masuk tu, haru biru ketika itu, TV Hijrah dia tak ada hala tuju, tak ada apa, saya set the tempo berdasarkan wisdom, experience dan pengalaman saya di TV-TV station lain. Tuan-tuan mungkin bertanya, kenapa floral? Kenapa bunga? Konsep, ini TV, kenapa? Saya cakap, bila kita letak Islam first class dan mentality, pekerja, petugas semua first class, magic will happen. Hari kedua saya masuk ke TV Hijrah, daripada pengalaman saya study di Malaysia ni, with due respect, kenal tak Jekyll? Ya, siapa tak kenal Jekyll? Siapa nak kerja dengan Jekyll? Dia tanya, solat 5 waktu ke tidak? Dan Jekyll, owner dia, Indian Muslim. Siapa kenal kedai kasut di Sports Complex Center yang Ehsan? Owner je, Indian Muslim. Dan kalau nak masuk kerja dengan, apa nama tadi? Al-Ehsan, dia tanya, kena solat tak? Kenapa saya tertanya, bila saya masuk TV Hijrah, saya tertanya, mana pergi Melayu Islam? Kenapa tak di-mandatorykan solat? Hari kedua, saya masuk TV Hijrah, saya keluarkan satu notis ke semua pekerja 350 TV Hijrah kena solat berjemaah setiap asar dan baca tahlil dan yasin. Sekalau 3 kali tidak hadir, kita attendant ambil, saya nak jumpa. Oleh kerana kita tak miss sejak 5 bulan, setiap Khamis semua staf turun solat. Kalau tak percaya tengok IG TV Al-Hijrah, magic berlaku. Magic berlaku bila kita letak agama Allah dulu daripada tugas Allah selesaikan untuk kita. Syukur, alhamdulillah, TV Hijrah is growing. Berkat. While that happened, I want to share something with you. Now, based on venture research, TV viewership worldwide is declining. Think for a moment. When was the last time you watched TV in a group or family? Wife, husband, children. When was the last time you watched TV together? The majority will say it was 3-4 years ago, before the smartphone came into the picture. I'm talking about myself. I work in TV station, and I usually watch TV together with my family. That was 3.5 years ago. Now, when I go back home, my wife will watch the Korean with me, and my children are all in their room watching YouTube, whatever not. That's the fact. And this trend will continue to decline. So, is TV the main for you to dakwah? So think again. Now, I will share with you what action we as individual can grow Islam globally. That will be the last slide. Now, yang menariknya, senang. Sebab tak ada air ni. Yang paling senang, jumlah penonton TV seluruh dunia menurun dan menurun setiap tahun. Yang menariknya, jumlah penonton program agama meningkat setiap tahun. Wah, baru rasa sedap. Setiap cakap point aja ada tepuk. Setiap cakap point ada tepuk. Best. On TV. Bila bercakap tentang menariknya, audience ataupun penonton program agama meningkat, jangan lupa. Agama apa? Semua penonton program agama meningkat termasuk Kristian, Islam, Hindu. Yang tak meningkat, saturated ataupun decline ialah Buddhis. Yang lain semua meningkat. Jadi, apakah peranan setiap individu dalam dewan ini untuk terus meningkatkan program-program agama? Bukan TV station saja punya tugas, tetapi anda sebagai seorang Islam pun ada tugas untuk berdakwah. Mari kita lihat the Global Islamic Economy Report. Sebagai TV station, kita peka tentang all this stuff. Oops, sorry. This is done by the Global Islamic Economic Report that shows the United States of America is the biggest investment on religious content. Now, my question, where is Islamic nation? Prove a point. Inside Islam, a content, a program about the Muslim lifestyle around the world, which produces more than 200 episodes, is being produced by Korean production house. Where is the Islamic production house? One, every year during the Hajj, we watch National Geography, History Channel, and whatever not. You will clearly remember Pilgrims of Hajj. You all remember? How few people doctor in UK and then one in Pakistan and whatnot. They all congregate in Mecca for the Hajj. That is a good documentary of 1 hour. And who produced it? Who produced this high quality documentary? It's BBC. Again, I asked, where is the Muslim production house? These are the things that we need to think on how we will be back on track as good as them. Here are the countries with the highest spending on Islamic content. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, number 8. Number 9, Egypt and Iran. Don't ask where Malaysia is. Now, this is shocking. The next slide will be shocking. And I have an answer for that because I work there. Now, no claps because Malaysia is not on top. This need to be changed. You don't have to set up a production house. You don't have to have a TV station. You can do it now. I will share you how to do it. Because we always believe in Islam is others, is ustad role, is the imam role, is the government role, is the religious department role. We always tak ingat yang kita pun ada peranan untuk berdakwah. Why? Now, if an imam were to go to the khutbah, to the mimbar, and preach the khutbah, the biggest mosque will be about 10,000 people, 10,000 jama'ah on a Friday sermon. You will say whatever you want, but you can only reach 10,000 people. But if you can preach on a TV station, on a half-an-hour program, you reach at least 500,000 viewers. So, are you better than imam, or you or the imam are playing their role? You can also play the role. Now, if you think TV can reach 500,000 viewership, you can surpass that 500,000 by putting whatever you preach into a YouTube. So you also have a role to da'wah and preach to the world about the beauty of Islam. Now, when I took over in TV Hijrah, I got to catch up. The leaders of the day told me Malaysia has to change. Malaysia has to produce a lot more content for the world. And TV Hijrah must be in the world map. Inshallah, with your support, with your ideas, we could all do it together. Because Islam, again, is not exclusive to me, not exclusive to TV Hijrah staff, but Islam inclusive of every single one in this hall. The first thing I did was acquire a world-class facility that is in Cyberjaya, and I humbly invite everyone to our big studio, the biggest in Klang Valley, for the biggest program soon. And I think that's why USAS invited me to say in front of you all, because they've been to the studio. And humbly again, I invite everyone to our studio and see for yourself that we can all produce a world-class production. What's next? If we want to be a global player, we must have a global staff. And that's what we're doing. I recently came back from Turkey, was invited to meet up with the president of Turkey, Erdogan, and I managed to have a meeting with CNN Turkey, Turkey Radio and Television. We're going to exchange staff and documentaries and programs. Inshallah, we will sign an MOU with TV station in Turkey so that we can have international input so that our staff can learn from Turkey and how to produce some high quality program on Islam. Now, if you go to TV Hijrah, I've always go to basic. And even now, let's go to basic. Now, last month, I was invited, I don't know, this is magic. I was invited by the King of Salman, the custodian of the two holy mosques, to perform Hajj for the 5th time. And there, everything sponsored. This is the first time I was invited to perform Hajj with my wife. Actually, Saudi Arabia seldom accord that privileges because they only offer to the guys. But this time around, for the 5th time, they offered me with my wife, and my wife was so excited because it is the first Hajj for her. And it was a first-class Hajj for her. Now, what actually happened was, on the morning of a breakfast, one Saudi Arabia official came to me and said that you need to do some talking. Can you share something to about 50 people? 11 o'clock, without preparation. So I went down to the hall like this. There were 84 countries, Islamic countries, representative. And I was to summarize the discussion. There was Senegal, Ghana, Bosnia, Uzbekistan, whatever not. And they were all blaming, as usual, nothing new, blaming Israel, blaming United States, blaming Syria, Iran, whatever not, blame. And I was asked to wrap up the session. And with God willing, dengan pertolongan Allah Ta'ala, saya tak tahu apa nak cakap, semua dah cakap dah. 84 negara semua cakap benda sama, saya tak tahu apa nak cakap dah. Saya baik lepas tu dia suruh saya summarize. So what I will do was, this is exactly what I said during the congregation. Gentlemen, I didn't say ladies because there was no ladies, so it was gentlemen all. Gentlemen, what is new? What is new? You mean tomorrow America will change the policy? What is new? You mean next month Israel will change the policy? You mean when the day we die, then Israel decided to change? Ladies and gentlemen, dream on. They will never change. But what do we do about ourselves, which is more important? The whole hall clap. Not like that. You don't clap. They clap. Because I was taught on basis, only foundation. And everybody was like astounded. It was not rhetoric. It was not like nothing unusual. Yeah. It's just asas, basic. That's what I want to share. Ladies and gentlemen, come back to basic. Come back to basic. Let's do ourselves a favor. Now, let me tell you this. Who can stop you from preaching on YouTube? Why are you blaming the TV station, the politician, whatever not, the leaders and whatnot, while you or imam or religious department or religious agency, when you yourself can preach on the YouTube about Islam? Thank you very much.
I didn't know a lot about TV Hijrah until he told me just now. I just knew TV Hijrah up to 2010. Now we are in 2016. It looks like TV Hijrah is moving much further than I could imagine that they would do. And anyway, if you have questions for Tuan Haji Izlan, please hold on until we have done with Dr. Zafri Arif of Brunei, University of Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, selamat petang. Indeed, this is a privilege for me to stand in front of the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for Ustaz and our dear friend Mansur. I'm going to touch this matter in a quick time because we don't have much time for this session, as the time is approaching 3:30. And I take this privilege to deliver in Bahasa Melayu in a manner of everybody can understand. Although there are local foreigners here, I say local foreigners because they are staying here or studying here, but they still consider as local foreigners. Maybe they can pick up some of the Malay language. Media adalah satu bisnes yang menguntungkan dalam politik antarabangsa. Dan ini adalah perkara yang tidak dapat kita nafikan apabila setiap hari kita melihat peranti media ataupun gadget media yang menghidangkan sejumlah data ataupun peristiwa yang berkaitan dengan politik dunia. Seperti yang diterangkan oleh sahabat saya Dr. Rani dan Tuan Izlan tadi, bahawa media mempunyai peranan yang cukup besar untuk menghantar maklumat, mengungsi maklumat dan juga menjual maklumat. Apa yang berlaku dalam konteks sekarang ialah, ini sukar ya sebab saya terpaksa melihat slide. Sekejap. Ialah tentang dunia komunikasi merupakan satu perkara yang boleh dikatakan agenda dalam pelbagai bidang ataupun profession. Dan ini tidak terkecuali dalam hal yang berkaitan dengan pembangunan seperti yang kita bincangkan sebelum ini. Pembangunan dari segi ekonomi, pembangunan dari segi climate change, pembangunan dari segi belia nanti akan kita sentuh dan macam-macam lagi. Dan ini juga memberikan kita bahawa media itu menjadi satu entiti yang boleh saja dipisahkan ataupun digabungkan apabila kita bercakap tentang politik antarabangsa. Malah politik antarabangsa juga boleh dipisahkan, digabungkan apabila kita menggunakan media tertentu. Dan ini merupakan perkara yang saling bolak-balik dan saling memberikan satu komplimen kepada satu hal yang lain. Dalam konteks yang sama, kita semua boleh dikatakan sebagai pengguna. Dan kita juga berdepan dengan pembekal. Kita lihat bahawa media merupakan provider, pembekal kepada data, maklumat dan sebagainya. Dan kita adalah pengguna. Ahli politik juga adalah pengguna. Malah semua daripada kita adalah pengguna kepada suatu entiti yang dikatakan media. Dalam konteks ini, kita melihat bahawa media dan politik sering menghubungkan dunia dagang dan juga dunia pengurusan. Dan kita juga tidak terkecuali dengan dunia dagang dengan pengurusan. Kerana setiap hari kita akan bercakap tentang duit. Setiap hari kita akan bercakap tentang kewangan. Setiap hari kita juga bercakap tentang pengurusan masa dan kewangan. Akhirnya kita melihat bahawa dalam dunia media ada produk dan juga perkhidmatan yang telah diberi nilai sebagai produk ekonomi, produk pembangunan, produk politik, produk belia, produk macam-macam lagi. Dan ini memberikan kita satu kepahaman bahawa dalam konteks perkembangan media, sama ada yang berbentuk tradisional, konvensional, contemporary ataupun dalam konteks media masa depan, kesemuanya adalah berkaitan dengan manusia. Ya, boleh saja campur mesin, boleh saja tolak mesin, boleh saja didarab dengan mesin atau boleh saja dibahagi dengan mesin. Ini terpulang kepada kita untuk melihat apakah kita ingin menghubungkan diri kita dengan TV, apakah kita ingin memisahkan diri kita dengan telefon bimbit, apakah kita ingin menggandakan usaha-usaha kita dalam memberikan produk dan juga maklumat dalam dunia media yang lebih besar, dunia internet dan sebagainya. Dan apa yang dilihat di sini ialah kita sebagai operator dan kita juga sebagai penggerak kepada teknologi. Tetapi dalam konteks terkini, kita lihat juga bahawa operator itu tidak lagi diperankan oleh manusia. Malah operator itu sudah diperan oleh robot. Dan inilah kita lihat bagaimana dalam aplikasi media yang ada, kesemuanya tertakluk kepada kita. Saya tahu bahawa dalam pengurusan TV, dalam digital TV, semuanya sudah diprogramkan. Hanya tekan bunat saja. Jadi pukul 3 program ini akan berlangsung, pukul 4 program ini, pukul 5 begini. Semua sudah disusun atur. Jadi manusianya boleh saja tidur. Kerana sudah ada program yang sudah tersedia untuk ditayangkan. Dalam politik antarabangsa, kita melihat bahawa profesion ini ataupun bidang ini telah mencipta produk dan juga perkhidmatan. Dan kita lihat di sini apakah bezanya di antara pemimpin atau policy maker dengan pengikut ataupun penyokong. Kedua-duanya adalah sama. Mereka saling perlu bantu-membantu. Suatu polisi tidak akan dilaksana tanpa penyokong. Penyokong tentu saja tidak akan dapat memberikan dokongan kepada polisi ini buat kalau dia tidak menguntungkan. Sebab itu saya katakan bahawa media adalah satu bisnes yang menguntungkan. Baik, dalam media and politics coverage, dalam bentuk liputan media dan politik, kita sering memberikan indikator yang berkaitan dengan jumlah manusia, luas wilayah, kekuatan ideologi dan juga pengawalan aset. Yang kesemua ini memberikan rumus kepada perlunya ada pengiktirafan, penggabungan dan juga apa yang dikatakan sebagai maruah. Saya percaya perkara ini tentu bermain di kotak fikir masing-masing. Apakah perlu ada maruah dalam pengurusan media? Apakah perlu ada maruah dalam pembentangan politik antarabangsa? Baik, saya rumuskan begini. Dalam pemberian berita, ada sesuatu yang terlalu ketara apabila Islam, umat Islam dikonseptualize sebagai apa yang ada di sini. Kita lihat media, sama dalam mass media, media massa, dalam konteks penyiaran dan juga percetakan, ataupun dalam konteks media komunal, mungkin dalam bidang filem, seni persembahan, atau dalam konteks media interaktif yang kesemuanya bergerak berasaskan kepada social media on internet base. Kesemuanya memberikan image-image yang agak menggusarkan umat Islam. Umat Islam digambarkan sebagai manusia yang tidak bertamadun, uncivilized people, dengan melihat bahawa itulah cara hidup mereka, umat Islam dilihat sebagai teroris, pengganas, kerana itulah tindakan. Umat Islam dilihat sebagai pelarian, refugee, kerana mereka ingin mendapatkan simpati. Umat Islam dilihat sebagai umat yang miskin, kerana sikap yang merujuk kepada kemiskinan. Ini adalah antara indikator yang besar yang kita lihat dalam paparan media, dalam kesemuanya. Kita tengok filmnya memberikan indikator umat Islam yang negatif. Kita lihat berita begitu juga, dalam internet begitu juga. Ada banyak ya perkara yang kita harus fikirkan kembali. Dan ini juga banyak diperkatakan tentang perang media dan juga kemenangan politik. Kita lihat adanya bentuk-bentuk seperti bandingan Al Jazeera dengan CNN, ataupun filem Islam dengan filem mainstream, filem arus perdana, dakwah dan secularism seperti yang katakan oleh Tuan Izran tadi, dan ada banyak lagi. Dalam perang ini tentulah ada yang menang, dan itu siapa yang menang? Tentulah mereka yang menguasai politik. Kita lihat apakah aksi dan tindakan, action and reaction. Pertama, dalam konteks strategi, setiap dari kita harus mempunyai arah, direction, harus mempunyai suatu penyesuaian, moderation, dan juga harus melihat kepada bagaimanakah penerimaan, reception. Yang kesemua ini melihat kepada komuniti yang ada. Kita melihat komuniti belia, komuniti ibu bapa, komuniti kampung ataupun bandar, dan yang terakhir itu ialah komuniti yang kita anggap sebagai pemimpin dunia Islam. Dan ini memberikan kita kepada suatu persoalan lain dalam Muslim media circle, ialah kita harus memberikan sesuatu, sama ada dalam bentuk memberikan perkhidmatan, menyediakan kelengkapan, menyediakan data, mencipta ruang-ruang yang membolehkan perkongsian maklumat, pengaliran pemikiran, dan yang penting ialah untuk mendidik masyarakat dunia, masyarakat Islam, umat Islam dalam konsep dakwah yang terpimpin, tersusun dan terarah. Jadi apa yang kita lihat di sini ialah peluang dan pasaran produk media yang boleh meningkatkan pemikiran Islam. Dan akhirnya kita menemukan banyak idea, seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lauren Booth semalam, tentang media center strategy. Dan Mansur juga berkata tentang Islamic film screen. Dan banyak lagi perkara yang berkaitan dengan halal products on goods and services. Atau Islamic University Networking, yang seperti berlangsung pada semalam. Dan banyak lagi. Anda, tuan-tuan, puan-puan, boleh namakan apa saja. Tetapi harus memilih dan buat. Akhirnya, kita harus bersatu. Dan selamanya, kita akan memperolehi kemenangan. Berfikirlah dengan zikir agar kita tidak fakir. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm afraid we are running short of time. And for those who have any brief questions for brief answers, can you please come to the microphone? Because we are already like running late. But what I want to tell you here is that please bear in mind that the most important character in any silent movie produced by early Hollywood is an Arab man. And the film is called The Sheikh. The next one followed is called The Son of Sheikh. The hero was an Italian immigrant called Rudolph Valentino. Why I'm saying this is because when films started to be produced by America, before it was known as Hollywood, they did not have biases, they did not have prejudices, they did not have preconceptions, and they liked characters which are kind. And they did not choose anybody. They chose an Arab man wearing jubah and shot in the desert with people living in tents. But somehow or other, when somebody, I'm talking about the Jews, realized that the cinema can be manipulated, can be used as a tool of propaganda, they started to take control of Hollywood. So now everybody knows it's an open secret that the Jews control Hollywood, and it's for a good reason. I mean, for them it's a good reason. For us, it's not a very good reason at all. And if you want to know, winning awards from Europe, you know what it means? Piramli gets recognition. Somebody in the Philippines gets recognition. Somebody from Indonesia gets recognition as the best actor, and their films, the best films. In the end, all the industries, the film industries of Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, collapse. So thank you for the awards that Piramli got. The whole film industry in Singapore at Jalan Ampas collapsed because of the recognition that we got for one person, which is a concept which is totally un-Islamic. You cannot say this is the best actor, this is the best film. In Islam, there is no best actor, there is no best film. Many films can be the best films for different reasons. Many actors can be good actors or best actors for different reasons. But in the West, there's only one best actor, and because of that, we blindly agreed with their concept, and our cinema based in Singapore, Jalan Ampas, collapsed because we lost our reason to produce films. We wanted to give recognition for just one person for one film. And that's the reason why, because I decided to go to America to study film and not to UK, and not to Hollywood, and not to Los Angeles. So I decided to go to New York, where Hollywood first started from the theater. From the theater, they moved to Broadway. They used Broadway, and then they had to leave New York because of the weather. So they chose Hollywood because the weather is fine for filming throughout the year. So what I'm saying is, with this idea, why didn't our leaders, Arab leaders and Muslim leaders from all over the world, realize sooner that without having a center of film production in the Muslim world, we cannot be truly united. We have the halal industry. We eat halal food. We have the Islamic banking system, so that our money is clean and not tainted by riba. But with our food, with our money, we go to a cinema and watch a film which is filthy. So in the end, the money that we earn, the food that we eat are totally useless. The end result of what we have become, of the money that we have earned, the food we have eaten, forces us to look at films which are un-Islamic. So it defeats the purpose for being a Muslim. So what I'm saying is, as long as there is no new Islamic cinema, there is no Muslim world. There is no entire Muslim world. There is no real, true, authentic Muslim. We are just half-hearted Muslims. So if any of you have any brief question for all of us, maybe along this line, I hope we can find some answers to those that you have.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My question, this Tuan Mansur. My question is to Tuan Islan Basha. This one is regarding, you showed me just now about the declining in the TV viewers. So basically, I'm the Dean of Faculty of Management and Information Technology of USAS. And I'm just like Tuan Haji. I'm just 5 months in my job. I've been in the industry before, and in my media stint is with advertising industry, Utusan Pearl and Dean. So I like your analysis on the TV viewership, and really, if you can highlight further, how does this relate to this ranking from ABC, AC Nielsen? What is TV Al Hijrah ranking in terms of this advertising industry audit? And if you can also highlight to me, when you put in your data just now, Singapore is the first in the content. So when you say in terms of Islamic content, they are the first, where do they market their content to? Thank you very much.
Test. This one. Wah, dua-dua. Saya dah bekerja 26 tahun TV station, tak ada pakai mic dua-dua macam ni. Thank you, Doctor. I didn't have your full name, but I'll try my best to answer you. First and foremost, the data comes from the Global Islamic Economic Report. Now, in my experiences in Singapore, no religious content are allowed in Singapore. In Malaysia, where I was in Astro, we produced 11 seasons of a drama, the longest drama in Astro, called Tanah Kubur. So we tried to push it in Singapore. We can't because it's religious content. When you talk about in Singapore broadcasting, you are not allowed to put any religious content, be it Islam, Christian, Buddhist, and whatever not. Now, what we did was we changed the title of Tanah Kubur to Horror from the Grave. It's a horror. It's a horror from the grave. And we managed to get 1 season there. Alhamdulillah. So that's how you need to be creative. One, in Singapore, they don't allow to produce Islamic content for their market. But the mosques, there are about 62 mosques, musola, surau in Singapore. They have a unit that produce Islamic content. And they go out of Singapore and do the Islamic content and market it at Cannes in France every quarter there. So they produce a lot because they hunger for Islamic content, which they cannot broadcast in Singapore, but they sell it to the various countries. So that's one thing. The other question, the big question about TV Hijrah. Now, yes, I cannot deny that every so-called TV station viewership worldwide is on the decline. And does it affect TV Hijrah? Well, this is my answer. No. Now, when I came into TV Hijrah, I noticed that there was lacking of advertisement. And what happened was my team, when I came in, called Media Sales, who does all the selling of advertisement, they were targeting the wrong advertiser. They were targeting the big guns. They were targeting the premium. Now, I don't want to name the brand here, but you know the brand, the big brand that will advertise 500,000, 700,000, 750. So when I sit down, we had mini brainstorm among ourselves. are these the right market for TV Hijrah? Because TV Hijrah is unique. And TV Hijrah belongs to the Prime Minister office. So what we did was, hey, TV Hijrah supposed to do a lot of CSR. Then it occurred to me, let's target. When I went in, it was my first month was a normal month, but my second month was Ramadan at that time. So what happened was, a lot of Muslim Malay wants to berniaga during bulan Ramadan. Bergaduh dekat Jalan Batu Road, bergaduh kat sana pasal booth 10,000, 5,000. So we decided, let's help the SME, the tudung, the makcik krepek, the kain pelekat, the SMEs. And within 8 days, we collected 3.3 million advertising revenue. And you talk about rating. This is real life story. An old lady who does crackers in Banting. We sell one spot at that Ramadan because of our CSR. 30-second spot we sell at 5,000 ringgit only. What we add to that value is we will produce you a slide, or we will produce you a simple TVC for you at that price. What happened one day was an old lady, business in crackers, came to us with her daughter, opened up a plastic bag. I want 10 spot with 25,000 cash in a normal plastic bag. Not one spot, 10 spot. And talking about rating, you ask us back, when is this my ever krepek punya iklan ni keluar ni? Bila krepek iklan ni akan keluar? Kenapa makcik? Makcik nak balik bagi tahu satu kampung ni, makcik punya krepek ni keluar TV Al-Hijrah. There you goes with rating. Itu je lah. So what we did now was, let's not go premium. Let's go and help SME terlampau banyak. We remember, sebelum ku putih, sebelum telajak laris, they are all like them. So if we help them, that is the value of TV Hijrah, and also the value is Islam, to help people. So with that, now we have Johor SCDC coming to us, Mara, the Koperasi, everything. But it's not 5,000 anymore. It's 10,000 to 15,000, 25,000. But we trigger the industry, the small, part-time, back kampung punya industry, and it helps in a way. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Saya ni sebenarnya kaki yang banyak bertanya.
Saya kenal tadi pagi.
Ya, baik. Soalan saya beginilah. Saya sebenarnya terpanggil untuk datang majlis ini. Pagi tadi saya dah bangkitkan perkara ni kepada menteri beliau, dan beliau tidak dapat memahami jauh ke dalam hati saya. Jadi kalau dapat menyelami hati saya, inilah yang saya nak luahkan. Okey. Sebenarnya saya sedang berusaha nak menyiapkan saya punya filem, tajuknya Spiritual Journey. Spiritual Journey. Perjalanan kerohanian saya. Sebab baru ni saya tangkap gambar ketika tawaf di Kaabah dalam TV Hijrah. Dan perkara ni pernah saya bersama dengan Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian, Ketua Setiausaha Negara, saya bersama beliau dalam satu majlis Mahijrah, iaitu Tan Sri Siddiq Hassan. Dan saya dah filmkan, saya dah buktikan gambar-gambar ni, dan baru ni berlaku dalam TV Hijrah. Dan saya tak boleh berkongsi dengan TV Hijrah kerana ini milik peribadi saya. Dan kalau nak berkongsi, saya letakkan syaratnya lah. Dan dalam TV itu saya dapat tangkap dua warna, iaitu warna ungu dengan hijau. Dan waktu tawaf itu nampak gambaran itu, dan saya tak boleh cerita lagi melainkan berkongsi dengan saya. Sebab saya adalah penggerak utama dan saya menghantar anak saya ke Geneva untuk melihat benda itu. Saya hantar dia di Perancis, sempadan antara Switzerland dengan Perancis untuk mengesan teori Big Bang, accelerator untuk mengesan. Kerana kita dalam dunia sains ini tak minat sains. Jadi saya minta lah TV3 highlightkan saya balik spiritual journey ini dalam konteks. Saya tengah buat tajuk filmnya quantum physics ya, bidang fizik ni membuktikan loh mahfuz. Kalau ini dapat digerakkan, kita bahkan dapat memberitahu masyarakat dunia bahawa semua maklumat di alam ni adalah terletak di loh mahfuz. Dan kita hanya media yang cuba melaksanakan kerja ini saja. Sedangkan hakikatnya ialah Allah. Sebab ia terletak dalam kitab yang nyata, iaitu loh mahfuz. Tetapi sayang, umat Islam tak dapat menyelami hakikat ini. Mereka hanya beredar di sekitar dunia nyata saja. Mereka tidak nampak alam yang tinggi itu, iaitu spiritual journey itu sendiri. Sekian, terima kasih.
Jadi soalan ini untuk TV Al-Hijrah lah katnya.
TV Hijrah?
Tak?
Bukan Haji tu sebut TV3 tadi?
Dia sebut, dia tersilap.
Haji, terima kasih Haji. Saya sebenarnya cakap terus terang Haji, saya tak apa-apa faham tadi soalan Haji tu. Jadi ini pasal filem pasal filem, Haji nak buat filem. Baik. Itu satu. Kedua, Haji tadi tanya soalan tentang TV Hijrah main apa tadi? Yang ungu dengan hijau tu, apa problem dia? Gambaran? Tawaf.
Waktu tawaf berlaku di Kaabah tadi, ada gambaran warna hijau dengan purple.
Okey.
Yang itu saya tak dapat nak jelaskan lagi.
TV Hijrah ke?
Ya, TV Hijrah. Saya dah tangkap gambarnya.
Okey, boleh.
Tapi gambar tu ada
nanti tak apa, ada masalah.
Ya.
Haji boleh bincang dengan saya tentang warna tu. Saya tak tahu pukul berapa, kalau masa musim haji saya kat Mekah. Tapi tak apa, begini saya jawab.
Saya pernah telefon Tan Sri Raih Yatim. Sebab kami berbincang
ini tahun bila ni Haji?
Raih Yatim. Dia berada di Mekah waktu itu.
Yalah,
saya
tahun berapa ni Haji?
Dari Malaysia. Saya dah lupa tahun berapa.
Okey, tak apa. Okay. Itu bukan zaman saya, selamat saya. InsyaAllah saya akan tengok balik, bantu.
So,
baik, tentang filem. Dia begini. Nak jawab? Boleh? Tak, pada saya satu, saya lihat kita nak buat sesuatu. I think I will share this. When we want to do something, we have to do a bit more research, especially when to talk about religious content. One. Secondly, you must know who your audience are. Gone are the days when you do things short sendiri for your own benefit. If you want to talk about dakwah or you want to talk programs that will change people's life, you must know who you're talking at. That's the biggest rule of the thumb. What happened is, actually, we always do things, especially in terms of TV content, for our own benefit. That's need to change. So kalau you tahu sasaran, for us it's like this. I was in 12 years with Astro Oasis. Astro Oasis, the caption audience ataupun audience ialah orang atas pagar. Orang yang sama juga. Orang yang semayang seminggu sekali hari Jumaat. Orang yang semayang setahun sekali hari raya. Orang yang semayang sekali seumur hidup jenazah. Itu kita kena faham. Saya nak berkongsi dalam bilik ini tentang tanah kubur. Tanah kubur selama 11 musim disiarkan waktu maghrib. Dan ratingnya tinggi. Ratingnya tinggi. Tiap-tiap kali kita nak, ini tak tahulah kerja Allah. Bila kita cakap, okey, tanah kubur ni, Tok Adi tu penat. Dia nak rehat lah. Kita stop dulu satu musim lah. So, dia apa, Nasir Bilahan tu dah penat. Rehat. Tetapi bila kita cakap kita nak rehat aja, itulah rating naik. Rating naik. Dan saya nak cakap, penonton yang tengok tu, penonton Melayu, Islam, waktu maghrib.
So maknanya tanah kubur telah menjalankan tugas untuk mentarbiahkan orang waktu 7:30 bagi dia bertobat. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, apa yang saya nak kongsi bersama ialah bila kita buat program-program agama, kena faham. Kalau kita buat program untuk orang, kita nak tahu siapa market, pasaran yang akan target. Kalau kata orang masjid, bangun pagi solat subuh, lepas solat subuh dia dengar kuliah subuh, lepas kuliah subuh dia pergi kedai mamak minum dengan pensioner, lepas tu balik minum dengan isteri, nak jaga hati isteri, lepas tu baca surat khabar, dia mengantuk, dia tidur sekejap ikut Rasulullah sebelum zuhur, lepas tu dia bangun zuhur, lepas bangun zuhur dia solat zuhur, lepas solat zuhur balik rumah, lepas balik rumah dia makan tengah hari dengan isteri, lepas makan tengah hari dia mengantuk, perut kenyang mengantuk, kemudian dia bangun solat asar, lepas solat asar dia balik, tak ada solat sunat, dia balik rumah, dia potong bunga, pokok, gardening, jalan, brisk walking, apa semua dia berpeluh, balik rehat, dia mandi untuk pergi maghrib, lepas pergi maghrib dia solat maghrib, lepas solat maghrib ada kuliah maghrib, lepas kuliah maghrib solat isyak, lepas solat isyak tak balik, campur pula pergi kedai mamak, nak kena teh tarik dengan geng-geng yang kerja tadi, lepas geng-geng kerja balik makan malam, lepas makan malam perut kenyang, mengantuk sebab nak tidur awal, nak bangun subuh. When do these people watch TV? They only have the most 5 minutes to watch TV. And kalau kita dah usia dah bertobat, dah usia yang tua, nak ke kita tengok TV? Kalau kita nak berdakwah, saya pada pandangan saya TV yang saya nak ni ialah saya nak kejar pahala. Di mana kerja dalam dunia, yang dunia dapat, akhirat pun dapat. Kerja TV lah, kalau kita TV saluran agama. So kalau kita nak target orang masjid, dia tak tengok TV. In most cases, majority. These are research. It's not that plug from the air, tak, research. So kalau tu sebab tanah kubur meletup-letup waktu maghrib, sebab targetnya kena tepat. Tetapi kita tak pinggirkan orang yang pergi masjid. Tu sebab dalam Asro 7:30 program fresh, repeat balik malam lepas solat isyak. Boleh Haji? Kalau nak buat filem, kena ada elemen-elemen filem yang berjaya. Apa, when you talk about filem, kita ada dua, seni untuk seni atau seni untuk masyarakat. Kita kena tanya tepuk dada, tanya selera. Kalau seni untuk seni, peduli apa ada orang tengok tak tengok. Tetapi kalau seni untuk masyarakat, setiap filem kena ada dramanya, kena ada cintanya, kena ada penjahatnya. Wah, alhamdulillah, first time tak habis cakap, dah habis, dah tepuk. But itulah realitinya. Kena ada kajian. Kita tak boleh suka-suka nak buat. Kalau kita nak berdakwah, itu saja saya dapat berkongsi Haji. Harap jawapan itu memuaskan hati Haji, insyaAllah.
Okay, baik. Di sini sajalah forum kita untuk hari ini. Mungkin di masa-masa depan kita boleh sambung dengan panel lain dan tajuk lain dalam bidang media dan politik antarabangsa. Jadi saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada ketiga-tiga ahli panel dari 3 buah negara dan penonton semua. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good evening
Once again, I would like to thank the organizer for allowing me to be the moderator for this last session. I think it's quite challenging, brothers and sisters, to have the last session in the evening. So we try our level best to present to you 3 speakers to speak up on the important topic in relation with what we discussed before in the morning with the Minister of Youth and Sport, young generation and leadership. And I believe that based on the panelists' experience, vast experience from representing respective background, I believe that they can enlighten us on this topic based on their work, knowledge, experience, and so on and so forth. And we presented to you 3 distinguished panelists, especially for the young people who attended our conference today. The first speaker will be Dr. Bilal Phillips. You already know Dr. Bilal because he has spoke yesterday in one specific session. And of course, no need for more introduction. He can speak by himself and to share his views on this topic. The second one is friends of mine, Miss Idiola Pasholari from Albania. And the most important introduction for her is the Secretary General of World Assembly of Youth, WAY. The President is from Malaysia, the Chief Minister of Malacca, Datuk Sri Idris Harun, the President. So we are leading the world through the youth organization. So thank you, Ms. Idiola, for your time here. And the last but not least, also friends of mine, Dr. Ali Kazmi Joe, I call him, the Vice President of ASEAN Youth Council at the ASEAN level. World Assembly of Youth is at the global level, and ASEAN Youth Council at the ASEAN level. So the current Secretary General is also from Malaysia, Mr. Maliki, the Secretary General of ASEAN Youth Council. So Malaysian youth is leading the world. So we are collaborating with our fellows from Yemen, from Albania, and also Dr. Bilal from Africa. So without further delay, we want to give an ample time for each speaker, maximum 15 minutes, and then will be followed by Q&A. And I do hope that this last session will be participated by all the attendees well, inshallah. So without further delay, let me invite for the first speaker to talk on young generation and the leadership. And the expectation from the organizer is to discuss on responsibilities of youth in being a future leaders and how to ensure our young people, not only in Malaysia, but also in the region level, ASEAN level and the global level, to ensure that they are ready to lead in the future. And as according to the Minister of Youth and Sport, the future is now. So with that, I would like to invite Dr. Bilal to roll the ball for 15 minutes. فليتفضل مشكورا. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
This is the who's doing it? Yeah, I've given it. Bismillah wa salatu wa salam wa rasulillah. I've given a PowerPoint for presentation. Who has it and what are they doing with it? You got it in there?
It's on, yeah.
So, okay. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. When we speak about the young generation and leadership, from my perspective, my experience traveling to different parts of the world, especially in the Muslim world, the issues of leadership begin with the education of the youth. And it is education in a particular way. On one hand, it is higher education, which is important, But even on the primary, secondary level, that educational process needs to be in place. And what I have seen from visiting schools in Muslim countries, in Muslim communities around the world, where I discussed with the students okay. This information, Dr. Anwar, this information is short, something missing. Dr. Anwar? Yeah, this is the total number, but those entering university is not mentioned. Pardon? Those entering university you weren't able to get? Okay, anyway, inshallah. So, as I was saying, from that experience visiting universities, high schools, around the world, around the Muslim world, and discussing with them about what it means to be a Muslim student. What are the qualities of that Muslim student? Of course, when I ask them, do you all consider yourselves to be a true Muslim student? Because we also have another phenomenon which we could call the fake Muslim student. Both of them have Muslim names, but one is a true Muslim student, and the other one is counterfeit. And how we tell the difference between the two is how they approach the educational process. This is what determines who is in fact a true Muslim student and who is in fact counterfeit. The true Muslim student is one who is Muslim first. So when we talk about the young generation and leadership, we're talking about those who have a consciousness of being Muslim before anything else. They are Muslims who happen to be students, or Muslim youth who happen to be in leadership positions. They could have been in any other role or any other level in the society. The unique characteristic which they hold would be that of being, as I said, Muslims first. And of course, everybody, when I ask this question to university students in Pakistan, in Malaysia, IIUM and other universities all around the world, I ask them, everybody says, yes, we are true Muslim students. We don't believe we're fake Muslim students, surely not. We're here. However, the litmus test, because there has to be a way of determining whether you are a true Muslim student or not. And if I were to ask the group that's here, how many of you are actually students, university or whatever? Could you put your hand up? Let me see how many of you are actually students. Students involved in study. Students, put your hands up. Most of you are students. Yeah. So the question which I asked them, and which I would ask you to determine if you are in fact true Muslim students, was whether or not you are able to raise your hand and say, Wallahi, I have never cheated on any test or examination. That's a litmus test. Can I see how many can raise their hand and say that? Wallahi. I see one hand. 1.5, couple of halves, right? This is reality. This is the cold reality. This is the cold reality that we have to face. Because when we look at the problems, because we're talking about leadership, we're talking about youth taking the place of those who currently lead our societies. And when we ask people in general, what's the biggest problem that the society here in Malaysia is faced with? People will say it's corruption. There is corruption here. In the UNESCO list of most corrupt countries, 8 out of 10 of them are Muslim countries. And the youth want change. But I say to them, well, if we remove the current leaders and put you in their place, is there really going to be any change? That's reality. That's reality. Because you're really no different from them. You're just younger. But the same thing, if they were asked, they would have done the same thing. Nobody could raise their hand. Same situation. So it means that there's not going to be change. There will never be change until you change. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had said, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Allah doesn't change the condition of people until they change. So until change happens with you, then there will be no change. You could be the greatest of leaders with the best characteristics, etc. But if the core, as the Prophet ﷺ had said, in the body is an organ. If it's bad, then the whole body is bad. That's the heart. That's the heart. So if the heart is rotten, no matter how much you may go through the motions of leadership, enlightened leadership, and all these other things, but with that rotten heart, your leadership will be corrupted. One way or another, it will be corrupted. You will harm the society. So, the only way to tackle this really is for us to begin that change now and here. So I would ask you, do you want to change? See, that's telling us to what degree you want to change, right there. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to change? Listen, when you are watching a football match, I hear you guys screaming far louder than that. Do you want to change? Okay. Okay. We're serious? Then let's raise our hands and begin here. Raise our hands together, everybody who wants to change. Raise the hand. And repeat after me. Repeat after me. Wallahi. Tallahi. Billahi. I will not cheat on any test or examination from today onwards. Okay, we have the beginning. We have beginnings. This is the way you have to start. We have to start at a point. Okay, settle down, please. Settle down. We have to start somewhere. If only 5 of you or 10 of you actually stick to that commitment, and of course you swore by Allah. You know, if you break this oath, you just made an oath. Allah is witness. If you break the oath, you've got kafara. You have to do atonement. So, if only 5 or 10 of you actually make a change and stop from here onwards to become individuals who are uncorruptible, No matter what is offered to you, like the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, when he was offered in Mecca to give up the message, by being given leadership, being given money, being given women, etc. He rejected all of that. He couldn't be corrupted. That is the kind of leadership that is going to make a difference here and make Malaysia truly be leaders for the rest of the world. And in practical terms, that leadership should have begun from the earliest stages of the educational process. That education needed to be integrated from the beginning. We are working under the common misconception that an Islamic school is one in which Islamic studies, Arabic and Quran are taught along with secular subjects. That's what we understand, that's Islamic school. But in fact, this is the Christian approach to education, which is based on a statement attributed to Prophet Jesus in the Bible, in the New Testament, in 3 of the 4 Gospels. Here it is from Matthew. Render therefore unto Caesar what is the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things which are God's. Separating between what belongs to Caesar, that is the secular power, economics, rule, etc., and what belongs to God, that's prayers, religious acts. That belongs to God, you do that. What belongs to Caesar, you do. You separate the two. But this has never been, from the earliest days of Islam, the way that the Ummah was educated. It was educated from a perspective of integration, where there was no separation between knowledge which was revealed and knowledge which was acquired. They're both integrated in the society. So the correct concept is that of mixing revealed knowledge with acquired knowledge. And the definition of education, we have to be very careful about what we understand as education. Because we tend to think of education as being, okay, you've got medicine, you have legal profession, you have engineering, you have science, nuclear science, whatever. No, education fundamentally, the best definition that I found, was that it was the process by which a civilization conveys its cultural values to the next generation. Meaning whatever bits and pieces and facts which are being taught, they're taught in a package. Either that package is secular, as it comes from the West, or that package is Islamic, as it should come from the Muslim world and Muslim communities. So our challenge really is to bring morality back into the classroom. Secularism took morality out of the classroom, and we need to bring it back in all of our subjects. So this is the real challenge for leadership in the future. And this challenge is not really a very complex challenge. It can be met very easily. People have discussed theoretically about Islamization of knowledge and Islamization of education. And the issue of Islamization of knowledge is a very complex and philosophical field, which involves, in a sense, reinvention of the wheel. If we just focus on Islamization or integration of education, this is the most simple way to go forward, and it's really building on what the West has developed. As opposed to trying to invent something else to replace what they have, we build on what they developed, because they built on what we developed, and we built on what other societies developed. The Muslim world didn't create knowledge. Yes, they were the leaders in the Middle Ages, etc. But where did that knowledge come from? Did they invent it all, or did they take it from India? Did they take it from China? Did they take it from other nations they were amongst? Of course. That's what happened. So we don't need to reinvent. All we need to do as a general principle is to take it into the classroom. Whether it is in high school, primary school, or university, when the teacher or the lecturer, the professor, prepares his or her lesson, they need to identify how this lesson is going to be presented from a Muslim or Islamic perspective. And this is done on the simplest level through Islamization of the daily lesson plans, which are used, preparations professors make. They add an Islamic component to it. And the point is that this also should not be left to each and every individual professor or teacher to do it as he or she sees fit. It should be done in a systematized way. It should be systematic. Because if it's systematic, then you can build on it. Others can build on what you have done, and then others on what they did. So I just put together a basic standard format, which I called Principles of Lesson Plan Islamization, right, or preparation. 5. And these 5 are not a magical 5. They're not a revealed 5. Yes, there's 5 pillars of Islam. But these 5s that I'm talking about could be 4, or it could have been 6. I just came up with 5. Anyway, the first principle, I mean, when we're dealing with lower classrooms, and this works out in any classroom where we have an environment, classroom environment, that you are in direct contact with the students, that you Islamize that environment. That is, that environment should, whether it is through an oral perspective, how you communicate, using Islamic terminologies, sticking to those. We might be tempted in certain mediums, certain circumstances, to greet people with hi and hello. But we have salam alaikum. It is superior to hi and hello. It's not just a cultural thing. There's nothing haram about hi and hello, but salam alaikum is a dua. So it has its own weight. And similarly, other expressions in the classroom or the lecture room should involve that. On children, you are teaching them certain physical practices which connect them with Islamic teachings. And the images used in the classroom should also speak to the message of Islam in one way or another. This is media. And they're affected, especially the younger ones, by the medium of the classroom. If we move on to the second principle, that is of historical relevance, Islamic historical relevance, that we add. Whatever subject we're taking, there are great Muslims who have contributed in one way or another to that subject. If we ask the average graduating student from high school, who was Einstein, who was Sir Isaac Newton, they will tell you in a minute. They know exactly. But if you ask them, who was Al-Hasan ibn al-Haytham, they will look at you, what? Al-Hasan ibn Haytham? Is he an Arab actor? Movie star? They have no idea. But if one studies optics, Al-Hasan ibn al-Haytham, he was the monster. He was the leading thinker of the 10th century in the whole field of optics. He laid down the principles for making a camera. He described how cameras function, etc. That's the 10th century. So at the same way people know Einstein as Muslims, we want to be leaders, then we want to be connected with our history. Not that we think what we represent is something disconnected with the flow of human society and civilization. We are a part of that. And this is subtly connecting us, rooting us, giving us a foundation. Where you can get that information from, there's a book called 1001 Inventions. It's probably sold here in Malaysia. It was produced in the UK. They have listed out all of the major inventions done by Muslim scientists, scholars. There's even a kid's version of it, 1001 Inventions and Awesome Facts. We got Google also as the backup. Sheikh Google will tell you if you need it. The third principle is that we should also include in our presentation a relevant Quranic verse. Not a Quranic verse for barakah, where you just read it, people like your recitation, but a verse which has relevance to whatever you're teaching, whatever field you're in. So for example, if you're doing something about water and the effects of water and the need for water and all this kind of thing, then we have the verse from Surah Ar-Rahman, مَرَجَ الْبَحْرَيْنِ يَلْتَقِيَانِ بَيْنَهُمَا بَرْزَخٌ لَا يَبْغِيَانِ. He released the two seas so that they meet with a barrier between them which neither can cross. You go to South Africa, you can see it, where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean, clearly. So, of course, one thing one has to be careful of course, any professor, any teacher who is teaching using these principles, is that you don't want to turn the class into an Islamic studies class. I'm not saying, in our enthusiasm, we might turn that lecture into a lecture on Islam. But no, we have to give our topics their due, but we introduce just elements. So students are constantly in touch with the sources of Islam, to know that the Quran is relevant. It has relevance to our lives here and now. Whatever we're studying, wherever we are, it is relevant. Similarly, we need the same thing from the hadith. We're teaching a class or whatever on health, sleeping etiquette, how we should sleep. There are instructions given by the Prophet Muhammad which have been shown medically to be sound. Don't sleep on your stomach. It is harmful. It's actually dangerous to children, small children. One of the leading causes of cot death or SDS, sudden death syndrome. So, relevance. And then the fifth principle I call the moral message, that this should be conveyed in every lesson, every lecture. A moral message should be there. Whatever we're talking about has a moral element to it, and we should be conscious of it. So we don't end up like the guards over the ovens in Europe during World War II that, burnt up 6 million Jews. The guards said, we were just instructed. We're just doing what we're told to do. We had to obey. No, there has to be a moral compass that is brought to play, which distinguishes us from the mindless robots who have studied in the system but have no moral guidance. So this is what we have to offer. We don't have technology right now in the world. We are not the leaders of technology, but we as a nation, as an ummah, we have that moral compass, which hasn't changed. So those are the basic principles. It's about bringing morality back into the classroom. Prophet Muhammad ﷺ had said, إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ لِيُتَمِّمَ مَكَارِمَ الْأَخْلَاقِ. I was only sent to perfect for you the highest of moral character traits. So leadership is fundamentally good leadership if it is moral leadership. If it is rooted in the Quran and the Sunnah. If it is rooted in Islamic history. If it is rooted in Islamic culture. So that is my advice. I'll just add one point, practically speaking, because usually when I do this presentation for teachers in school, they ask me, okay, how do you Islamize 2 + 2 = 4? That's the mathematicians, they always ask this question. How do you Islamize 2 + 2 = 4? So I said, okay, 2 + 2 = 4. We have to teach, this is basically 1-digit numbers added to another digit number. So we say, of course, you start in your class with Basmala, and you use some images with Islamic themes in the classroom. you let the students know that Muslims invented the numerals that we're using. These are called Arabic numerals. Show them how 2 used to be written, how 2 became the 2 that we know now, and 3 became the 3 we know now, right? Then we give them an example. You know, of course, Allah told us in the Quran to pray regularly, to remember Allah. And then when we pray in the morning, we pray 2 rak'ah of sunnah, and then 2 rak'ah of fard al-fajr. So how many rak'ah did you make? 4. Here was 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay? The other thing, to give them moral message, we give them word problems. And we tell them Ali has 2 riyals or 2 ringgits and loses 1 in the playground, so his mother Sarah gives him another 2 ringgits. So how many ringgits does he have now? 4. Later that day, a classmate Khalid finds the lost ringgits and returns it to Ali. So what is the total number of ringgits that Ali has now? 6. Okay? Now you're giving a moral message here in that, what do kids normally do on the playground? If they find 2 ringgits, what are they going to do? Go look and see who it belongs to? They're going to put it in the pocket. Okay? So just by telling them the right way was to give it back, because you know it belongs to Ali, give it back to him. So you've given a moral message. And of course, you know, you can go in other directions with it. You can clarify to them, for example, you're adding 1 plus 1 plus 1, we say equals 3. Then you tell them, some people say 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 1. Who are those people? Huh? Christians who say that God is 1. He's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. That's 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 1. Just let them think. We have a mind and we should use it. Okay, that was my presentation. Barakallah fikum.
Barakallah. Barakallah Sheikh. Jazakallahu khairan kathiran to Dr. Bilal Philip for his enlightening presentation, and he asked us to back to the basic. In order to prepare our young people, we have to start back with education and to bring the soul to our education, because we always excel without soul. So thank you very much, Sheikh, for your presentation just now. So let we move to the second speakers, Miss Idiola Pasholari. So you have 15 minutes to present your case.
Thank you, my dear friend, for the introduction. Friends at the podium, colleagues, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's the last session and it's the most tiring one, especially after a long day. But since this is a youth session, I wanted you guys to be a bit more active. So good morning. Oh, come on, I'm teasing you. It's an afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Can't hear you. Good afternoon. Can't hear you. I'm too far away. So good afternoon, everyone. Okay, now I'm talking. Just out of curiosity, how many young people do we have here in the audience? Can you please raise your hands? Young people? Raise your hands. Wow, am I so honored. Thank you so much. This is, I believe, the biggest audience of young people that I've ever attended in Malaysia. So thank you. Yes, amazing. Allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me to share my expertise on youth generation or young generation and leadership, and also at the same time congratulate them for organizing such an eventful program. Every society is made by people of different classes, values, ages, and everyone has to play an essential and crucial role in the society of today and the future. Indeed, it is the duty of every member of society to participate and strengthen the society that we live on. I'm going to focus on values of qualities as a leader. because it's rarely an innate quality in us. It is a combination of hard work, conviction, and instinctual strategy which needs to be developed and nurtured. Young people are the part of the bouquet of the society. Don't you all agree? You are all my roses. But their role is the most important among others because they are the integral and pertinent part of the society, and without young people, a society is left incomplete. Therefore, it is said that today's youth are the force, hope, leaders of today and tomorrow because they are the future and the hope of the society, the country and the community that they belong. At World Assembly of Youth, we believe that youth leadership is part of youth development process that supports the young people in developing the ability to analyze his or her own strengths and weaknesses. At that way, for 67 years, we have developed and assisted in developing of many youth leaders. But in order for you to be a good leader, you should possess certain qualities, which is focus, confidence, integrity, inspiration, passion, innovation, and patience. Don't you all agree? Are you still with me? Fantastic. Our work at WAY is based on the notion that young people have the capacity to become leaders in their chosen field of endeavor if given the exposure of concept of leadership and the opportunity to demonstrate their skills through positive social action. We saw how my previous colleague spoke about education. It is very important. That's what you all learn in schools or universities. But you also should be involved in non-formal and informal education, which goes through different organizations, or what you learn in your society, or at your friends, in your family, because all of those skills will help you to become a better leader. We provide young people with opportunities for adventure, self-betterment, discovery, skills development, cultural exchange, leadership building, and youth-related services through various events and activities. But most importantly, we create policies that affects your future. But in order for us to achieve that, we need to hear what you as a young person have to say, because everyone matters. And you are the driving force of change that can encourage every government or other stakeholders to declare your priorities. You have important responsibilities towards your country, or towards your state, or towards your society, because you are expected to be honest, genuine, to possess good values, and to work hard for the betterment of your immediate society and the country. All it's up to you. So you can't keep quiet. You have to be involved. You have to speak up. And at the same time, be part of what you are. You have the duty to use your skills, your strength, your creativity and imagination to serve your nation in the best possible manner. They are young people who can make the difference because they are the backbone of a nation and full of potential. Encourage behavior in building a brighter future for your society. Young people should focus on the education. Like I mentioned, not only formal, but informal and non-formal. You all should be part of an organization or a club, because that's how you develop your skills. That's how you find yourself. That's how you challenge yourself. But at the same time, you create a network and you gain knowledge and you gain the right skills that you need for your daily life or your future. So it's important that you have the right knowledge, but at the same time, you have a good health. So you should take care of yourself, because if you're not healthy and you are not educated, how are you to lead yourself and others? So time is precious, and once it is spent, it cannot be undone. That's why you as young people must learn to appreciate the value of time and utilize every second. So don't say that I have time, I can do that tomorrow. If you are a leader and you consider yourself as a leader, do it now. Make the difference now. Don't wait for tomorrow or later, because tomorrow might never come. You should make that change now because you are that leader. And in fact, I confidently believe that young people are the most reliable hope of today and tomorrow. Honestly, I hate it when a lot of leaders use the word, young people are the leaders of tomorrow. No, you are the leaders of today. Now, this very second, because you are here in an international conference. You decided here to come and learn and contribute because you are now a decision maker. So use that opportunity, use that knowledge, use that skill to help others as well. Share what you have learned for the past 2 days to your classmates, to your friends, to your society, to your family, because knowledge has no limit. Even the older we grow, the more we learn. But knowledge should not stop right there. And young people in Malaysia are not less than young people in other countries. You are remarkably capable and blend with various potential and talents because you have the skills, the behavior, the attitude, health, knowledge, and ability to make your country a better place, to make your country proud. So you have the opportunity to do that. And I believe that the life and success of every nation and their bright future, it lies on your hands, on your generation right now, today. Because young people of today have their strong values, have the right skills and knowledge and expertise. And you have a very good quality education compared to previous generation. You have a better health, you have more priorities, and you are more sincere. So with that, the future that waits for you, it will be brighter and more promising for all the nations. I was searching earlier on, online, for a quote that will somehow fit the best to this conversation. And I believe that the challenge of a leader is to be strong, not to be rude, to be kind, but not weak, to be thoughtful, but not lazy, to be humble, but not timid, to be proud, but not arrogant, to have a humor, but not to be folly. So you have to decide those qualities for yourself and teach the rest of your peers how to move forward, because all should work as a team. No country can develop just by the government. They all need young people, they do need private sector, they do need media, they do need all the stakeholders to join hand. And I believe young people are the glue to all of this, because young people are everywhere. They are 50% of the world population. Come on, guys. You can do it. I would like to thank all of you for being here and for listening to what we have to say. But I don't like to have a way communication with my dear peers. So I'll be sitting over there and waiting for your questions and comments. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Idiola Pashori, for your precise presentation just now. And one of the points that I attracted most is she invited us, most of the young people, to join in informal education by participating in youth organization. So you can utilize the presence of Ms. Idiola in Malacca. So please feel free to visit World Assembly of Youth Headquarters in Aikro. So maybe you can have a strong networking and further collaboration to have a global youth program with World Assembly of Youth. So seize the moment and take the opportunity to while the headquarters is in Malacca. So thank you very much, Ms. Idiola Pasholari, for your precise presentation. So let me move to the last speaker, friends of mine, Dr. Ali Muhammad. So you have 15 minutes to present your case.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأمة وخاتم النبيين محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you for my friends Dr. Jeffrey and all ladies and gentlemen. distinguished guests. Actually, I would like to, my speech actually would not be more motivative like my colleagues actually have done. So I would like to share my experience actually working in the youth for almost 10 years. So I would like to convey the reality and the real message that the challenges and all the obstacles that we are facing and how those obstacles might be overcome in the futures. So I would like also to bring your kind attention to the most important things actually when we are talking about the young generation and the leadership. So the world's actually young professionals are seeking passion and also the passion for their futures. Passion for their work actually and passion for what they can do to protect their futures. So those are one of the main factors that they are willing to do. So however, the most important challenges, how can we guide this new generation of professionals into channeling their values, passion, and commitment into working together for sustainable future? I will say it actually saying that we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. So young people need time to talk, to plan, to measure, and to learn that their boundless energy can be transformed into something of benefit of those in need through its various perspectives, youth organizations, and intellectual institutions like the universities can play a valuable role in guiding and developing our young people. So the leadership is an essential aspect of the Asian Youth Council and other youth organizations located in Asia. And we are willing, or we are working to offer several very effective programs to help young people develop leadership skills and at the same time show them how to serve their communities, build friendship, and increase their world understanding. So that is the most important things that during our program has been created based on the Asian Youth Councils and the other organization. We are trying to build up the networking among all the leaders and the young peoples and try to bring up those young people to the knowledge and how we are training them in order for them to face the futures and be able to overcome all the obstacles for the current situations. So there is a critical need to accelerate efforts to train the next generation of sustainable development leaders. Recently, there is a lack of progress on the leadership front for sustainability, and there is a strong need to scale up our efforts. This is tied to the fact that we live in a world on a cusp of the dramatic global change. So the innovative fact that we live in the world, so the innovative thinking is required to manage emerging issues such as the need for technical solution to reduce the negative impact of using technologies. That is what we are facing recently actually. The technologies is rapidly increased. At the same time, there is many issues that might be raised in the result of using that type of technologies. So the young leadership needs to match their vision of success with the work ethic that it will take to get their willingness to go beyond what is expected. So there are tremendous challenges that should be tackled and raised up. Firstly, young people in different fields must obtain training beyond the traditional disciplines and skills acquired during their formal educations. So, in fact, actually, we realize, and as a lecturer, we have realized that some of the curriculums needs to be modified, and there's a lot of things has to be given attention in the curriculums, and we have to give an aid to the students to learn more about some of the issues they are facing, not only to the classical, the normal way that they are dealing with for the normal classes they are giving. So, secondly, many current sustainability leaders are entering retirement, and a newer generation is needed to fill their shoes. So therefore, how the challenge will be how the Asian youth organizations going to fast track the transfer of the knowledge to the next generation in order to ensure the continuity of their work. So this will be one of the issues that we have to try to train and try to make those young people to be equipped to fulfill those people that are going to be retired. So the third actually will be the labor market research demonstrate that the need for personnel to deal with the rapid technologies and social demands issue is growing faster than the ability of many nations to train new workers in this area. It will be the fourth, there is a need to inspire and engage an entire generation before losing them to consumption habits and lifestyles, and to be involved in the extremism attitudes. Actually, that is what we are witnessing. For example, when I came from the Arab, for the Middle East actually countries, this extremism attitudes actually it has been manipulated by leaders and by politics and by some people. They have different loyalties, and honestly we are frustrated to face such problems like this. So our role here, how we can try to find a good channels to educate those people to be aware of that violence. So so such things actually it's happening in the Middle East countries, and due to the Arab Spring different ideologies and loyalty take the chance to manipulate the innocent young people and recruit them to become their weapons and instruments to build a catastrophe war. The majority actually of the young, the majority of those involved in the war recently of the civil wars, especially in my country, Yemen, they are the young people. Even personally, I lost a few of my family because of that thing. So the majority of the young people, they were recruited and used and manipulated to build up and to create a chaos and also to make the catastrophe war. So the organizations such as the Asian Youth Council clearly perceive the need to support the next generation of young leaders. At many conferences, a resolution was passed on the capacity building of young professionals. The resolution intends to develop a young professional program which assists members' organizations in developing programs, such as internships, exchange programs, and mentorships, and in particular in ensuring that these programs are accessible to young people from developing countries. So that is one of the importance, and we are going to urge the leaders to support the youth organizations to fulfill their jobs. So an earlier commitment must be made for the need to build capacity among your young professionals in the field of technology innovations. This will lead to create young professional task force who is capable to develop mechanism for increasing the involvement of young professionals in the future world, ensuring the retention of the bringing in a new perspective and ideas. So, for the sake of opportunities, young people must be aware and equipped with rapid change in technology, especially for businesses, is involving the lightning speed, and the change in technology especially will be enhance our life. rather than it will look at the negative points as a consequence for using that technologies. So the latest and the greatest tools from just a few years ago are now obsolete, and business leaders may find it difficult to follow every change. So, but staying ahead of the curve means using technological tools to your advantage. So if you want to compete in today's market, you need to find a way to do it. So luckily, one of the powerful technology tool is the internet, which has opened the doors for all young people. But the most important task is the most important task for the organizations and the leaders, how we will be fully utilized of the current technologies and applications to post up the young generation to be exposed to the challenges and explore the new opportunities. So additionally, actually, the challenge will how to be fully protected against the negative thoughts that might be crossed the exploration. This will be rely on the young leaders to be more productive and innovative to different level of understandings. So that is one of the main issue that we are facing. The majority of the young people, they are using the internet usually, then we have to provide the techniques and we have to provide the guidelines that we are protecting those people from a negative thoughts and changing their attitudes, for example, the extremism attitudes or whatever, or sometimes we are going to persuade the people for rectifying or trying to give a resolution for that already falsified from the resources or the sources existed in the internet. So there is a lot of works must be done in this case. So today's society is faced with a multiple interconnected problems such as educations and employment, degradations, but also has the unique opportunity to design and create sustainable futures. However, the sheer complexity of the sustainability challenge calls into questions the capacity or the desirability of individual leaders to comprehend or address it in its entirety. So the critical issues related to the young leaders being ignored or adequately recognized by both governments and the business leaders. So a whole generation will need to be engaged to think and act in a way that match the scale of the challenge. This is an exhilarating time to be alive as a society is a challenge to redesign and rethink many of its assumptions about progress and development. So at the end, actually, we accepting the assumption that the response to these challenges requires decentralized, large-scale movement of leaders. The networks and digital media capacity of today's youth can be nurtured by training programs to support the sustainability transitions. So it has been observed that increase in the use of the information technology, because I'm especially a lecturer in information technology, so have resulted in the increased interest in the world and the an enhanced ability for voices from around the world to be heard. Not surprisingly, intense familiarity with technology may make young people more enthusiastic about technology as a key factors in developing. So having grown up with iPods in their pockets and mobile phones on their ears perhaps makes today's under 25 years old more disposed to technology and hence less fearful of it than older generations. So this age with the information and communication technology extends to young people's ability to use these tools to further the work of the social development and positive movements, as well as this can be one of the key factors to resist the violence and extremism attitudes. So as we have mentioned earlier, actually, we have to be aware of the technologies that we are involved in, and we have to utilize those techniques in order for the young people to be more involved, be more to boosting up their educations and trying to create a new good leaders that will be leading the countries and leading the nations. And I hope the role will be not eliminating also those they have the decision makers, the governments and the business leaders. They will be involved in order to help the young people to do this one. So what I have given is something like a challenges that we experience when we have worked in the youth organizations, and we believe that those obstacles will be overcome for those people. They have more spirit and they are inspired and they are willing to change the futures and make the future for the betterment. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for your presentation. And he did mention about the importance of networking. And I believe that within the ASEAN Youth Council itself, they have a lot to offer in terms of connecting our young people throughout Asia. And he did mention also about the capacity building. It seemed that ASEAN Youth Council has something to offer in inviting the young professional to get involved in the youth association by having capacity building program. So I think we have to take this opportunity to have a program with ASEAN Youth Council. And again, the headquarters of ASEAN Youth Council is in Kuala Lumpur, in International Youth Center. And the last one, he did touch about the challenge of technology that we have to deal with. And of course, the young people is synonymous with the gadget and technology that we have to tackle these issues in our youth development program. So thank you very much for all these three presenters. So we have an injury time, Leicester versus Chelsea. 10 minutes, you can ask questions, criticize or posting a comment to the panelists, guest speakers. So introduce yourself and your affiliates. So we have 10 minutes, please. I know your battery is getting low, so maybe we can utilize these 10 minutes to maximize the presence of, to utilize the presence of all these three speakers. Please, welcome. Okay, can you show your hand? How many of you want to ask the question? One? Only one?
Two.
Okay, two. We have two, okay?
I'll let you first.
Okay. Please, Brother Moinuddin, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Muhammad Muniruddin. I just want to kind of engineer the motion in addition to what the three presenters have said. But this is going to be a mind-boggling comment, perhaps. As said yesterday and quoted from many speakers, today started actually from yesterday, and tomorrow depends on today. But I'm afraid we might not have any tomorrow, because the leaders of today, or fathers of today, or parents of today, they refuse intentionally or accidentally to train their children in the way they were taught, thinking perhaps that it was too difficult the way they were taught, and the children of today will not be able to endure those ways or traditional ways. So having said that, we, if you count me as a youth anyway, so are the youths ready to be pushed, to be trained and to be taught in the hard way? If they are ready, then perhaps we might have a bright future. But if they want to remain in the shell, if they don't want to be pushed out of the shell, perhaps tomorrow will still depend on the leaders, and we have to support the leaders to continue tomorrow. perhaps a comment or questions if you have anything to say.
Thank you very much. This is something that we must learn from our African colleague, that they are not shy. When we open the Q&A, they are the first who want to ask the question. Maybe our Malay student, please keep your shy cat low. Use this opportunity to ask the question to the guest speakers. Okay, can we have the second one? Reps from organizer, please, brother.
I'm from the University Sultan Azhar, and my question is to Dr. Bilal Phillips, and maybe one to both from WE and also AYC. My question to Dr. Bilal Phillips is that how do you think that the youth, young people, can have balanced mind, soul, and also their inner soul and their mind, a balance, and also mind, soul, and body, a balanced mind, soul, and body, to be a holistic young generation that can provide and give benefits to the Ummah. Okay, that's one. And to Miss Idiola Pacholori or maybe Dr. Ali, I've been in youth leadership for almost 14 to 15 years. I've started with my friend here, Mr. Hasnol, in the youth leadership around 2002, and now ending our term, which is 40 years old. I have another year to 40 years old.
Retiring soon.
Retiring soon. Okay. So we've been doing a lot of programs for the youth, from sports to religious, more religious side of for the youth, and then also a lot of things, adventure and everything. But they are never satisfied. We're never satisfied with what we offer them. So what do you think is the best, I say, in terms of the best ingredient for them to accept and to participate in youth leadership and embrace the youth leadership itself? Because at this moment, I can see that relatively around, if they are 18, 19, 20, 21, they are not into this into leadership at all. They don't really understand what is leadership, most probably until they are 25, or maybe they are married, maybe. Because leadership starts at home, as you are as a husband, as a father, and so on. So I think that's all. And I hope the youngsters here will understand what is to be young and have the capability to lead for the nation. Inshallah. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother, for your question and grievances posted to the guest speaker to address it. And we acknowledge the presence of Brother Hasnol, the president of Perak State Youth Council, for being with us. Thank you very much. So can we have a last question from our, we have one. Maybe you can have a female, as requested by Dr. Bilal. So we have this, the second last. So be prepared, our young ladies, to ask one question at least. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I thought I cannot ask just now. But thank you. All right. I'm Muhammad Shafinas Razali from USAS. I'm a student, not PhD student. I guess I'm still youth. I don't know.
How old are you?
29.
Okay.
No,
Still youth.
sorry.
Within the definition.
No, I'm 47.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm
you look young.
Thank you. I thought with my balls I look older. All right, it's just curiosity. Miss Idiola Pasholari was saying that the youths must be educated, correct? And I just wondered, because the three of our panelists here, you know, we got Dr. Ali, we got Dr. Bilal, and she got no doctorate. But when I check with Sheikh Google, I found out that she possessed 3 master degrees. I'm struggling to finish mine, but I just wonder, how can you finish 3 master degrees, but at the same time you don't proceed with PhD? Probably you can share with us the reasons, or maybe everybody here also curious to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Can we have last young ladies representing the young ladies, please? Okay, great. Okay, the last question.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Nabila. I'm from IIUM. So my question is very simple and straightforward. All of you guys just presented that we need to have the youth to start from now. But how is it that the youth, by development, to start it from now? Because within we understand that different youth has different influential and different interests. So how do you prove that the youth needs to start now, and how do we do it as a whole nation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabila. So we have all 4 questions. Okay, we have last one. Okay, please. Great to have the last students.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Kalau saya cakap Melayu tak apa?
Yes, Ustaz. They can. Idiola can understand.
Tak apa pandai.
Sikit-sikit.
Saya nak minta nasihat daripada pakar-pakar untuk, saya kira wakil daripada lelaki.
Nama tak dia apa? Nama. Abdullah. Okay.
Saya nak tanya untuk siswa yang lelaki ke siapa-siapa, untuk pemuda ni yang macam dia baru umur 20-an, dia baru nak berubah, dia dah banyak buat silap. Apa nasihat? Saya cuma nak nasihat daripada Dr. Bilal dan 2 lagi untuk pihak kami lah, tu je.
He's asking for advice for the young people who want to repent at 20 years old. They want to get back to the track. So he asking advice from you, Sheikh. Okay. Terima kasih Abdullah for your question. A round of applause. So we have an injury time for all the speakers to answer the question and to make a summary and a conclusion for this question. And you may choose any question that you want to address, like in exam. Choose 2 from 3. Yeah. Please, we start with Sheikh first. Falyatafaddal. Did you write down all the questions? No. Yeah, that's your job. Yeah. Maybe you can start with the advice first from the last
question.
Brother Abdullah.
Advice on changing one's life, I would say that the foundation of it is Salah. Because this is where everything begins from. If we're not able to establish Salah on time, Fajr in particular, Fajr determines the whole day. If we do it on time, then everything else will fit into place. But if we are negligent with Fajr, Salatul Fajr, then we will be negligent with the other aspects of our lives. We'll not be able to make those real changes. So the real change is going to begin with us as individuals, with our spiritual life, because that is the greater part. We're only here for a short period of time, and it's our spirit, our souls that carry on. So change needs to be on that spiritual level, first and foremost. We try to establish the foundation of our faith, because the faith is the basis of our change. Knowledge of the faith, implementing that knowledge is the process of change. It's about change. So if we're able to establish that salah, and again, that salah should be in accordance with the guidance of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's not just merely, getting up at the last minute before sunrise and, bouncing our head on the ground and, okay, that's it, done. No, it's a real prayer. A prayer according to what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam advised us. He said, Sallu salata muwadda'in. Pray a farewell prayer. The way that if somebody said to you, you only have one more prayer left to do before you leave this world, that prayer is going to be very different from any prayer we have ever made before. The prayers that we're making today, imagine somebody said to you, you have one prayer left. Life is finished. Your last prayer. How are you going to pray it? Are you going to pray it the way we pray now? No. That's for sure. So that's the one to target. That's the one we want to begin our day with. If we can begin our day with a farewell prayer, then we're ready to talk seriously about change.
Thank you very much. Mr. Viola?
Do you need the rest of the question? I have noted down. Only the last one? Do you want to respond? I did.
Very good. You should have been the moderator.
All right, thank you for the beautiful questions. I'll start to contribute to each and every one of them. So, intergenerational gap. Are the youth ready to be pushed out of the shell? That's what you meant, right? The intergenerational gap does exist, especially with the IT era that we are living on. But it's a contribution that both generations should provide in order to build that bridge and have that communication. But I don't like the word pushed out of the shell, I'm sorry, because nobody should push you as an individual to become something. It's you as a person need to find within you, what do you want to become? And how can you contribute to the rest, either given your peers, community, society, or the nation at large? So it should be you as an individual ready to have the right knowledge and skills and contribution and also action. You should take that step forward. So that's how I personally look at that. I don't like the word push, because no one should be pushed. All the other stakeholders should provide the opportunities and let the young people decide where do they want to make the difference and how they can. I hope, yes. I can't hear you, get to the mic.
Get to the mic. If we are risking something very important, if you don't want to push, yes, you are liable to your perception of not liking the word push. Can we kind of press forward? You remove the push, press.
It's still the same thing.
Okay, you pull a bit, you trigger. Okay. So because the case here is, to be yourself, you need to learn from example.
Yes.
Okay, and where do you get the experience from? It doesn't come from there. It comes from here.
Very true.
Yeah, and if you are not ready to accept and adopt and adapt those experiences that are readily available through parentage, through the leaders that are already here, So I'm afraid the individualism may not necessarily come.
That's very true. That's why in my presentation earlier on, I recommended that all young people should not only focus on educating themselves formally by attending universities or colleges and so on. Don't get me wrong, that is important. But they should also be involved in non-formal and informal education, because that's how you challenge yourself, that's how you find yourself, or how would I say, press yourself to do more by being in this kind of environment. Because if you don't take the first step, no one will give you the hand to move forward. So I can't guess what might go in your own mind as what you want to become unless you come and tell me, Adiola, please assist me on this matter, you know? I'm sorry? That was given to me as an opportunity. I was asked to choose what I wanted to do from my parents, and that's who I am today. I'm the first female Secretary General in 67 years. I'm sorry? No, I was asked, I chose what I wanted to become in my life. They supported me. I'm sorry? I became what?
At what age?
Since 17. I paid for my own education, I started my own work, and I didn't ask anything from my parents. See, if I can do it, why can't they? That would be another question, but end of the day, it's all of us should appreciate our strength and skills. We shouldn't just wait for others to acknowledge that. Because if you want to make a difference, it should start within you first. And that's how I look at, I know we are kind of having a dual conversation right now, but it's an example for everybody else to wake up, you know. Because the reason why I did not like the word push, it's because if you push them to something that they don't want to become of, then it's a problem. But if we as NGOs or as universities, education institutions or governments provide the opportunities for you to choose and further develop yourselves, either given soft skill or hard skill, that is the best scenario. So for me as ASG at WAY is to provide you that platform, and we always do. So now it's up to you whether you want to come and contribute and be part of that history making. I can't force, because if I force, then that's no longer a skill. You are just going to be there sitting down, maybe falling asleep throughout the whole conference and not contributing. But if you want to make a difference, then you do make a difference.
I would just like to add that actually before he spoke up, brother, I was going to say the same thing, that, you know, pushing is not a bad thing. It depends on what your intentions are, the level of mental development of the young person that you're trying to push, trying to give a push, you know. Many people in their lives, they need that push. If somebody didn't give them a push, they're not going to go there, you know. So, especially when you're dealing with different cultures and societies. Because in the West, where people are, 15, 16, you're out of it. You know, this is the kick the bird out of the nest, you know, that's what happens, right? The older bird, once the little bird reaches a point, the mother kicks it out and flies away, right? If you didn't kick it out, it's not going to fly anywhere. Okay, so they needed that push. You know, that push for many people, it's not a bad thing. Maybe the West maybe overemphasizes individuality and the ability to choose for yourself and all that. Now, if you're in a society which is promoting that from the earliest ages, then when you reach those ages, you can do it. But if you're in a society where, you follow your parents. Your parents are deciding. Your parents decide who you marry. The parents decide what the clothes you wear. Parents decide everything for you. Then to say, well, okay, now make your decision. You're just going to sit there and say, well, what do I do next? You know? But the idea is that I think we need a combination of both those people who are going to rise up amongst you, who will have those characteristics of leadership naturally, because some people are born with it naturally. You see them from their kids, when the kids are playing. You know, there's some kids who just stand out and everybody follows them. You know, these are natural leaders. For the rest, we need those pushes. We need to be pushed, but our parents need to be conscious of the responsibility to guide our children in the right directions, to help them make the right choices throughout their life. This is a help. And we don't look at it in a negative context. So parents themselves need to be educated about their roles and their responsibilities. And children, young people also need to be respectful to parents and to accept their advice when it's being given, and to mutually find out what really is best for them. You know, as a combined thing, you know, the Muslim extended family of the underdeveloped world, the third world, you know, that is how it's always been. And I have, you know, been born and raised in the West myself, you know, and I've lived most of my life in the East. So I've raised my children and been the one to try to encourage and to push, you know, though I made my own choices myself. But in this part of the world, when that's how the society functions, we also try to find that point at which we're not pushing them into what they don't really want to do. The practice that is common here in the East is that dad's a doctor, son doctor, daughter doctor, doctors produce doctors. You know, that's not good. That's what's not really good. I mean, it benefits. I'm saying there's no benefit there, but many times you'll find people saying that, you know, I did it because my parents wanted me to do it. And this is where parents need to be enlightened to help the young person find out what it is they really want to do, not simply what parents want them to do. So we need to find that balance. It's a delicate point of from both sides working together to find what is really best, inshallah.
Actually, I would like to add something. Actually, we are not going to make all the young to be leaders. So the things that I do support both. Either we are going to provide opportunities to the young people to choose, or in a certain age we have to push them. Actually, this is rational. So in fact, actually, they are not be able to choose if they don't have knowledge. How come they can choose something that they are not aware of, or what is the consequence and what will be bringing on the futures? So such things actually can be given based on some of the opportunities that will be provided by certain organizations, for the family, for whatever it is will be responsible for the young people. So one of the agreed things actually for the people to be more aware of the young leaderships, we are going to create this the fundamentals ideas in those young people now, then they will be able to generate more robustness and more effective young in the future. So that is the way that the ability will be for the young people to choose their future. It will be more effective and will be more reasonable. So I think they have already given all the things. Then if you let me, actually, I want to answer, this will be the last, I mean, I will answer one of the questions for our colleagues, actually. He already working 15 years on 15 years in the youth. Is he here? Already left, right? Actually, you are a leader. Actually, I have seen you that you are leading this here. Then you become a leader. So he says that how we can try to motivate the young and to do accepting the activities that will be conducted. So from my experience, I think that we have to talk their language and to try to understand the situation surrounding them. So the issues existed actually might be not the same issue will be found in the future. So we have to think wisely about what is the critical situations that might be in the recent future. And we have to try to provide in collaboration with the organizations, collaboration with the governments to provide the opportunities and also to provide the solutions to tackle such problems. That is one of the case. So we have to understand well what is the situations they are going to be involved, and that is why we are going to persuade them to accept and to participate and to interact to the youth organizations and be a part to that activities. Thank you so much.
Let me add also that some of it goes back to the method of education by which people, we have different approaches to education, whether it is what they call student-centered or it is, teacher-focused, meaning that in the classroom, if the teacher comes in, greets the students, and then just tells everything to the students. They're just writing down, making notes, everything, and they leave without really even questioning anything. So it is just one way. That is teacher-centered. The educationalists now stress the most important approach should be student-centered. So the students are the ones who should be talking. I mean, in the past, the view of education was that the ideal class is the quiet class. Nobody talks. The teacher speaks, everybody sits and listens, take their notes. That's the ideal class. That's a good class. Whereas the newer approach is that no, the ideal class is one where everybody's talking. Everybody feels they have something to say. Everybody wants to say something. You see, that is what now inspires and encourages the ability of the students to speak out for themselves, to say and express themselves. So the way in which the educational process is done is going to affect those youths throughout their lives. So this is why they stress now, for example, inquiry-based learning, critical thinking. You're not just being spoon-fed. So you start the class as a teacher, you're an instructor, you start the class with a question. Somebody has to answer. Everybody is forced, pushed to say something. He's not going to teach the class until you get an answer to this question. So you need that new approach to the educational process to change the mindset and the way that people respond to the circumstances of their lives. So this is the empowerment by giving them inquiry-based or critical thinking style learning that will now produce students, graduates who will be ready to take on that leadership.
So thank you very much for the three guest speakers. A round of applause to all of them. Okay, please.
Sorry, I still have a couple of more.
Okay, last one.
Questions to answer to, because we just stopped at the first one. All right, how youth can find balance with mind, soul, and body? Were you who asked that question? I'm sorry. But when you have that answer, please tell me, because that's the solution to all. However, I will advise that knowing yourself and having the inner peace, you will be able to find that balance. That will be my advice to that. The third question about how can we keep young people happy or satisfy them even though we organize many activities. Hussein was the one who asked that question. My advice will definitely be that include young people before you organize those events. Get them involved on what do they want to be discussed, involved, or speakers, or workshops. What's the topic that they want to discuss? So that's important. Once young people are involved from the beginning of the activity, from the organizing of that activity, and throughout the process, and also implementation and so on, then yes, they will be definitely more happy because they can feel a part of that program or activity.
Can I add something to that first question that you didn't have an answer for?
Yes.
Okay, the one about finding the balance, right? Finding the balance. My advice is that you keep track of yourself. You know what I do? I keep a diary. I'm writing stuff all the time. What's happening every day, what I'm doing. I keep track of myself. So by keeping track of yourself, you can get an idea when you're going overboard, when you've become imbalanced because you're spending too much time on something that you should have been spending, other time on. So if you're not aware of what yourself and what you're doing, it's difficult to find the balance. But if you can keep track of yourself, as I said, what your activities are in the day. You have got iPads and things like this, much easier. I do it with a diary, old style, write it down. Keep track of yourself. Be aware of how you're spending your time. Inshallah.
Indeed. So open a diary from now on?
It's a good thing.
Definitely. The gentleman asked me, why do I have 3 masters and no PhD? When I finished my law degree, everybody was asking whether I want to do my exam to either become a solicitor or a barrister or a master in law. I never found myself to just gain one type of knowledge and stick to that, as in further express that. So having a law degree, I asked myself, in order for me to be a lawyer, what do I need to have? So I need to understand business world. That's when I did my MBA. After completing my executive MBA, I realized that working and leading an international organization, you can't do anything without politics. So that's how I did my master in political science. And after understanding all of that perspective, the world is changing and is every day. So that's when I did my master in entrepreneurship. So it was a journey that I explored to find myself and also maybe find that balance that you need for the current days to live on. Why I never did a PhD? I never saw myself as an academician. I prefer to share my knowledge through speaking abilities, conferences, training, workshops, rather than in a classroom per se, formally. That's why I always emphasize that non-formal education and informal education sometimes, and most of the times, can build a person even more than just a formal degree. So it's the ability for you to challenge yourself at every level. So, and I will never, I might do another couple of masters, but not a PhD yet. I don't like to limit myself, if you understand what I mean. The young lady asked how youth can start now and how do we do it? You have already started because you are part of a conference. Now it's up to you whether you want to share what you learn from here, from all of us, to the rest of your peers. Because the opportunity has been given, you have taken the first step. You are part of this conference, what made us today. So please, whatever you learn, bring that forward. That's how you can be involved. Even though it might sound like a storytelling to you, but to a person that have never attended a conference, let alone an international one, it will be a big deal, because that way you will inspire other peers to be part of the development either at national level or state level for that matter. So you are halfway. Bring it forward to the next level. I believe, do you gentlemen want to add anything to that? No? Since I wrote all the questions, might as well answer them, right? So, from what I understood from the gentleman who spoke in Malay, how do we restart, right? Yeah. Am I correct? Yeah. It comes back to values and qualities as a human being. We have to be human first. It doesn't matter what religion you come from, what background you come from. You need to understand yourself and at the same time differentiate between being right and wrong, because that's what makes us human. There is always a restart button for whatever you think that you have failed. But in my experience, I will advise, even though you have failed, don't consider that as a failure. Consider that as an experience for you to learn from in order for you to move forward. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of our session for this afternoon session. So we would like to record it. Thank you very much for all the guest speakers. Once again, a round of applause to all of them. So with that, I give up my position as the moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.